All right. I think we are good to go. Streamer is on time today. W. I have to refresh my stream for these drops. This always happens every time. Oh, it's still not even up yet. Cool. Hey, what's up, Cam? How about now? Can I connect my drops now, please, and thank you? Sorry, chat. Okay, now we're connected. We're good now. Excellent. Fast forward that back now. That should be good. All right, big chillin' now.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Stage 1 main event. It is day number 3. Danny Lim here, joined by Jake and Johnny. Guys.
Hi, Danny.
Hi. How are you doing, Johnny?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Oh, great. Thank you for asking.
I'm excited.
I'm very excited. Jake, how are you doing
I'm
today?
having a wonderful morning, you guys.
God.
So happy to be here. Isn't life swell?
So much great Overwatch coming our way.
So it's joyful day. We love Overwatch. We love being here, and we also love
Drops?
Oh, drops?
Drops?
Did someone say drops? Yes, guys. Link your accounts. So that
Any
you can get all
droppers?
these Overwatch spray, icon, Diva winter name card. What does that say, Johnny? On the Diva name card? Hotteok? Yep, Korean dessert. Very good. And Overwatch Kiriko skins as well. Not only that, everybody, please follow OWCS socials as well, because there's a lot of games being played, a lot of important matches coming up.
YouTube keep telling me this. What's going on with my
So
connection?
we're on YouTube, Instagram, Twitch.
Oh, now we're good. Now it says excellent connection. That was weird.
A lot of good memes being posted. I've been
Yeah.
keeping track. Yeah, we're seeing
My microphone is good. Okay.
coffee beans. That clip was on Instagram.
Right.
I gave it a quick little story at.
And by the way, just quickly, I was right about the
Pull up this here schedule for today.
most
You wouldn't pick it up,
expensive.
but you were right. You were right.
Like
You have an
something
expensive
Kopi
taste.
Luwak or something. I think that was.
That sounds right. You have an expensive taste, Danny.
But it's not from my cats. It's
Yeah,
You gotta,
I was watching Whack versus Falcons before stream. What a game.
my cats. I don't even have a cat.
Whack got on top.
your cats?
They played one hell of a series, I gotta say.
Become a cat person.
Then would you take my cat?
Early on, it felt like both teams had a lot of nerves, like that first map. Felt like both teams were very nervous, but then Whack kind of locked in.
Anyway.
Second half of that series was all them.
Cats and coffees. What's important is the brackets and everything, right? So this.
It's cool that Whack won. I'm glad. I'm glad that there's some good competition in Korea.
Lower level teams, not getting rid of them, but they're scoring some points.
I mean, it's like a really good story, right?
We're reaching the final 2 days.
You got a couple of players who
We're not playing for these top 4 slots.
didn't have the greatest Overwatch League experience, people down on them, and they're playing well. Like Junbin, Max Heesing in a big game, they played as well as you'd like them to, which is really cool.
Not bad, not bad.
Yeah, that's good. But you know what, Danny? If you
Showing
missed
off
out
their
on
potential.
all these circuit points right here. If you missed out on that, they double in stage 2, Danny.
That is right.
They double.
Yeah.
So if you missed out on stage 1,
Sign up for stage 2, right?
don't worry. Sign up for stage 2, and you can get even more points to qualify for DreamHack Dallas or DreamHack Starcom later this year.
And Johnny, not only that, if you don't want to compete.
I mean, like, a lot of credit has to go to Whack. I mean, like, that series was really tight at the start, but they showed a lot of good perseverance.
Get your DreamHack Dallas.
I mean, after Hollywood, they really took over that game. I'm, like, thoroughly impressed. Like, it was clear they had a good chance of beating Falcons, but to beat them that way is like a actual statement. So, really good stuff from them.
Walkable. It would be like
You'd have to start walking now.
Maybe you could. Was that like a year? Probably.
What I'm really surprised about more than anything was how Runaway managed to lose to Poker Face.
New York in a year.
I'm like so mad at them for losing that game. How are we allowing this? Like, Poker Face right now is 4th in the standings.
Do 30-mile days.
How did we allow this?
30-mile days.
How long is it there?
I feel like it's like.
All right, guys, let's get into the game.
Poker Face low-key not bad.
Being played today. Let's take a look at the EMEA brackets because we got great games.
Oh, we only have bangers left, really.
I mean,
The
at this
remaining
point,
teams-
right?
Well, now that you say that, Johnny, we're gonna have absolutely no bangers and we're gonna be left disappointed, aren't we?
Talk about the first match being played. It is the upper finals.
Upper bracket finals up first, chat. Twisted Minds and Ents. What a sick game this could be.
I mean, well, obviously at this point they're the only winners standing, top 2 in EMA. We'll see if someone from the lower bracket can upset that, but I think these teams both have looked incredibly strong.
Yeah.
And I think we've been looking forward to their face-off since we've seen them in the bracket. Twisted Minds, of course, we've got to talk about them first. Very exciting roster with a ton of these World Cup champions coming in off of Team Saudi Arabia, staying together. I'm familiar with some of that myself, right?
Twisted Minds is like so interesting because they still really like that Mauga comp.
Kellex and Slay, very consistent on the support line, but really I think the biggest...
Yo, Keon, my guy, what's up? We're just chilling right now.
DPS players, Quartz,
The EMEA upper bracket finals gonna start momentarily.
and as well, I think KSA on the tank. You
Should be a good one.
him very
Quartz versus Kai on that Sojourn.
that he like is
It's gonna be epic. Kai was locked the hell in yesterday, so he really could give Quartz a big run for his money today if he plays that way again.
That was because they played against Exoblivion.
I'm curious to see if they continue to play that Mauga and how Ents does against probably a better Mauga team than what we saw yesterday against London.
In to just supporting Kevster on the Echo.
You think the Gladiator's Curse will follow Kevin Kai? No. I just think that was a bad place. No one was happy there.
This team has been all about playing to your strengths.
This is like a fresh start. Everyone's more chill. I think they're locked in and they're ready to play.
This series,
Now, if they win today is a completely different story. I think it's very doable.
to your recess. Well,
But I don't know for sure what I think of Twisted Minds because they're like such a good team. But there's the style that they're gonna play feels different than everyone else.
KSA is the player I would expect to see, more interesting comps from. They were playing a ton of
Honestly, Quartz versus Lip, since we were deprived of that in World Cup. Yeah, we were.
NA, it felt like the meta was trending more and more and more towards the Orisa. Things were really solidifying. The comp looks very flexible, very strong. And Sojourn Tracer Mirror, I mean, really, I think both teams are in
Li
their
Zhong
zone.
up
You have
first.
Kai and Kepster. There's Kai and Kepster, really well-known, well-established players in the pro scene with
Not super dive-oriented maps, so probably just the Orisa Mauga or Mauga Mirror would be my guess to start.
biggest names.
I mean, both of the teams, they have great players, and they got their
Yeah, Whack versus Falcons was incredible.
We've seen a
Could have a fun little rivalry between those two moving forward. Because people forget, this is only the group stage. Like, we're not even done, man. They're going to play each other again.
with their traditional off-tank style, playing the Orisas, for example, you don't want to go to Elite.
Unless one of them chokes, which would be very sad.
Example, events, esports is relying on Vistola. So I think both teams are
Like, there's a whole nother tournament after this group stage.
second map, Blizzard.
And there's going to be one after that as well. For, like, all of Asia. There's a ton that's going to happen. So many more chances for them to play one another.
throughout this series, as this series goes on. I'm just telling you right now, Danny.
Hollywood was a great map, yeah.
Banger.
same as well.
Banger.
I think our viewers are thinking the same thing because we're looking at the
Yo,
viewer
Danny.
predictions right now. They got 46% for Twisted Minds and 54.
Esperanto, I mean, honestly, Whack really took over that series in the second half. They figured something out.
Same way about this series, honestly. Like, that this is too close to call. That these teams, we haven't seen them match up quite yet in the tournament. And I think, if anything, this is the match everyone's been waiting for. This could very well be
But yeah, chat, they're going to play each other again probably in a single elimination playoff bracket. And then they could play each other in the Stage 1 Asia main event. So we could have 2 more Whack versus Falcons meetings, potentially.
Twisted Minds versus their opponents. It is the upper bracket finals, guys. Let's jump right into the game. Lemon and Necra, take it away.
Thank you so much, Dave. I like the way Jake said this is a prelude. I kind of called it an appetizer, but I think I made both of us hungry.
You did, and now I'm thinking about the coffee or something that I don't know.
It is
whatever
early.
the desk was talking about yesterday.
I love coffee, and I'm really stoked for this match. This, I think, is gonna be the grand final. Pretty sure.
Chat is very, very torn on who they want to win. Get your vote in, or if you haven't already. Twisted Minds or Ents, who do you got?
That is the matchup of the year, in my opinion.
I am so with you.
We're about to get into the game, so get your vote in now to influence who chat is gonna pick. Just another few moments. I'm locking in a 3-2 for Twisted Minds. I picked them to win EMEA, so I'm gonna stick with it.
We're looking at first picks. We're looking at who can.
I am not confident in that pick, but I'm going with Twisted Minds. I'm a believer that they will step up today, but maybe I'll be very wrong. Ents is a very dangerous team.
Twisted Knowns have been known for. I don't know if we're gonna see it. Maybe the Roadhog is troll, but a lot of weight rests on Moss's shoulders, who did an amazing.
For all I know, Ents could stomp in this one. You never know for sure.
Situations when Team Peps had their attempt at the Sim Amalga teleport.
I was surprised Runaway lost. Alright, poll is ending. Chat also going with a Twisted Minds victory.
Great disengage tools. You have the Lucio, as you were talking about, and the teleporter too, even if an engagement tool now.
Oh, we're like talking about disengages. How about just Wing in?
Oh my god, Quartz off the bat already finds a pick on the Kevster.
With the Sim turrets that were dispersed on the
Quartz said they're afraid from SSG more than Ents. Interesting.
in a few seconds. And as these teams are so distant, this could be coming down to Sojourns, but as Ents backed away to heal back up their tank, Twisted Minds smell blood in the water, they advance.
Alright, Twisted Minds off to a good start. Yeah, I'm a little concerned because I think in this setup, it definitely favors Twisted. This is a lot more in their comfort. Like, UB Quartz in that DPS setup, I mean, they've been doing it since World Cup, even before then.
All the way back up and running, though. The teleporter can be such a nice tool to have, to be able to close that gap, and Twisted Minds are set up on the point. You gotta watch out for where those turrets are. You can't take too much damage from them.
Time for Magos to stare at each other and shoot. Okay, Kev, big pick. Clean engagement. That's what you like to see.
Into the market side, and Ents took full advantage, and they managed to get the point back.
You'll see a lot of focus fire go on to these Maugas too. Just because they are beefy does not necessarily mean that they are unkillable. So
I mean, these teams practice this composition a lot, so
push or defense.
It's a matter of comfort, but I think Twisted Minds also just really thinks this comp is good still, from what I've heard.
From Kai, about 34%, I'm not very good at math, 25% faster than Quartz. And this can make all the difference.
There it is, Kai locked in, getting the carry dead. Everyone assisted on that one. Goddamn.
But Kai didn't even need the overclock to pop off, get to that fight, and Twisted Minds didn't kill a single thing.
Two clean fights in a row from Ents.
And another big setup opportunity here too with those turrets right in.
Yeah, that's true. Some teams already did kind of like Maga a little bit before the buffs even happened.
But you have so much to work with too if you're Ents. You only use the Kitsune Rush there. Now you're spoiled for choice with having 4 more ultimates on the board. As you called out, like there was no overclock used in that last fight, so Kai could just set up on the back, find an angle, and pop some heads.
He'd like to, but there's no heads to be seen. Twisted Minds were hiding, ready for the teleport play, and they kind of use it.
All right, time for more shields. Is Festola and KSA gonna go now? 4 shield simulator.
The dogs can only just bark at each other. No fighting quite yet. But barrier.
Oh, there it is. And both teams used B. Oh god, it's pain to watch this. Is Festola gonna stay alive? No. Still winnable. It's Slay dead though. Kai found a big kill.
So limited resources, but a lot more DPS it seems on the side of
Woof.
Minds, but
Tight one.
KSA presence when Festola was missing added to that DPS and gave Twisted Minds the edge.
How's everyone's day been as nothing dies for the next 10 seconds? True.
Life steal made sure that KSA was able to stick around and clean up those final few members of Ents. So, the scoreboard starting to get evened a little bit in this very first round. Even though Ents is in last fight territory, they can come back into this with
2 Curie ults coming up.
At this point. Really good call and response here from both teams to adjust to all of the ultimates thrown at this, but Crimzo is going to be first to the rush.
See if those early few seconds. Crimzo and Slay pretty close.
I'm low-key happy Whack won too.
Quite yet. They're trying to force Twisted Minds
The
out.
point flip,
But what an advantage.
they zoned them the hell out.
Photon barrier 10% faster than Yubi. And Yubi managed to
Oh,
block
is
his.
Kai okay? Or Court's okay, I mean? Oh, he's getting poked. Vestola's all over it.
Wow, there's some revenge. But Kelix manages to climb back up. It's a bloodbath for this point. With
And that's gonna be Ents taking round 1 of Lijiang.
But Kai, this is his turf, and you're not allowed in.
First round going over to Ensign pretty cleanly, I gotta say. Despite the fact that Twisted Minds was able to grab control of the point first, we've always seen this from them time and time again, that they're very aggressive to take these team fights, whether it's using the
I gotta say, the team play from Ents looks really good.
team, or even just being
Me too, David. Vestola was always a bit on the underappreciated side.
I think that
Yeah, Yeti have a chance to be 4th in Korea. Kind of crazy.
set the pace of all
Yes, I
these
watched
fights.
Whack versus Falcon.
The point comes in
Really good
early,
game.
right, Jen? Ents with the teleporter usage from Kevster, or even just Masa's ability to recognize those spots and get the team of Ents to disengage with those just amp it ups and the speed. It feels really.
It's kind of crazy that Yeti and Poker Face both have a chance to be 4th place. Like, bruh.
The point too, it's
Not something I expected. But you know what? It's a welcome unexpected surprise.
Mirror on the last round and bested Twisted Minds at their own game, but this is a different.
Kevster immediately getting the pick.
Focus on the Yubi. That is such a squishy character, and that's a first blood for Ents. But that's not all, because the point will unlock in a few seconds. Quartz and friends of Twisted Minds are going to be leaving to not give up any more ult charge to the other team.
Yeah, they can't, because what they're looking for too is just some poke.
Thoughts on Cassidy? I mean, Cass could still be a very good hero. I mean, especially because Korea seems to be embracing that dive a bit more again, which I wasn't expecting. I can never keep up with them over there. It's like 1 week we're playing Orisa, the next we're playing dive again. I don't understand them.
As soon as Twisted Minds drop,
But Cass can be low-key deadly.
boys, well,
Dude, Vestola's going crazy with it.
Vestola with 3, and Ents will keep control for now.
The POI is now Dojo, I guess.
Yeah, Soja's better, but Cass can definitely work.
Before trying to take that drop, but just
Yeah, this is deja vu. It's Vestola versus KSA again on the tank battle, just like in World Cup.
Some ultimates. Crimson's got the rush. Kevster is the duplicate. He can start to play really aggressively here, and the teleport in is a little bit safer this time from Twisted Minds.
Okay, KSA taking the brunt of that pressure, and
Oh, nice dupe by Kev.
KSA can't.
There's absolutely no one that's gonna stop him.
Kevster is duping a second Maug on the field, and Crimson's Kitsune.
It is all red in the kill feed. No one's playing Hanzo, no.
And Ents are flawless so far.
It's been clean, very crisp.
Yeah, these team fights from Ents have been a masterpiece.
But
They've been winning them straight up, just no doubt about it. They look great.
just the end to this second round here, Ents could get a flawless 100-0.
See, Kai, not even needing the overclock to hit heads and do damage, but he's gonna pop it anyway. Terra Surge.
Kai, oh my god, Kai and Kevster on a mission.
Make it 3.
It's a DPS diff right now.
And Quartz needs to hang. I hyped up this.
No one's gonna
match.
touch.
Do not disappoint me,
That's it.
but Ents
Wow.
seconds away from having
Convincing win for Ents to
the
start.
spawn room door.
Wow.
You know you're in trouble. What a map win.
Not even close on that second round. Not even close.
Was total domination there. Ents did not give up an inch when it came down to the point, when it came to point presence. They were so predictive. Watching
Kai and Kev look like Shaq and Kobe out there, real.
all of those angles so nicely. Like, whether Kai was by Dojo, whether Kai was on the bridge, he always had a good sight line onto the team, and that's why we saw so much of Kai in that kill feed.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say something else, but how about eat a healthy snack every time Kai gets a kill? And I think the world would just be so
Take a
much
sip
healthier.
of water, and everyone will be hydrated.
Right.
That Kai
Yeah, actually, yeah.
gets a
Take a sip
kill.
of water, hydrate yourself every time Kai gets a kill, and you'll never have to go see the doctor again. And I know, because all the casters talk about is Kai, but how can you ignore the level of impact that he has, and even Kevster being able to mirror the Symmetra. I wouldn't say
Ents really woke up once they started getting paid.
he can play any hero at an extremely high level guy, and to catch Yubi, to really read how Twisted Minds are moving around the map with the sim, and even killing them before they land or even get
Twisted Minds won just like 2 fights.
Echo was shooting down Yubi.
Removing Yubi.
Ents is playing so much better as a team, which is like surprising to me because I feel like that should be Twisted Minds, but no. It's a team div and a DPS div right now, I'm afraid.
So it's really there as just like a good supportive pick when it comes to that DPS role, and if you're able to get her charged up, she is going to be dishing out a lot of damage as well. So it makes a lot of sense here that Yubi is going to be a lot of the focus for Ents when it comes to this Symmetra Mauga composition we're seeing out of Twisted Minds, and it's working out. It's cutting off all of their avenues to disengage, and where's the photon barriers as a response mechanism to something like the overclock?
And Vestola on the
Well, you know Twisted Minds, once they have their strat, that's usually what they stick with.
This was a more one-sided second round, to say the least. I think, and that's also Ents playing on their comfort comp. So they're
I'd be curious to see what they can do on Blizzard World, because like that's a strange map where you can do a lot of different setups.
Really innovated in that regard. So Ents truly are probably the most one of the flexible teams, most flexible teams in OWCS.
I totally agree with that. You heard the desk talk about this as well. Kevster just having that flexibility to be able to play so many different DPS, and Ents were locked in today. They didn't falter. They didn't stutter when it came to the compositions that they picked right out of the gate and whether they were going to be the key to success. We're going to see that a lot today, I think, as Ents is warmed up and ready and have started to figure out what all of these teams left in EMEA OWCS want to do, and that's kind of what happens when you've got an
Math, what's up, man?
To start to figure out the meta.
I like the way, yeah, that's the key word. Twisted Minds stuttered. Were they silent or were they silenced? And I think Ents did especially that on round 2. Round 1, I think both teams had a really good understanding of the macro around the Symmetra teleports, and being able to give up space, let the team walk in, and then kind of react afterwards. But Ents will be ahead in this series. But how will we go after this? We're going to go to a break. When we return,
We're gonna go to a break. The stalling is crazy. Do I have to mute my stream? Let's find out. Yep. No demonetization around here. Yeah, I'm happy to say, chat, that by doing this yesterday, my VOD did not get demonetized, which is a huge W. In the meantime, how about a quick little round of OWL, as we typically do here on the stream? Guess that OWL player. It's like Who's That Pokemon, but Overwatch, and not nearly as cool. Who should I guess first? How about like Junbin, because whack. Tank and Korean, okay. Or not tank and Korean, I mean Western Korean. So it's not a tank. How about like Fitz? Okay, there's not a DPS either, so we're looking at a support. How about Fielder? Okay, it's not an Atlanta player. Twilight. It is not a Boston player. Show wrong. Not Florida. I can't think of a good name.
Show on the road, indeed. Blizzard World is up next and chosen by
Creative.
Woohoo! We're going to Blizzard World. I love
Chris,
variety.
irony.
This
No?
aesthetic.
Damn.
I'm super
So I've done Shotgun Excel, Atlanta, Boston, Florida, Vegas. What teams am I missing?
Known for playing and picking Kings Row.
Oh, is it Shu, maybe?
If you will.
Yeah, and it's okay.
Man.
Lose control. That's probably one of their weaker game types. The only map they
So what, Atlanta, Boston...
was
It's not Atlanta, Boston, Florida, or Houston.
and I think
Is it Lastro?
super chill with going to Blizzard World because they're undefeated on this map.
Donghoon? Oh my god.
Seeing both these teams out.
Okay, whatever.
It's gonna be more of the Malka composition from Twisted Minds. They haven't decided to change anything up yet when it comes to the 5 hero picks that they have on the squad, but it's once again, like, they've got...
I never would have gotten that. I was not even thinking of Washington players.
Here can be just such a devastating hero to try to take down. She's got a lot of high ground to play around, a lot of building to cover her and give her...
Alright, back to the game, though.
Yeah, let's see what Kevster's able to...
We got Twisted Minds on the attack.
Slow burn towards
Had to pay his own visa. Dude, that's tragic.
Minds have gotten there in one piece, but Ents are gonna try and take them down to pieces, and they're on the high ground. I wonder where Kevster's gonna be lurking.
Bubs, you play for the budget team.
Focus of that attention is gonna wait until
They should update it to OWCS. That'd be pretty cool.
Here's Kevster going above, and that's where those nades too can do some good AoE to Twisted Minds, but already 2 ticks in all.
This Echo is Kevster is terrorizing them, bro.
And that's where you rely on Vestola.
He has all the space in the world to do what he wants right now.
The way for him and Kevster.
He's already gonna have a copy.
You gotta wait for those cooldowns to come online as well if you're the Orisa. One of the ways she is survivable is when she's able to hit that fortify and those spear spins, right? So she doesn't have those.
Well, you can always give more guesses if there's too many names.
And make sure she's able to take on something like the Malga that can like burn or burst her down and so on and so forth. So you gotta give a little to get a little. It's all about winning the whole war.
Like, they get picked before they even get a chance.
Vestola was getting focused a little
Kevster is a million health. He's terrorizing them again.
very well, and look, even Spears.
Kevster is him.
And that is again you.
Bro's back smurfing in EU again.
How close he gets, and he's trying to go unnoticed to build up that symmetric charge and build up that DPS. And Twisted Minds
2 minutes down, and it was costly. They committed a Kitsune Rush. I mean, they got 2 out from ends, but Twisted Minds are getting picked so fast. Like, their guys are only just starting to get ults.
And if you don't have that survivability or that sustain, then she isn't going to be able to get up to that peak. Doesn't mean that she's...
Yeah, Kevster diff.
But maybe the sound barrier is going to be what they need in order to get in there and just make sure that the Symmetra is alive long enough to be able to get that DPS.
Alright, Kev's looking at him. Oh yeah, Kev needs to pressure him. Kevster did not get that sound barrier. You gotta kill him. Okay, there you go. Good shield. Oh my god, nasty.
slides past the photon barrier. Giga Chad Kai is insane. But
Okay, now Quartz is doing some stuff. There it is.
It's awesome to see Quartz alive and well with the 3K.
That overclock coming on time, and then
Slay ulted literally right at the beginning of the other fight when they TP'd in and Yubi got killed, like, as they engaged.
defended.
And now he almost has another ult already, which is kind of insane.
So the work that they were able to do to get those 2/3 of the pie does pay out, but
Yeah, I'd hate to say it, like, it's a really tough job, but Quartz has to heavy pressure Kevster, I feel like. He has to. Like, there's so much oh my god, he got speared, Yubi got speared. That's tragic. Wait, KSA cage fighted too? Oh boy. That's a disaster.
Like, Kevster has been focusing a lot of those grenades onto UB, and Twisted Minds could easily just use that right room for cover, and they have Kitsune Rush. With that in mind, let's do a listen in with Twisted Minds to see how they plan this out.
I have to kill you.
Yeah,
Dead. These spears from Vestola have been the spears and the follow-up from the team have been so good. Every time he lands a spear, I feel like that person just dies.
Okay. Yeah, someone needs to push the point.
Really amazing team play from Ents, I gotta say.
Okay, well, I'm gonna peek here from left main. Come, ready.
That was gonna be a fun fight until Quartz just got literally run over by the Orisa train of Vestola.
I mean, everyone on Ents is just playing so good. I mean, Vestola and the DPS, they're on the same wavelength. The follow-up is just there. We're seeing the individual picks from the skill players.
Basically across the board for the
Like, Twisted Minds have to use, like, all the resources just to get in.
fight coming up here for Twisted Minds, knowing that they've got all of that planned out, and they can expect maybe this Terror Surge now to be online after all of those picks.
Pistola has an ult here. Could be. Yubi's just dead again. Yubi is hard struggling. Getting focused.
Man, at least somebody from the DPS line
They are not playing together.
for some reason. UB or Quartz, like Vestola is so aggressive. KSA is missing, and it's almost
Quartz with a big kill, though? Wait.
your counter in that moment.
The Suzu? The B? Wait, okay, wait. I spoke too soon?
Calyx, this is a hectic fight. Twisted Minds
I spoke too soon.
losing a few members. It didn't look good when UB was
Quartz is popping off. He ain't going down without a fight.
to save the day.
Wow, I mean, the extra card progress is super beneficial there because it did force ENCE into an unfavorable position.
Yeah, it's pretty clear what Ence's plan is. It's we're gonna spear the DPS. We're gonna get the follow up every time. Yubi has gotten picked at the beginning of fights like every goddamn time.
Bit less impactful.
He's just been a non-factor in this series on Sim. Sim is not the look against this, I feel.
Final point here, but Kai's got the overclock. There are
Ence versus Poker Face, Ence all day long.
Oh, this overclock. Everybody run. Grab your stuff. Actually, leave your baggage behind. I think that's what the flights tell you to do. And mask yourself before others. Some Twisted Minds tell their packet spot.
Yubi can play Tracer. Yeah, we've seen it.
Kai is just gonna be that dominating force there.
But I think they know forcing a Tracer battle is not what you want to do against Kevster.
It's a rush here from Slay that you can just topple over them.
Oh, jeez. As soon as Twisted Minds take any teleporters, someone has to be sacrificed.
Oh, look at that. Chad, DPS died at the beginning of a fight again. It's just every time.
Ence's quick reactions, reading these plays like a book. Twisted Minds, even though they start the fights 4v5, they are able to find equalizers. Kai is down, a huge source of damage gone. Kitsune rushes exchanged, and Twisted Minds have a
Okay, finally. There you go.
position. And well, Ents are actually dead. Even with the sound barrier being used and Calyx being able to.
All right, they're starting to warm up a little, chat. We're seeing some life. We're seeing some adjustments from them.
Slay, it was good placement in order to find some
I think the shock factor of losing the first man in a fight is wearing off. They're pressing onward.
down here.
Well, let's hear the final moments of Twisted Minds as they look to.
Pistola's gonna get killed. He just say Lucio trolling? That's hilarious. I love that comm. Lucio trolling.
Okay, not so composed, but maybe winning will help alleviate some of those feelings. It is important to keep communicating, and Twisted Minds, 27 seconds on the time bank is pretty solid.
Very solid. It's at least over the 0 mark, which buys them an extra chance if and when Ents do cap all 3 points of this map, and then we get to go into extra rounds. Y'all know the drill at this point. But I hear from those comms that maybe sometimes it's just that tiny little wake-up call. That
Didn't realize that minerals could be on fire. Nice.
in order to snap your team out of it. They did look a little frustrated and flustered.
They capped with time, which is the important thing. But now the key is, can they do the same stuff on their defense?
Any of these fights. A lot of these fights are going to be decided by how much damage output either of these teams are doing, and can they get a pick onto a big impact player.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about how the series progresses. If they start to shut down Quartz maybe a bit more, could get real scary.
The target focus there for Ents, but Quartz as well, because we've seen what he's able to do with those overclocks and just natural railgun charges.
And I hear about this discourse online, not only in this game and others, of just this competitive nature brings out so much passion, frustration. But what I note from those comms is that there's someone trying to bring everyone's head back in the game.
The Stratford Bull team to soldier and go kill. Well, for a lot, for Ents a lot, it's just Kevster do things. Like Kevster, follow up on Vestola spears, and we win.
Left side, Kevster already has 30% charge. His grenades have been marking UB. he has to watch his back, and I think that's why Yubi is surrounding himself with his team, so he's a harder target.
Yeah, Yubi has to play more of this team. Kevster's... Oh, what a boop. Oh my god.
Because you never know who's going to be at an off angle or up and above.
Kevster is dominating. Look at the difference between him and Kai and Ult Charge. My man is deadlifting right now. He's already at 90 to a freaking copy.
Down that late in that fight, because even if you do have the teleporter back,
Oh my lord, Kevster is so good at this video game.
so, there we go. Point unlocked here for Ends. Payload gets a chance to start moving, and Twisted Minds, they kind of continue this pattern of those picks. Just Kevster getting free reign and real
Kevster Gosu.
and that real say cheap, you know.
Like, look, they're already using everything they have to keep KSA up.
KSA ends fighting for the high ground using the dupe of Kevster.
KSA is like perma, no HP.
Kevster always measures his aggression well. He doesn't go in without his team at least taking the attention at a different side. Twisted Minds teleport right to the cart and use the Kitsune rush. Beautiful speed out of
And Crimzo has his own to re-engage with here. Oh, this could be real bad. Here we go.
Yeah, it's like they could.
Crimzo, I don't know how he didn't die there, but damn.
Now go in with your own. That is gonna force Twisted Minds back so much. Look at the space now.
Solid disengage from Twisted Minds, but Ents gets the space. And now you can play around these corners to kind of avoid this Cortzel. Oh, okay, that's good for Twisted Minds. Kevster has almost lapped Kai in ult charge. That was insane.
Yeah, Soundberry was just a little too late there to save Vestola's life, but it, you know, sometimes you get booped away or something, and it does.
Oh, they are in deep.
Much airtime you get.
Wow, what a chase!
Listen, Minds are gonna go touch the spawn doors, so
Give yourself some breathing room.
unlocked for them. But they are playing way better together as a team, and with this close hold that they have, it is going to be difficult for Ents to assail that position. They have to go in with some big ultimates here. Kevster with a duplicate is a good way to unlock that checkpoint for them as you look at.
Yeah, that was risky, but they kind of needed that. They needed the breathing room.
Yes.
They needed a break with how crazy this has gone so far. They almost just died. Like, anytime they use TP, Kevster is just perma stickying it. Okay, well played.
Already gotten that first pick onto Vestola, who's getting so much of that quartz attention, all of the DPS attention. So Twisted Minds have stabilized.
Well, you see how where Twisted Minds took that fight.
Pretty big thing to know right now is Kelix is a solid amount ahead of Masa for a beat.
Playing underneath Pylon. So it is a good awareness of where Kai might want to take those angles and not leaving yourself vulnerable to that type of damage. There's also way more focus fire being put onto Vestola right now, and once your main tank is down, what kind of push do you have?
Twisted Minds just want to play faster than Ents. This is going to be a big fight. This time, let's go and listen in to the Ents comms on how they're going to plan this out.
Hasreal.
Make them drop, make them drop.
So you know E, so you know E.
Might drop on me, they're gonna drop on me.
I can get some, man.
DP behind me.
Ooh.
Fuck me.
So just one. There you go.
Don't trade. Kill.
Help. So team. Get me. Oh my god, turret. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Freon. Yeah.
The turret. Do they even have another touch? Oh, it's tough. They just got there. Yeah, this is what I want to see from Quartz. Just take angles where you can be on Kev. It doesn't work out there because they lost KSA. Oh, they're committing. They have to... I don't know if that's the play, man. They are hard committing. Quartz is swapping to Widow. I repeat, Quartz has swapped to Widow and he found Kev! The Quartz swap, it goes crazy! Don't do it. Oh, that swift step saved him. Oh my god!
Quartz got 3 this fight. I
No way they still lose this, right? They still lose that? That's crazy. They still lost that.
Wow, that is absolutely insane. If not for
God, Vestola's the king. What a crazy fight.
from those shots.
And that's really bad for Twisted Minds because they committed big time to that.
The clock. You're now evening the score a little bit when it comes to those time banks.
Well, Twisted Minds are already losing one, trying to go for a spawn camp.
What is this positioning?
Towards, the initial point to get
This is, yeah, this is bad. You gotta die on point, dude.
disengaged, decided, well, let's all die on the point, and you take off a good 5 seconds in exchange of.
Quartz pulled a flood and still lost, yeah, because Vestola is him.
That's a lot to work around. I think the Terror Surge as well, when you're starting to round this final corner, hold on to that ultimate. What can Twisted Minds do except to plant themselves on that point and potentially have to play into the Terror Surge itself? And Kellex doesn't have the sound barrier yet.
Kitsune rush.
Oh, this is bad.
Oh, force out the cage fight of KSA. No one from Ents got
That, I mean, you...
trying to break it.
The only good, I was gonna say, the only good thing is, like, it looked like Kev was gonna build up a fast cage fight. So, like, that shield kind of helped avoid that, but... Trading just 1-for-1 like that is not ideal.
Yeah, did you see how quickly the Malga got deleted with the focusing beam? Holy moly, melted.
We got a Diva swap coming out for the touch. Oh my god, he just got there. UB getting bullied again.
A full ripped Terror Surge on UB, and Twisted Minds won't have that photon barrier for a few more seconds.
Extra rounds, here we come.
Out of Ents to not let reinforcements stall this out any longer, and only a 7-second
Wow.
difference separates these two.
What a
teams.
unbelievable map this has been.
To the defense that Twisted Minds had on that second point. I was almost a little worried that Ents wasn't going to be able to make it past that second checkpoint and get themselves to this third. But evening up the time banks like this means that both teams are on a fairly even playing field when it comes to who is going to generate ultimates, who might get an advantage in that regard. One thing that we know though for sure is that Ents had a fast take of that very first point, and Twisted Minds struggled a little bit to get out the gates.
I still think that this was just as close as Lijiang Tower, and Ents don't even have to go for the mirror. They're going for counters instead, and that's Kevster's whole motto of he can literally play anything. He can play the counter and beat you. He can play the mirror and beat you.
Kirsten, hi TP, love the content, been watching since season 1. Wow, I appreciate that. Longtime fan. What would you say if Toronto were to pick up one more DPS player for the heroes Merit and Sugar aren't that good at? If they were able to pull that off, that'd be cool. I get the feeling that won't happen, but if they had a bit more flexibility, I mean, it'd never be a bad thing.
Whether it's Quartz or even Slay in those final moments, you shut off such a big source of healing from your team when you're able to lock them closer to the spawn. They can't get out and actually make sure that that defense can hold strong. So here is Twisted Minds on the attack. They've really got one shot at this to see if they can make it work.
You're right. One chance, one opportunity. And teleport is kind of a fake to the high ground. So Ents.
Alright, they already got a tick. It's pretty good. But that's it though. Okay, you got 2 ticks. 76%. Wait, UB popping off, finally having a good portion of the series here. Woo, okay. Capping there is big.
Twisted Minds with that 1 minute will at the very least get the point cap.
That was awesome though too, because look how much damage that UP was.
Keon, thank you for the $5 super chat. Question of the day: what is everyone's top 5 Overwatch main support players? That's a really, really good question.
The damage lineup. Kevster didn't stand a chance in those moments, especially if you are looking for that cool.
Love to see a short vid of yours talking about how you feel right now about OWCS in comparison to OWL.
It's a big fake from the teleporter too, but now it's time
I could probably do something like that at some point.
Ooh, 4
Obviously, there's a bit of the difference in feeling, but there's a lot of things I like about OWCS.
Question of the day. What is everyone's top 5 Overwatch main support players?
I'll give you mine right when this push ends for Twisted Minds, whenever that may be.
Will be exchanged with Crimzo very soon, and Ents will have to jump on them once respawns come back. And they're not really taking any risks with their positioning. Now you have Kai with the overclock playing at the back here, and the sound barrier from Calyx to help Twisted Minds slip through it. But slowly but surely, Ents chunk them down.
All right, that's pretty good for Twisted Minds though. Close to getting point B.
Tuner Rush will do that to you sometimes. And so will an overclock in your face. But
So my top 5 main supports. I mean, funny or not funny, Astro. I'm sorry, I was looking at chat. Moth, Legion, Chio for sure. Those 3 have to be on there. I'm tempted. I mean, like, I know he's only played main support for like a few years, but I'm low-key tempted to say Violet. I don't really know if you'd count that. I don't know though.
And that gave them a ton of momentum to work with heading into that second point. With the
Who else is really goated? I mean, there's funny Astro. He's a good shout.
Just how good this Sojourn matchup was gonna be, and I think Quartz is going toe-to-toe with Kai this time. Quartz had this incredible performance at the World Cup on this hero, and Kai's always been the GOAT. He's touted as the best Sojourn, at least in the Overwatch League. It's always been these two.
Low-key, I might just say Violet like number 5 or something like that. And then like my other one, it's kind of hard because like I'm a pretty big fan of funny Astro. But I also low-key really like a bunch of other players.
They have a similarly unique issue when it comes to the teleporter.
I think Toby low-key was pretty good in his career. Toby, like Masa.
Use of the teleporter right now, especially if you've sort of, you know, warmed.
Toby, Masa, funny Astro. Those are all guys I'd probably consider.
The box of victory for Ents.
You're surprised I didn't say Verbo. Well, I mean, it depends on what you mean. Do you mean my top 5 favorite main supports or who I think are the best ever? I mean, like, it depends on what criteria we're using.
Twisted Minds, when they go for these teleport plays, it can be really hectic, and you've got to pick the right target. They got to communicate and keep those comms active, and you can already see those improvements.
Like, if we're talking my top 5 favorite main supports, yeah, the list would look a lot different.
Oh, they're also gonna start to.
Oh, you are saying favorite? Well, then the criteria changes.
It is gonna be a bit.
Hang on, let's just see how this final fight or 2 goes, and then we can get into that. Big Slam, maybe? Nope, not quite. KSA's in a really weird place now. Oh, Kai with the huge pick! Unless you get a team wipe here, it really doesn't matter. Twisted Minds they just have to get out or die. They can't keep fighting this. It does them no good. The spawns are right there for Ents. Just die. Die quick and go. You're just giving them ult charge at this point. I mean, look what they have. Ents have 5 ults. This might be. It's looking like this is it. I think Ents is gonna go up 2-0, barring a miracle or like a C9 here.
Cycle through them, so you're not just using everything.
This is kind of scary. I'm not gonna lie, chat.
This could be potentially 2 recontests if Twisted Minds want to end up taking this fight a little bit early, but Twisted Minds, you heard them all tracking. They know they're going to be at a disadvantage here. And look at Kai waiting for the opportunity to strike.
Bait TP to get out 1 ult. Place to ult. Quartz is down. That's it. That's it. Wow. TM played that very poorly. They did not play that well at all. Yikes.
Credit to Twisted Minds, their defense from point B was able to
Uh-oh.
the amount of disparity in those time banks.
Ents might be running away with things here, chat.
They had to work with. So it did, at the end of the day,
Does Twisted Minds have another reverse sweep in them? I don't know.
Especially after we did that check-in in comms, and we heard that they were frustrated. You could feel it.
I felt the vibes, but at least it looked like constructive vibes of.
Okay, so back to the main support question. If you're talking my top 5 favorites, again, Moth is going to be in there for me, for sure. Verbo, yes, because Verbo is part of my OG Immortals back in the day, so he most certainly makes the cut. I like the way Chio plays main support, so Chio's definitely in there for me.
Can spell the end of Twisted Minds in these fights, and Ents are very stable even when they get engaged on. It's the Ents reaction that you gotta commend.
Maybe
I'm with you on that one.
Masa, I'm a fairly big fan of, but I don't know if he's top 5.
Coming out from Ents to recognize, hey, nobody's coming through this. Why don't we just shoot the teleporter anyway?
I like Slime and Goats, but that's about it.
The other thing too is like sometimes they're just splitting their focus. You know, Kai, Kevster, they've got different targets in mind.
Lee Jae-gon's probably still in there. He's pretty fun to watch.
Even if it's Kevster trying to go
so what? Like Moth, Chio, Jae-gon, Verbo, and then like one more.
Output that you could get from a Symmetra. And on the flip side too, Kai is not fearful of going up against Slay, Kelix.
And I look through past Owl seasons.
Absolutely. Just we got an update from our stats team about the Kai versus Quartz, a matchup. Kai, I mean, on map 1 led that 27 limbs to the 5 of Quartz and a 2k damage.
Oh, and Xerneas.
And I really saw Quartz improve on map 2.
Xerneas has got to be in my top 5 favorites.
47 limbs for Kai, 37 for Quartz, and a 2k damage difference between.
Yeah, so my favorite main supports that I've watched, in no particular order, is Moth, Jae-gon, Chio, Verbo, and Xerneas.
And I'm not even gonna discount Yubi because he's being so creative with these teleports. He's using them to fake. He's teleporting in and out. It's not a full team teleport. It'll be 1 or 2 people. And Yubi is taking risks to go after Kevster when he does go into cover. So I love what Yubi's doing.
I agree with you. I think that Yubi has been playing amazing, and that's why Ents is like, oh, we gotta get this Symmetra out of the way. Because if you leave it alive too long, then the beam damage is going to be very detrimental, and those turrets...
My goats are washed. Yeah, I mean, it's been a team diff. Ents are just playing better in these team fights.
That one, and she still has it. The teleporter's a little healthier. So
Why do you think Genesis is struggling? There's a lot of reasons they're struggling. I actually might want to make a video on that soon.
When the fight just moves all around, it's hard to get the turrets.
Because like I've been watching some of their stuff closely, and it's kind of crazy. They have like they just don't play together, and they have a lot of random miscues that like always seem to happen.
One more chance. Coliseo, I see this.
Lee Jae-gon cam reactions are hilarious, true.
In the same book of the Mauga versus the Orisa, and the Orisa is just getting the better of the Mauga. So many different counters to the Mauga in the front line.
I don't even think Choi is always playing that bad. Like, watching the replays closely, I don't even think he's always playing that bad. I just think they're not communicating with each other. Like, when you watch them play, like, the same stupid stuff happens every time without fail.
I mean, obviously, when such a small sample size and these teams just barely have a scratch in their armor, but...
Like, I'm not saying Choi's been amazing, he could play better, but there have been times where he's held his own, but it's obviously not his fault.
And then even this push on Blizzard World...
Do they have a coach? See, that's another thing. That's another problem. They only just recently picked up a coach.
Who is attacking first and where that box is.
So that helps too. They did not have a coach for a long time.
Was still very commendable and still pretty far with only 1 minute that they had, and then the overtime that happened. But Ents just were able to beat them out in the end.
Ents really had their number. You called that out, like I think at the beginning of map 1 or somewhere in the middle, and I was like, oh yeah, that's a great way to describe that. It's just having a good concept of how Twisted Minds want to take these engagements and just being able to adapt on the fly. I think that like the way that Twisted Minds is played, they've always played very aggressive. We already said that they were gonna start to set the pace of all of these fights, high tempo.
There's some, like, the Teru stuff is crazy. Like, watching Teru play Lucio,
I think one of the strengths of Twisted Mind.
watching Teru play Lucio, like, on Replay Viewer was a spectacle. Sometimes it looks good, and other times I question my existence.
And the last time we
Like, you can tell he's really not that comfortable playing that hero yet. And that he needs, like, coaching and help.
use Masa to disengage from it and keep
He, like, falls behind a lot in beat charge. And, like, there were so many times, especially watching, like, the Mauga games back, where he'd be using beat, like, just in front of an enemy Symmetra shield, and only, like, half of his team would get the beat. The timings and, like, his decision-making were just not always there. But when he plays with the team and, like, plays right, it doesn't look bad. Like, that's what's so frustrating. There's so many inconsistencies. If they play together, they look good. When they don't play together, it's just a disaster.
There's a great use for Sombra in this meta, even though she did have that ultimate charge, 8% difference reverted, but Kevster on this Echo has been so nasty. And if you're
Do teams on online tourneys play on minimum ping? It depends.
good counter to the Mauga.
I feel like in a lot of situations, probably
Sombra no longer
not.
broken, but still playable, of course. But I think we've only seen Backbone pull that out as an emergency. Well, let's try something since we're losing type of beat. But I'm surprised Kevster is still on the Echo. He's
Oh my god, Yubi is just consistently being harassed.
probably on the other side of this glass and can fly above it to get involved in the fight, but he has to play in a lot of cover because the poke of these Sojourns is what's really important.
Honestly, Maka hasn't always
How
been...
much he cares about also
I've noticed some things with Maka too. Sometimes he tunnel visions a little too hard on, like, trying to be the hero and getting picks on the carry.
still be very good if you can weave those sticky bombs through to
Oh, absolutely, Vulcan. Festola deserved a lot better than what he got in his AWA career. 100%.
Shot from Kai. That's a deleted target, with especially some of these smaller heroes like the supports.
Kevster is farming ult, like he's the closest one. Actually, no, it's Slay, my bad.
Yeah, Crimzo's playing on ping, no doubt.
Early Kitsune rush, 10% ahead of Crimzo, giving Twisted Minds a lot of space to work with.
Kev's gonna get a cage fight. Here it comes. It's nasty. They're just keeping him up to the heals, the focus heals.
I thought Kevster was gonna die for sure, and this locked Twisted Minds into a fight that they weren't really prepared for, and Quartz can't escape.
God, Kevster is carrying, man.
We'll see if they can take a lead.
The power of the ground echo. A duplicate online. Well timed with something like
They just have no answer for Kevster and Echo. If Quartz can't contest him, they just have nothing.
And now too, being able to take the high ground, the straightaways. Kai is also at a really nice angle, but Twisted Minds closing the gap again here with the teleporter. Great disengage from Ents.
Yeah, but as they leave, Pillars are going to be more out in the open, and Twisted Minds want to engage off of this, but Kelix dies and there's no sound bear available.
Like, if Quartz doesn't kill everything, they just lose. It's insane.
Kevster went for an aggressive challenge and testing Quartz's aim. I mean, you're going to find out the hard way. This guy is a Chad on the Sojourn.
So he's just so good, and Quartz is gonna have to continue to close that gap as well that we were talking.
I need another fight now. Jeez, this is so hard to play into.
Blizzard World way closer in terms of KD and also damage output. So Quartz is definitely showing up to this match today, but gotta keep him alive long enough to be able to get that business done.
Time to get to business. Sound barrier used first by Kelix, Slay with the Kitsune rush, and Masa uses his barrier second.
Kai's in a...
Advantage for Ents.
Oh, okay.
Festola
Good.
and friends.
He's playing very far up.
Twisted Minds from
Now it works, though.
still 33 for
Late Kitsune, and you're chilling.
Yubi on the setup.
I don't know why are we cage fighting here.
Twisted Minds so low as they try to leave this pillar side. That's why they went back.
Why are we cage fighting?
This is just a
I don't understand.
from Twisted Minds, and Slay is getting staggered.
There's no follow-up there from that cage fight either. I know KSA is good, but it's difficult for a Mauga to solo that fight when you've got this fortified Orisa in front of you that's also just hitting you for critical hit damage, and then you also have your own supports as well that are able to join you in those fights. But this card isn't making too much additional progress.
Again, Quartz,
before Twisted Minds are able to
you're the only reason your team is in this series right now, bro. Kind of crazy.
That is big. Twisted Minds.
Oh, the boop! Masa with the boop!
Though, and
No TP for you.
Twister with the dupe. You're never getting a clean fight win if you're either team. You may get first blood, but it's always
Oh,
trading
poor
off
Quartz.
Kempster on the dupe. Oh, okay. Well, Masa didn't respect the 1v1, but I respect the will to win. But it is ends with bot control, 48 meters heading for that checkpoint, and Twisted Minds can't contest that.
even the cardiac overdrive just to get away. That's not what you want to be or having to use that cooldown for. The teleporter too, there you go. It's a little bit of a fake, but high ground control being in Enz's favor is a huge boon.
Oh wow, I didn't think Twisted Minds were going to be able to contest the checkpoint, and it worked out. Enz went to the top to set up Kai for a long-range fight, and Twisted Minds got on the bot and managed to win the fight over Enz. You do not really want to get this past 64 meters. This win or this...
I don't even get any late kills here. Enz just get out. Bro,
Sure.
they're cooked.
The Kitsune rush here from Slay. You also have this photon barrier that can give Twisted Minds a much stronger defensive position, especially when going a little bit more out in the open. So pay attention to how like kind of Slay and Kellex are going to play this one. What does this sound barrier get used for? Do they want to use it as a call out for something like the rush on Crimso's side?
Oh, Kitsune rush exchange, UB with the photon barrier.
Sky, oh my lord.
Whether you want to push past that photon barrier, because obviously you can't shoot through it or shoot into it, and Enz decide to disengage, and Kai's on the flank and he's close to an overclock, but Twisted Minds are pushing ahead with...
But now that the map's getting flipped though, okay, good. That's a good quick contest by Kellex to keep that from being a disaster.
Fantastic initiative. We'll have that fight win.
Big fight win means that they need to win maybe one more in order to take this lead. But it's going to be right over that point too. So getting the point captured would be just a really, really big deal here for Twisted Minds to try to seal the deal. 3.5 minutes remaining. There's not too many more fights that are going to happen here on Coliseum when we are playing around this midpoint. But Ents coming back in here with the overclock.
This is an important fight. Can Enz extend their lead?
And the cage fight gets a lot of people in it, but ain't no follow-up to be found, that's for sure.
Every single fight, it feels like. So 64 to 62, you're gonna see another fight before Enz get to that checkpoint.
Yeah, it'll be somewhere around this midpoint, knowing that Twisted Minds do have that teleporter as well. So they'll be pretty quick to get back up to this high
Yeah,
ground.
Space Station fans should not be ashamed. I mean, if Ents are playing this well against everyone, yeah, I would not feel bad.
We talked about Twisted Minds having the aggression to push in and really set a high tempo pace. Ents kind of did that first in those last fights, and they're continuing to do that.
Yeah, KSA's cage fights have found nothing of value.
A little bit too late.
Gotta pop your
Oh, he needed to hit that, man. That's tough.
versus Kellex using his second. Quartz with the overclock has too much health to chunk through.
Crimso doesn't have his ult yet. That's pretty big, but where's the kills?
How they're playing so well
There you go.
together. And they've stayed composed, and that has helped Twisted Minds get the lead with around
Lead and checkpoint. Very big.
Twisted Minds give Ents their first map loss of the bracket, depending on how these next few minutes go.
Still 2 minutes left, though. A lot can happen.
We have with the photon barrier, you can lay this across the bridge, and it just gives you such a strong defensive position around these pillars as well. So it's going to be up to Ents to try to find those angles outside of that. But you should hit this pretty early, especially if Crimson's going to go in with something like this rush.
Well, Ents gonna use the Kitsune rush, photon barrier from Twisted Minds. Ents are just gonna bulldoze their way through it.
1 for 1.
Even try to bulldoze people
2 for 2.
It's an absolute bloodbath. I think only a few people left, but KSA's still kicking.
They kill. Kellex gets the kill onto Crimso. Hello, you got Kev to force out a copy. That's exactly what you want. All while getting like 20 more meters of progress along the way. Not bad. Pretty ideal from Twisted Minds. Good stuff from Kellex to get that kill on the Crimso.
So using the duplicate even just to be able to create space, zone away Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds do get a strong position here, but it gives ENCE a fighting chance with that duplicate.
Sound barrier used by Twisted Minds, and the Terra Surge Pistola is insane for that. Just Donk walks into the team as KS.
Alex did have to use a beat,
Both these teams are playing like dive.
but 2 more ults out from ENCE.
Zero fear.
If you're Twisted Minds here, you just build up your bank here and try and win it right here, right now.
Credit for being able to, play so aggressive in that front line. Also identifying how to isolate a target and just remove them. And this could be a lead now being taken back here by ENCE, but
Oh my God, UB! I thought he was dead for sure. Oh no, he's dead! Slay's dead with oh no!
He's dead. And he
No, what are they doing?
have salvaged this moment, and they're at 65 meters, but there is a bit of a pause.
Oh my God, okay, they'll have a
Precious seconds that Twisted Minds
they'll have another
wants to
touch.
respond.
They'll have another touch, but ENCE have both support ults now.
But that's the checkpoint. It does buy them a little bit of time, though. As ENCE has to push this bot all the way up to this midpoint. But oh, what a big teleporter!
So then with the Kitsune rush and KSA says,
Oh, C9, they can't touch C9. Oh, the cage fight! Finally, a good cage fight! Finally!
the cards. So Twisted Minds.
Finally, a good cage fight from KSA. This series is not over yet.
I don't even know if I can call that a C9. But
Wow.
that's so bad if you're ENCE.
That was well played. Damn.
Yeah, a baby C9. Lowercase C9. But it feels so bad looking at that scenario of your ENCE because you had ultimates to use, you had the sound barrier, you had tools. If you're able to deal with the cage fight, you had already got Kiriko out of the way. There was just way less healing on the board. So I think that very well could have been the end of the series, but Twisted Minds, good spot to recognize, let's just steal the bot away. This fight is chaotic. People are trapped in the cage fight.
Yeah.
So we'll just go, walk the bot away from their.
Oh, is that what happened? I did not know where the bot was. There was just 10 people fighting each other in a cage match.
Twisted Minds did take the bot.
Wow.
The cage fight happened, and then
A cage 9.
But I want to go back and actually watch the tape.
Grab with a shield is so dumb.
All 5 members of ENCE were trapped in that.
Yeah, I definitely think most of them were, because we had commended Masa's sound barrier for keeping ENCE alive during the cage fight, but I think in that moment they just focused on the fight and the health advantage that they had, and whoever stole the bot from the Twisted Minds side is big brain, galaxy brain even, and they hand ENCE.
Black versus Falcons was a very good game.
Such a close one.
Black
too.
clutched up big time.
Such a heck of a fight for this entire series. Blizzard World was already very close. We ended up.
I felt both teams showed some nerves early on, but as that series progressed, it felt like WAC were just in control. Second half of that series was theirs.
Is in the front line. You've got the cage fight now, but not everybody's actually trapped in it. So see Quartz actually start to move the bot backwards along with Kelix, and there you go. That I don't know. I gotta give it to ENCE fumbled that one.
Yeah,
honestly.
Quartz and Kelix, big brain that. I mean, Kelix was just trying to hold hands with Quartz to help him with the overclock, where I was like, ooh, Quartz killing, but then I made the ultimate mistake of, but what about the objective? And that's where you had the eyes to notice the bot actually left, and that's why I didn't even notice it. Wow.
That's why I was like, overtime. I'm scarred, Jen. It's every time.
Yeah,
every time.
My jaw was on the floor because I didn't know if that was a C9, but Twisted Minds are happy about that. They will not be swept, and this was
WAC equals we appreciate show wrong. Nice.
This was their map choice, and Twisted Minds had to make
This week the top teams are just not on top anymore. Real.
Insurmountable.
No problem, Joe. I got you.
Twisted Minds
It can be
really
tough.
clutched up.
It really can be tough though when it's Coliseum and you're doing so much in the mid game, but and just around that neutral. But I hear we've got a telestrator from Johnny to break down
Geo
that
Fielder
fight
getting diffed by
just a little
Shoot
bit more
wrong.
because it was so chaotic.
Yeah,
we really got
I
to
mean,
step
I
up.
think in general though, Whack just, I mean, you can't really argue with the results, especially like on push. It wasn't even close.
In overtime. And this is actually a really winnable fight on the side of ends. You know, you got the sound barrier, you got the Kitsune Rush, you're about to trade with Slay here. So
I didn't know what to do, Falcons. It'll be interesting to see them in a rematch.
See the defender spawn here. But as we go ahead and play this out, you'll see that Kevster and Crimso, they're obviously pushing the bot here. In overtime, you gotta stay next to the bot. But KSA is gonna come in here, drop the cage fight.
No problem, Max.
And even though you get
Enjoy the lurk.
alive, all and well, you see the bot being stolen right here. It's being stolen by Kellex and Quartz from this off angle. And because of the cage fight, they're just not able to touch the point. I mean, I'm calling that a C9. I think that's one of the sickest kinds of C9 we've ever seen. So I'm just saying it right now. If you had any doubts, Necro11, it's a C9. That's what it was.
Well,
I was worried about
Junben and Max beat Proper Krusty, and he's saying,
That's not a C9. But no, that was.
do you think FTG can take Falcons in this meta? I'm gonna say probably no, but you never know. Falcons might have gotten shaken up after that loss.
Argue against someone who's like 6'9", okay? So
We need an in-depth documentary of what happened in the Shock last year.
we're both like 5 foot. We could actually
I'd like to see that too. I don't know what happened. The Shock guy, I remember their content team was gonna work on something like that, but it fell through.
I think the Mauga plays a little bit nicer on Survasa too. Sadly, if
I guess they're just busy over there.
Poison.
They were gonna do something though, I can promise you that. I don't know what happened.
Great to have to face against a Mauga, but here you go. And so close to call.
And
But is
this
this so
next
back and
point for
forth?
Flash.
Will the Shock ever gonna reinvest in Overwatch esports? Probably not.
Like a crazy person.
Probably not. I don't think so.
Twisted Minds, their understanding of macro around the Sim and the Lucio can really help them take different spots around a point. And
Shock was NRG,
really
yeah.
try to catch ends off.
All right. Anyway, map 4.
Too, but you look at the flip side with Masa, that has also been really great at recognizing when to disengage and when to use those amp it ups to also re-engage. And so, like, Teleporter, yes, great to kind of rotate around the map, but ends up still been very adaptive and very, very quick to react when it comes to those teleports.
Like that Vestola is sticking to the Orisa. That's been Ence's style.
And we're back to the Bully UB show because it dies instantly.
UB's forehead, and he just, I would love to see the stats between.
That's the focus. We're gonna kill Sim, and you're gonna do absolutely nothing to stop us. That has been the series.
Trying to set up a teleporter play, and it's just not possible. It feels like.
Well, not a whole lot that you can do if you get hit by a sticky bomb and then just like hit in the head, right? It's a little tough to have to contend with, but Twisted Minds, the teleporter now comes in very handy to try to wrap around the team and just make things a little bit more chaotic. Vestola's isolated too.
Ooh, yeah, and he's dropping his armor, but he gets healed back up. Great support out of Crimzo. You'll be on the flank. Really wanted that kill, but he's not going to overextend.
Stalling here. I mean, this is fine if you're Ents. You're just chilling. One fight territory already. This is it.
And Kai is trying to be as close to Vestola as possible to have some CC to protect him. And Twisted Minds have Kitsune rush first. Crimzo matches it, and Kevster's about to get the dupe, but ends. Ooh, maybe actually won't be needing it because Kevster is dead, but this is back and forth. Only one tank remaining though on the field, and it's Vestola.
Yeah, without KSA, I don't really even know what you do here.
Winning the point because they don't really need. They don't have to worry about Twisted Minds because they don't have a tank, but the sound barrier re-engage from Calyx is big. Masa uses
It's a good Suzu.
and the terror surge from Vestola forces
KSA is really not too. He's still not even close to a cage fight. Like, bro.
shut down before he could use his, and this is feeling like an Ents point cap.
Not even close.
Point capture, so many ultimates out of Twisted Mind's pocket.
Costly for Ents, but they got first round, and that's what's important.
Use a lot though in order to keep control of that point. So Twisted Minds coming into this next flashpoint does have that ultimate economy. But this one's so tiny. We're going to tiny flashpoint. The smallest one on this map with ruins. This is where the Malga can really shine, as well as this photon barrier, overclock combo, put the shield up.
A bit harder for Kev to do things in this area. We'll see how these off angles go. Well, there's your answer. Again, UB just dies anyway. Bro is not having a fun series on Sim.
Gives Twisted Minds access to them and also access to the point.
Maybe a little bit of a bait to lull Ents into a false sense of security so that Quartz could find an off angle and just delete those DPS. No ultimates used there either from Twisted Minds, so with a clean team fight win, they get to keep that ult advantage.
UB is flexible, but they're locked into this comp. This is Twisted Minds, this is their identity, this is what they'll play.
They're actually good at taking the initiative, but they're relying on Quartz to just take the time to get picks. As Kevster wants to be elusive, they're gonna take a different angle.
That's a good... never mind. I was gonna say it's a good cage fight, but I didn't realize that Vestola had his gold up. But oh, that works. Got everyone in that freaking corner together. You know what? Gets the job done.
There's so many great angles that Sojourn can take from that defensive position. Like this point, while it's really small, it has a lot of windows. So where is Quartz?
All right, tie game on Servasa.
You could never really be too sure. So Twisted,
that was the RNG worked in Twisted's favor. That was like the best possible part of the map to play on.
So ready with the Kitsune Rush. Slay has one as well to respond, but now the ult advantage is to Ents. So can they end up actually capturing this flashpoint first?
Now it gets harder again.
Willing to give up some percentage of flashpoints if it means that they know they can win the victory in the end, the long battle. So
Crimson with the LA Gladiators, Curie.
Teleporter play from UB available.
Soul Infernal for Slay. Nice.
Because that high ground is a power position because of how much shelter it has for vulnerable people like Kai. But he always is never playing by himself. He's playing with a team. But Twisted Minds actually teleport onto the point and are using this, well, very sturdy fountain as protection. And it's gonna drop.
Oh, this could be dangerous.
And this is gonna
okay, there. That is big. Asa had to use ult, and Kelix held on to his. That's big.
Time to really benefit from it.
No, I mean, the photon barrier makes it so difficult because you have to walk forward or disengage, and it didn't look like Ents were quite on the same page of how to do that in order to back away from that damage or even try to actually use that Kitsune Rush. So photon barrier is now out. They do have a sound barrier for Twisted Minds. Will be good to be able to get some extra.
Oh my god, Kai is very dead. Bro thought that was going to be a bait teleporter, but he has stood corrected.
Run over by the whole squad. Oh my god. Crimso's dead too. This fight.
Those are the mind games you can play with a Symmetra sometimes.
70% plus Masa, you're a demon. Could mean that Twisted Minds could go to map point. Ents are around the corner for the re-engage, but no ultimates. Twisted Minds deciding to let Ents maybe retake this for free. No,
Slay almost has an ult here, but KSA's so low. Just back out. Just play smart, play slow.
To get the dupe. And Twisted Minds plan a re-engage.
Twisted Minds have already bought themselves a lot to work with. Like 99%, they just have to win one more fight.
Big shot.
Shut down this re-engage just like that.
Yeah, Vestola says, look at me, and then he's just javelinging around, and no one's looking at Kai, who gets to throw down a couple of shots, and Kai is putting all that attention and is marking Quartz so that he can't have that pop-out potential that Twisted Minds need to win. 99%, I think it's.
And now what's key here is Ents have both of their support ults. Twisted Minds only have the one.
It's tough too because like the re-engage tools here for Twisted Minds are a little bit limited outside of that teleporter, and it is going to be Kitsune Rush 2 that forced them to back away, rotate.
And teleporting out, Twisted Minds dodged a Kitsune Rush, the sound barrier from Masa. Kelix is still pretty far away from his.
Bruh. Wow.
Even need it. They just danced around the photon.
I thought that Ents were in a good place there, ult-wise, but I stand corrected.
Being able to have as much space as he has before. Twisted Minds will take that point.
One round away from potentially going to a map 5, chat.
Where are we heading next? There's only 2 more locations left. It does look like we are heading towards Gardens as this next one, and Twisted Minds, they've been able to...
And I feel like this is another one of those maps that's probably better for the Malga.
In particular with the Symmetra. Look at teleporter placements that you get a chance to have. It makes it so difficult for Ents to try to get the engage.
Yeah, Whack versus Falcons was a pretty awesome game. Kind of talked about it earlier though, so yeah.
Major sources of healing from the team, and they do know though. Vestola has spotted those turrets.
Guy with the overclock, the sound barrier from Kelix may have just saved the day, and Quartz shuts down the Kai overclock.
Quartz with a casual little 3K.
1 point away from sending us to game 5, and one step closer to a reverse sweep. Quartz is feeling it.
Well, if there was any team that I think could reverse sweep Ents, it's Twisted Minds. They are the type of team that is so resilient. They're not going to be giving up here.
Aggressive TP play as well, wow.
Advantage for most of this map. Ents have not had a chance to actually find any value out of their ultimates because Twisted Minds has had the perfect answer for every single one. I'm so impressed by that sound barrier just to be able to shut down Kai's overclock, buy Quartz of time, and now overclock for Quartz this turn.
Kitsune Rush from Crimson, but Slay never used his. And Quartz, the overclock, it gets one, but that may not be enough.
Alright, just no overcommitting, you just you die on point, and that's that.
If they manage to keep this one, Ents still have a Terra Surge, and it came down to Kai and Friends of DPS.
79 though.
DPS of Ents.
Pretty good spot.
I'm really surprised Slay didn't want a Kitsune Rush.
Slay did not Kitsune Rush as well, as Slipping Kiwi just said, which is huge.
Late in the fight, then you're just dead in the water. You're wasting an ultimate.
You don't have to worry about Kev with the dupe for the cage fight either. So if KSA can land a good one here, it could be all she wrote.
Them into the Kitsune Rush and delete people because of how much mobility and attack speed you're actually getting from that ult. So I do love the patience to hold that ultimate.
Photon barrier, Twisted
They're just gonna give this up.
Protect themselves during the cap.
Smart.
80% plus. This is final fight for Twisted Minds to win, to send us to game 5. And Ents have one tool, and it's Vestola's Terra Surge, and Kai hoping to build up an overclock. Quartz and Kai need to shut each other down, because that could be the difference maker this fight. But the cage match, the cage fight from KSA.
That was a sick ult from Vestola.
Who counters with the Terra Surge, but the sound barrier from Masa could make all the difference. A little extra health never hurt nobody, and Ents search forward to get access to these squishy DPS. Quartz can jump, but he's about to just jump into his own death. Twisted Minds can't hold on anymore.
And now Twisted Minds don't really have much. I mean, if Ents don't win this now, that'd be sad. They should be taking this round.
Such a good combination of ultimates to use, but Masa had other ideas in mind. That sound barrier to save the day, the positioning from Vestola as well to use that Terra Surge, and now Ents have been rewarded with their DPS ultimates.
Okay, now it's last fight for both teams. At least for this point. Ents want to send us to a .5, but Twisted Minds want to go to game 5. And Ents
a lot on the line.
Kitsune Rush after Twisted Minds expended every option they had in terms of ultimates. Ents managed to get the point. Vestola at the front is going to try and prevent Twisted Minds from touching. Sound barrier re-engaged from Kelix. UB is getting into the line of fire, and that sound barrier is gone. That
UB's okay.
But he's taking so much damage, and Twisted Minds could not get the trades.
Nope, nothing to be found. Just clean play from Ents.
Ents, wow, what a comeback. That point was looking doomed after Twisted Minds were able to get that point capture.
Oof, round 5.
Down to this one. We're gonna be heading over to Temple to finish everything off, and oh my goodness. Wow, if you thought Ruins was small, Temple does give Temple does actually give it a run for its money. I kind of forgot how
Temple's small, but like there's a lot of different corridors, so it's a lot more open, which helps for Ents.
Well, if UB wants to hit this photon barrier again, but you don't have
Listen into these comms of this setup from UB and friends with the photon barrier.
Oh, nice beat from Masa. Wow.
They used Orisa, they used Beat.
Yeah, they have nothing. Close could be maybe. So let's support Kiriko.
Sounds good.
Well, they sometimes you don't even have time to plan, but they focus on the next fight. They don't complain, and it looks like they're a lot more calm than before.
They are calm, they're collected, and so that's a very...
Oh yeah, the Echo is absolutely better than the Sim. 100%.
At least they have the rush this time.
All right, Kitsune rush from Slay, Twisted Minds. It's pedal to the metal. And
Kevster has been a thorn in their side this series. That's a pretty fast flip though, which is good. You even this up right away for your TM. But now comes the challenge again. These Kevster duplicates have been pretty nasty.
They have a win condition in their sights to bring us into a map 5. Reverse sweep is still on the cards, but I'm looking at Kevster in this duplicate.
Echo's better than Sim, but also it's just Kevster. That too, that is also valid. Kevster's just a beast.
A couple of other ultimates here for Ents, so it's the onus is on Twisted Minds here to figure out how they're going to deal with this Malgadoo.
Okay, Kevster, front line.
Oh my god, Kevster's, he's just... Yeah, there ain't no way he's going down. Zoning ult, why not? That gets you the point.
And somehow Kevster falls off the map there, but Twisted Minds still can't get this fight going, so Ents will be able to match the score soon.
A little bit of an eco push though for Twisted Minds, but this upcoming is going to be the...
This is coming down to the wire. Oh my lord, this is tense.
This series and this flashpoint, Twisted Minds, they have got to win this one here and now to bring us into this map 5. I'm looking at the Sojourns, Kai, Quartz, both with the overclock.
Quartz had, they gotta keep Quartz up here.
To finish this for their team.
Okay, overclock. This is what could spell the end.
Quartz, this is your time to shine.
Or maybe the beginning.
Can you do it again?
Teleport fake from UB, photon barrier so that Twisted Minds can dance on either side. And now that Ents have distanced themselves, they'll allow Twisted Minds to cap because it's about winning the fight.
Good disengage, you don't lose anyone. Alright, this is it. Last fight.
Ready to re-engage. They'll have the sound barrier, but they really don't know where Twisted Minds are and where this teleport is set up. Vestola's gonna scout.
Masa got it off second. Keisei's gonna die. Got a touch though.
And 99% in favor of Ents. Twisted Minds needs a touch, and here is KSA to do just that. UB is by his side. He got the Suzu to build.
Wait, they're turning this? No way. No, KSA's gonna die here. Oh, big ult from Crimzo. That's it. Wow. Oh wow, what a series. GG's. Woof. Crimzo with the clutch ult there to seal it. Ents is on top of the EMEA ladder right now. They are the team to beat. Going on to the grand final tomorrow.
Between these two teams, and it surely will not be the last. I expect that they will play again in the grand finals, and it's gonna be Ents waiting for Twisted Minds to make that comeback.
Yeah, I mean, like, along with the compositional difference, it was also clear that Ents played much better with their teamwork.
The Kiriko players, because there's just so much going on between the Lucy.
I feel that Ents' team play was generally cleaner throughout most of this series.
The tanks that are trying to scout and take space, that the battle between Crimzo and Slay and how early you get that Kitsune rush, whether it's you get it first, the other person's 10% away, doesn't sound like much, but those are precious seconds that all your abilities are amplified.
Like, I think the pivotal parts of this series was one, that the team play, two, Kevster's Echo literally terrorized Yubi about the entire game, and three, Vestola was getting some really clean spears on the squishies, and there was always really good follow-up with them, especially early in the series.
There you have it, guys. Ents beating Twisted Minds and goes up to the grand finals for tomorrow. I gotta say, I don't know what you guys think, but that was some crazy good overall.
That surprise meta change really hit different, yeah.
EU so far, and honestly, I wouldn't have thought so. The first two maps, I just felt, okay, maybe ENCE, they've got this figured out. The Echo is too explosive. The Sim, it's just too hard to make it work with the Mauga. But Twisted Minds, they made me a believer by the end. I thought we would go to a map 5. Incredible team fight execution from both teams.
Right.
Gotta highlight that. As much as we're hyping up, you know, Kai and Quartz, I really feel like UB, it's a rough role playing Sim into that. So many uncontested heroes fighting against you, but you need the Sim, you need the teleporter, you need the Sim wall. You're kind of a utility hero, but honestly, props to them making it work, putting all their practice into this.
Me too. Like every time I see the Twisted Mind using the Sim teleporter, I was just so surprised how fast.
Early on, I felt
They're in there already.
the series was just over. I was surprised Twisted Minds made it a game like they did.
In front of you. Yeah, it was definitely a jump scare. I mean, it was impressive to see Kevster come out on the Echo. It's something we've seen before.
Kev's Echo was a nightmare. The Mauga copies were like a nightmare, and
But really, it was dominant.
anytime there was any type of attempt to take a TP, Kev was just sticking that thing.
So it felt like a bit of a comp differential. But as we got towards like Colosseo, we got to Flashpoint, like Cervasa, those maps, it really did feel like the Mauga and the Sim teleporter, it just gave Twisted Minds a chance. And really, we were just a couple of team fights away from a potential map 5, Jake.
Yeah, it's shades of London Spitfire of the past, right? Playing a comp that no one else really still believes in. They feel like they're forcing it, and yet still making it look very threatening. I feel like it's easy to think watching this, like, wow, this Sim Mauga is so strong, but I think the execution difficulty is so high on this comp. There is zero room for error. One player booped off the TP. Your fight can just be done in that moment, right? We saw when Kai was finding some of those opening picks. The comp looks...
I'm also glad it was not a
when it is
3-0.
executing perfectly, right? When the TP bombs are hitting, man, that Mauga comes out running, and it is just terrifying. We've seen from Kai's POV that one fight on Suravasa, it looked absurd, right? He just gets instantly popped off the TP. So, well played by Twisted Minds. It is ENCE, though, going on to the grand final. Huge for this squad. We heard from the interview before that, like, you know, they weren't sure how they do against Twisted Minds. They had some mental block against this team, but, well, surely that's cleared now. And makes me wonder, like, will Twisted Minds, you know, the way the series went, it's like I could totally understand them committing on this comp, still believing that they can execute better and make it work. But also, could that be a bait, right? Like, could they be kind of they could end up being the only team playing the Mauga and the Sim? Is it
Anyway, though, chat, with that decided, ENCE goes on to grand finals tomorrow. And in the meantime, we'll be figuring out who's going to play Twisted Minds in the lower bracket final tomorrow, either SSG or X Oblivione. Last time these two played, it was really, really close in the groups, so could be a fun match.
I mean, the next match, I think they got to be ready for Twisted Mind for sure. And of course, the player of the match, we have to give a shout out to.
I would have given player of the match to Kevster personally.
A monster performance, and we saw how much pressure he's under, right, from this Mauga comp. The Sojourn is most often going to be the target of these TP rushes. She's really the most vulnerable hero in the comp, right? Like Lucio and Kiriko, so slippery. Echo's constantly flying. And so as Sojourn, you have to make these instant snap decisions. Where do I go when that TP bomb comes in? And time again, Kai was slipping away. You know, not every time. I mean, no one can do that every time, right? When the 5-man rush comes your way, but Kai's consistency, how calm he is in the clutch, it really is an asset in this type of a match.
Yeah, I do want to say that as well. That I do think that, you know, Kai is a veteran of the sport. You know, I believe this is like his 5th, maybe 6th season now where he's played at like a top level. And I really do think that he's playing some of the best Overwatch he's played in a really long time, because his time on the Gladiators, you know, met with disappointment. The LA Gladiators in the Overwatch League last year didn't.
Okay, time to change up my little door thing here.
Consistently just racking up all these
That.
Kai is a presence in the server at all times, so I think.
And I'm hoping for a good game, but I feel like SSG is probably gonna win this one in like a 3-1 or a 3-2. I'm gonna say 3-1 SSG. These guys scrim each other a lot, so it could be a good game, but SSG I think knows they're the better team. They've said as much before, so they probably should win. Keyword should.
Oh, thank you. I feel very, very good. This is the match I really wanted to win, and 3-1, it's not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, of course, because this is the upper bracket finals, I'm pretty sure that is why you wanted to win. Was there another reason why you wanted to beat Twisted Minds?
Yeah, I've had like a rivalry with him for like the last 1.5 years. I've just keep losing with the same players, Quartz, KS, UB. I don't think we beat them. I haven't beat them in so long, and I lose to them in Contenders, World Cup, even Saudi League, and now I get to win. It feels really good, and I hope we can keep winning.
Yeah. I want to ask you about your personal journey, Vestola. You know, we've seen you in and out from the Overwatch League, and then you stick with it, you keep competing, and then in the World Cup last year, with Team Finland, all the success Team Finland had, like a lot of people were surprised, just like, wow, that was so impressive. You came out and played really, really good Overwatch, and now you're here with NC Sports, and now you're qualified for the finals tomorrow. What has this journey been like from you? You know, grinding in the Overwatch League, trying to find some success in the Overwatch League, sticking with it, Team Finland. These past 6 months must have just been so good for you personally as a player.
Yeah, my season with Paris in 2022, it kind of like it made me sad, even though I felt like I was still like a good player, but I just couldn't adapt enough and we did bad. And then I was already ready to quit like after World Cup, but I did so well that I decided to keep playing. And
Dude, let's go, Vestola. That's what I like to hear. We brought him back, chat. We brought him back because he realized he's a god again.
You know, finally rewarded for all the hard work and commitment you put in. So it's been awesome to see you succeed, Vestola. Really has.
Yeah, Vestola, I've been excited to see you play as well. I think this is a meta where I feel like these tank players who are so dynamic and so high individually skilled, we're really seeing like the dividends paid from that, especially with like the Orisa coming out, so many of these opening plays, you know, breaking apart the fight. Really, I'm seeing coming out from you. So I'm wondering, how does it feel, you know, to be in this meta where I feel like your mechanics are really highlighted, your individual grind is paying off maybe more than it might in some of these like more like deathmatchy or more brawly metas, right, where an individual doesn't shine so much.
yeah, it's
How old is Vestola? Let's see.
the meta like changed so many times.
Vestola's 23. He'll be 24 on April 7th, one day before it's my birthday. Pog.
It's really like helps a lot that I'm able to adapt fast. I'm already good at these heroes. It doesn't take me too long to learn, because most teams, I don't think they can do that on the same level. That's why they're stuck playing there.
Carrying Finland made him look older.
That skill has
Nice.
proven more and more valuable as time goes on in Overwatch 2, where we're seeing so many different heroes play. Like we saw, I mean, someone.
Let me update the title of the stream now.
Finals, right? That skill is so much more meaningful than it's been in the past. So it's been super fun to watch tank players as flexible as you, Vestola, like bringing the heat, bringing these individual playmaking in these games. Something that keeps me really excited about. I think this is a very fun meta.
In London.
From the mechanical execution perspective.
Survive lower
That is it for the interview. Thank you so much
bracket
for your time,
question.
man. Get some rest. We will see you for the grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow.
All right.
Thank you, Vestola.
Thank you, Mr. Yeah.
Bro's spine didn't break. It turned into diamonds so he could game even harder. Real.
Vestola's been grinding for so long, and now finally.
Yeah, Vestola goes crazy. I'm happy for him too.
He said that, you know, he was sort of thinking about giving up, like moving on after the World Cup, because that sort of worked out for him, you know? If he,
Finland's new greatest gift to gaming.
and, you know,
Vestola.
the OWCS, he wouldn't be in front of all of you guys, all the fans as well. So I think it's just like it worked out, right? And also I think not only as we do also have to give credit to Twisted Mind for giving us a great game. And Jake, I heard that there was this like specific fight that you wanted to highlight.
Yeah, so I wanted to do a illustration to talk about a certain moment in this game, especially on Flashpoint, that decided.
I saw Linkser's been playing some Overwatch again.
This was really the high-level Overwatch that I'm always really excited for. And
Speaking of Linkser.
upper bracket finals, both teams are incredibly good, right? You're not going to see sloppy plays really from anybody, and so when you win, it means something pretty impressive. It's not usually coming from individuals; it's coming from the group. So here we're in a spot where Twisted Minds, right? Up 2 points on Flashpoint, 3 crucial team fighting ultimates, very, very hard to control the space against these, and they're at 80%. I mean, this can very well be the end of the map, sending us to map 5. I thought that's where this would go. Ents back against the wall right here. So let's see how Twisted Minds open up this fight. They've got a ton of ults to use, but they're a very smart team, right? They open with just the one, just the sim wall, getting control of the point. Ents knows they don't have the tools to respond, right? Beat is not available. Kitsune Rush not available. You could go in with the Orisa ult, but you know you're going up against a huge bank of ultimates. And so wisely, they choose to give up the point, and they just take this little reset right here. Get your HP back, let this sim wall expire, and just get one ult out. This is desperation mode for Ents, so they know, you know, you can't.
Yeah, they played this fight well.
Even with your back against the wall. And so we can roll the fight from here and watch how they re-engage, delaying, let the sim wall expire.
My water's spilling. Why? I have the cap on.
Let the fight come to them. And so just as the push comes in here for Ents, Twisted Minds, they do a sim play, they try and force the back.
Brother, why is this spilling everywhere?
Because slight mispositioning in the cage fight here allows Ents to still have a decent position in the fight. People can come into the cage.
Can we get a hottie cage whiff counter? Oh god.
Keep pressure on to point without overexposing.
He should play better against EXO.
Vestola's taking all the aggro. It's exactly what he wants. There's a fortified Orisa with spin, with the deals coming in. And so just that one cage fight, not quite isolating the right player, allows Ents one chance back into the fight. Still looks very, very difficult for them.
Oh, my mouse is low on battery? Come on, man.
In the front line. And see, the cage fight, everybody is taking the brawl into it, and they're able to battle back through not only a cage fight, not only a sim barrier, but also the Kitsune rush. I mean, any one of these ults should almost be too much to fight.
Push this over here.
And yet, Ents, through very exceptional team play and positioning, they battle back through all three. So I was really impressed by this fight. For me,
There we go.
Their skill, their experience, their veterancy as players. You know, to be down, backs against the wall, it looks like you're going to go to map 5. You're facing reverse.
Yes, SSG almost lost to EXO. It was close.
All right, just give the point. Like, we don't need to cap. Let them have the point. Let's take this 10
But SSG also said that they didn't think the game should have been that close. It's more so their fault, and I'd like to believe in them. We'll have to see what happens, though. You never know for sure.
Ents was able to get the win because they got the skills, like you said.
Also, chat, I have some big news in regards to Korea. We were just talking about this yesterday. Happy is officially LFT. Happy has declared he is ready to play more Overwatch. That's what we like to see. What are the odds that Genesis disbands / implodes after the stage? It is very possible. I'm gonna say no, but I wouldn't be shocked.
Ashes to ashes. Die, die, die.
Let's get you back out there. Maintaining connection.
I'm getting readings of cosmic disturbance in these ruins.
Yeah, I'm glad Happy's back. He literally peaked last year in Owl.
Moira,
All your favorite teams lost today. I'm sorry to hear that.
experiments. That's an order.
Sometimes it's just not your day. It happens. What's wrong, Math? Why are you question marking?
Our group energy is interesting. Very interesting.
I don't know how Runaway lost to Poker Face. Should we sign Happy? Obviously, San Diego Hunters with Happy. How could we lose?
Check this out. Methinks a Cupid I shall play. What are you looking at? Keep moving forward.
Best of luck to you all.
Da, da.
Welcome back, everybody. We're moving on to match number 2. EMEA SSG versus Ex Oblivione. I feel like this is also going to be a close one as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're gonna get.
It's not a hot take at all, Byron. I thought he was pretty good in Season 5 as well, though, personally.
Favorite that we had in the last match.
Okay.
The San Diego Hunters is my OWCS team that I played on stream with
Played in the
a couple weeks ago.
Have veteran like Kellex, you know, they've got players coming off a World Cup championship. Whereas these guys, all vets, you know, like a lot of the London roster from last year, adding in Psycho for flexibility, Funny Astro, one of the best Lucios in the world.
Happy's probably living in Korea, if I had to guess.
Very, very ready to go. They did take a beating from ENCE, but no one else has really done that to them. And, you know, ENCE is potentially in a category of their own.
Yeah,
so
favorite right now after beating Twisted Minds, right? So
yeah. So for EXO, I mean, they've got their work cut out for them.
I need a towel or something. Hold on, chat. My water bottle keeps leaking and it's triggering me.
I think they've had a day to kind of update their strategies, and we'll see what they end up going with here. We've seen a ton of Winston from them, but I sort of wonder if that's going to last against these top-tier teams. I think even EXO also played
all over my floor, too. Wonderful.
Because that is what alexyOWL has kind of delivered to us so far. And we saw when alexyOWL, when they played the Twisted Minds, Chase, their young tank player, he was sitting on Winston a lot, trying to play Winston into these Maga compositions, trying to find picks around. And that can sometimes work when you have really good Sojourn players, you can find these wide angles. But for the most part, it just hasn't been a great tank matchup. Now, going up against Peps here, playing Orisa against Winston, that's my favorite, like, you know, pleasure after the broadcast. I just go home and play Orisa into Winston. That's great fun. But it is going to be an interesting tank matchup, I feel like, here, because as you say, Jay,
Trying to throw out that bottles that leak when closed are just paperweights. Well, no, it only leaks when I try to drink out of it.
The Winston subbing in Psycho to play the Echo instead of Backbone sitting on that Symmetra instead.
I think water was like seeping out through like the sides where I washed it earlier, maybe. I don't know, it's weird. It's good now though.
On the Symmetra, he's one of the best Mei and Symmetra players in the world, right? But it's more about alexyOWL. Are we going to see the Orisa? Are we going to see Winston composition? I don't think they're going to match the Mauga, and so it's going to be an uphill battle in my mind.
Yeah, Li Jiang, such a good map for Mauga. I can't help but feel that this is going to be kind of a comfort spot for SSG. It's no surprise they start the series off here on Li Jiang Tower.
All right, it is definitely going to be an exciting match. I think the match is ready to start. Let's jump right in. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Danny and the desk. Yeah, that was an exciting match, but this next one has a bit more on the line because this is the lower bracket semifinal between EXO and Space Station, and loser is out.
Loser is out. They have sadly got to wait until stage 2 of the OWCS to try to make a comeback. But you know,
So what's gonna happen? Well, the team we expect to win make it to losers finals, or is EXO gonna do something crazy?
You want the victory. And while the desk said, and the also viewer predictions as well, put Space Station Gaming ahead of the pack, I'm not sure that it's going to be as much of a clear favorite as what people are seeing it.
Under Happy's LFT tweet, Dante said, "You want college?" Question mark. My man's trying to recruit Happy to play for Luminosity.
Name as well known and as good as Sparkers when it comes to the Sojourn world, but Cookie has really impressed me. I've seen this guy around, and he delivers a fantastic performance on the Sojourn. And then the flex DPS.
Yeah, I believe so, Drakon, yes.
Currently running with Backbone. Psycho's Echo has been a boon to them against Mauga or Orisa comps.
Pretty sure she does still cast Pokemon VGC.
That's usually what they've gone for, and how EXO are gonna.
She still plays at Pokemon events also.
The desk was talking though. Are they going to match Hottie?
That's like her main thing. Overwatch is like the other thing she just does.
Covering over the Orisa, and it actually looks like.
All right, poll ending.
Taking a page out of ENCE's book right now. They've got Cookie on the Sojourn, Shockwave now on the Echo, and Chase on the Orisa. This is the perfect counter composition that
3-1 SSG for chat as well.
Capitalize and play to the same level of effect.
Let's see.
Earlier today. With these low ceilings like Shockwave, is gonna have to just play some ground echo, as you called it earlier, and that's just fine. Always have to be flying. But Space Station have a Symmetra teleporter that they could surprise that ground echo and everyone who's on the ground with. So I wonder how SSG are gonna make that call. Backbone makes his way into the back, but needs to not go in alone. Landon has his
Ooh, Landon picked off. Okay.
So was his head, and EXO dealing with that main healer means they're easily coming out ahead in this fight.
Space Station's a team I wish would just try Orisa, because I know they could do it. I don't know why they don't.
Credit to Cookie. I want to give a little bit more that Cookie was the Sojourn that we saw go toe-to-toe with Quartz.
Yeah.
Quartz is no slouch when it comes to that Soldier. We just saw that battle between Quartz and Kai, and Quartz, at the end of the day, was still holding his own against Kai's Sojourn. So Cookie up there with the best of the best, and gonna hopefully continue to do that for Exoblivione today.
For now, it's a solid lead for Exoblivione, coming down to some ults, and Landon 10% ahead of the Kitsune Rush, gonna pull the trigger, and
It's kind of crazy how despite Landon getting picked off first there, he got his ult before Canale.
his hands full, trying to help everybody stay up.
The Symmetra duped by Shockwave,
You
yo.
can tell the impact he's had, because without him, SSG are losing hold of the point that they were so close to capping, and Exo get to progress forward and maybe even hold the choke if they want.
They can.
Oh,
They've got the Terror
rip
Surge.
backbone.
They also have a full Okay, well, Sparker shut down that flank from Shockwave.
How do you only play Mago to justify buying the skin? Ah, yes. But of course.
Shockwave were alive. So Exoblivione, they've got it back up out of this one. Crispy's
I think Hadi can work the Rhine into Orisa. Dude probably still has PTSD flashbacks to when Smurf stuffed him into a locker in the playoffs in that situation. I don't know about that.
Cookie versus Sparker. Sparker having the edge, and wow, getting Crispy too. And this is where Exo need to take a page out of Ence's book, as you said, and have Chase maybe be more aggressive. If that Sojourn is becoming a problem, you can use that Javelin Spin to get close, get some, and throw them.
It's so, like, now that the Maga nerfs are here,
So
it feels like these comps are just like, hope the Sojourn kills things, or you lose.
On that ledge, because if you get speared, you might just be going off of the map. So gotta be a little bit cautious of where that Orisa is going to be. But a server room push here for Space Station.
And, like, keep in mind, he didn't just stuff him into a locker once. He did it, like, 3 different times, twice in the playoffs.
fight, Exo are living. Hadi, I don't think wants to with that kind of charge, but the
I mean, you know Ryan's awful if Space Station have no interest in playing it.
and Space Station getting close to matching the score.
Still last fight though for Exoblivione, so if they're able to come back in with the win in this next, then they are able to get this first round. But I'm looking at Shockwave's duplicate. There's a Malka on the other side that Hadi's playing, and we've seen how that can go.
And Cookie had a big shot here.
So still trying to protect, still trying to retake the point. They were
Just getting zoned out by that shield. Absolutely nothing.
disengage. As Jake explained on the desk, you need the right tools to fight through a photon barrier fight, and Exo go forward with the Kitsune Rush as soon as that.
Oh my god, Shockwave, he's in there.
Shockwave is just an insurmountable frontline that.
But no one's there to help.
But Space Station were smart at disengaging, and they managed to take some trades in the process. This is the final fight that Exo need to win for round 1. This Terror Surge is huge. Realizing the
Yeah, imagine if we got that Spark London match. I low-key think London could have won that. It's like such a weird match.
number 1 on Control Center.
Super clean round as well. Outside of the frags that we saw from Sparker and Backbone, Exoblivione, they've got a good schoolroom lesson a little bit earlier, getting a chance to watch Ents and how they approached that Mauga matchup. It's almost just page for page the same that we have across the board, but Hadi, Space Station, they do.
I don't know if Gushui would diff for sure. There's no way of saying for sure.
The synergy that they have built up over their time in the Overwatch League on London Spitfire, so they're still able to play as a cohesive unit. And maybe even a little bit better than what we have seen from.
They played against Quick Esports Dragon.
They've got Shockwave's Echo. That's so scary. And how does Space Station really contend with that? Hadi has to play way safer, knowing that focus.
Yeah, Gushui obviously would have had Honor and just matched him in the Rhine duel. Surely.
Exactly why Hadi and friends are playing in Dojo, just relying on Sparker to kind of charge up some rails and get first picks, and Backbone can dictate if they want to brawl or not with the Symmetra teleport.
If only there's Chinese Overwatch soon.
Wave above and around this.
Give it a bit more time.
Throwing random sticky grenades. I mean, UB found that out the hard way last series, and that's the impact an Echo can have to deal with Magas and deal with any squishy characters that are on their lonesome. You see Shockwave's
Shockwave Echo brings me back, chat.
coming out of Bunny Astro, and that's why he's known as.
Who remembers when Titan signed him and then he popped off in his first ever OWL game?
Is how Bunny Astro
Just to still lose to Toronto anyway.
For now, though, Exo's front line is just different. Chase makes his way forward.
Oh yeah, Japan and Overwatch is up on the horizon. They're coming. They are here. They love Overwatch over there. The streamers go hard. Right now, the esports still needs to catch up a little to the other regions, but I think with time they could get there. Japan's the up-and-coming region.
They might feel a little bit needy to use it here, just knowing that alexyOWL are still here to make that fight.
Exo at least have their own Kitsune rush, so they're gonna re-engage with this, go toe-to-toe, and wow, Backbone got headshots, and Exo are just finishing off all these low HP targets. The focus fire is really great.
Like, I've seen screenshots, like, during the AM hours, the Japanese streamers are carrying the Twitch category.
A little bit, but it's not insurmountable, and alexyOWL also have the breathing room of having won that very first round. So feeling pretty good about this, but Backbone's got the photon barrier, as you called out. You also have Sparker that's working up to the overclock, but quick teleporter engage, wasting no time.
You love to see it, though. I'm glad there's other regions that are invested.
Point now with the photon barrier, and Exo are smart to, they know when to leave and what tools they have and how they want to engage.
Just back out if you're alexyOWL. There you go.
SSG have flipped the point because of that early photon barrier. And
Oh yeah, I mean, Japan is crazy, man. Hog, Life Weaver.
Sound barrier for Buddy Astro. It's not online in time for the Terra Surge with the Suzu from Landon.
Like, it's extremely based. I'm not gonna lie.
Now they're dancing around their half of the point. Exo gonna use.
They had that absurd C9 happen too. Like, it's funny.
The sound barrier and the extra health to dance with. Audi with the cage fight. Exo can just zone away from it, but Sparker rounds the corner. Finds him.
Hydration support. The Hydration Lucio. Classic.
One more fight.
Hydration Lucio, Shax Tracer, Big Goose Sombra.
I expect that market is going to go in a very similar way, and alexyOWL, they're not really able to come back into this one as a full team of 5 for this fight.
Doomfist, oh boy. Not a lot of CC on SSG's side to make him worry too much, to lock him down, and it's just come down to the poke that SSG have on the back of Sparker, and Shockwave tries to do his best impression, but no final blows come through.
Oh, did I say Shax Tracer? Yeah, I meant Shaz. Force a habit.
And it's just all going their way. Exo don't really have the tools to break them apart, so we go to our deciding round on Lijiang Tower.
alexyOWL, they're gonna have a bit of a tough.
I still defend that Hydration tank was better than Muma. I mean, we're not exactly setting the bar very high. Muma tank in 2020 was something. Bro was charging off of cooldown on Ryan. Sometimes it felt like he replaced his W key with charge.
We have seen just how sneaky they can really be, utilizing a strategy with that alongside the Reinhardt in their Overwatch League days.
Like, you've got to be really messing up to be putting hydration on main tank.
Tracking from the beam, or even just knowing the spots to actually use that teleporter, it feels really great to watch that.
Yeah, Exo's macro understanding was really good that round.
Exo's gonna stick with the Doom this time.
But do SSG just want to go straight to the point? Do they want to engage into Exo? The Doomfist is gonna stick from Chase, which is at least the first for me to see, and how comfortable he is. This is such a huge distance between the two, so Chase doesn't want to feed his brains out trying to get close. Well, there's the teleporter.
Is such an interesting point too. Not going to be fighting on the point just yet, but yeah, Chase, how does he actually engage this? I'm very interested to see who his target's going to be.
And this is a great point for the Doomfist. Lots of close walls, and if you do play on the point, you could try to punch people off the map.
Lucio carries the new Ana Brig. It has played quite a bit, yeah.
They're giving him so much percentage here. If you're Exo, you're just waiting for this setup to happen, and
2020 Outlaws were just a mess. Through and through.
Yeah.
Mess of a team.
Oh, managed to get behind, force out the Suzu from Landon. That's an important cooldown to get rid of.
I'm going down that rabbit hole of when the Gladiators in that season off-rolled. I think Shaz played, like, Genji too, if I remember. That was funny. I blame Flame. Yeah, Flame did not know what he was doing. Nice guy, but not the greatest at managing an Overwatch team. Refused to sign a Tracer player, yeah.
But it was 35%, right? Like, it took them a long time to be able to actually get in there, and they got very lucky.
Remember when Bro thought, like, there's no point in signing contenders players? And he signed, like, very few of them. Good times.
Setups just a little bit faster if they want to make these fights clean. Oh, back
Oh my god, the healing from Landon saved
Oh,
him.
the Suzu. Oh my god.
Junk Buck saved the Outlaws, yeah. They needed him. That's for sure.
Immediately gone. Sound barrier from Bunny Astro, Crispy with his second, SSG with all the space in the world, Exo trying to fight through with a meteor strike in the middle of the team as Chase looks to find environmental kills. But Bunny Astro
Oh,
is
big cage fight.
guard. And it's
Just
not a
to
decisive
play some
fight yet, with
defense.
Landon missing, resources are thin for SSG, but Exo just don't have a good opportunity, don't have good sight.
Yeah, Hadi can't really charge ult very fast. I know Jaxay carrying early Season 3 Outlaws. Yeah, how could you not? Bro's carrying on Lucio. Like, what's up with that?
Like, Shockwave's duplicate got deleted immediately, and then you also had the meteor strike, which is not going to be the most impactful ult when it comes to doing.
Yeah, Junk Buck saved them hard.
Looking at, like,
And when you think about it, for the first 3 years, the only thing they had going for themselves was early Season 1. And that peak lasted for one stage, and then they were only just okay after that. It took the Outlaws literally years to have a better peak than what we saw in the first season. Which was still, in the end, missing the playoffs, mind you.
To keep the space within them as much as possible so Sparker can get picks and Chase.
Their peak was like being rivals to London and the Korean teams sometimes. Like miraculously beating London a couple times. Making the stage 1 playoffs, and that was it.
You're feeling good about that, and that was
They weren't like a seriously like good team until Season 4. And even then, like, they still kind of, it took them to like Season 5 to make like real meaningful progress in a tournament. But hey, better late than never, right? Them and Florida were both late bloomers. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Adam. Like, their peak lasted for about 12 games. Not even, it's more like 7 games. And Ex Oblivione's gonna take map 1. Not looking good for SSG. Oh boy.
I love the switch up that they made there. The Orisa was able to work for that one round, but then they identified, okay, maybe it's just not going to be the call for market. Malga has too much territorial control over that point, and so what better way to be able to contend with that than to just play a little disruptive? That Orisa takes a bit of time to be able to walk into that enemy line, and Doomfist just punch in.
I was worried about the Doomfist, but Doomfist's biggest weakness is CC. Namely, if Hadi were to ever swap to the Orisa, which I know is like a crime to say because I don't think he'll ever do that, but the Javelins would be the kryptonite to Chase. And now that there's no CC to stop him from punching in, it had to be a positional, like a macro way to beat Chase.
At this point, go Hadi ball. Ah, yes.
The handle of that, they would just play at the very back of the point, play long sight lines, and Exo couldn't get close. You saw Chase just maneuver around the map, and he eventually was.
Yep, some teams are just locked into what they know, I guess, at this point.
Get close, but one of my first time seeing a Doomfist in this meta, I'm a fan.
I'm a big fan of it too, and this is where Chase's strength lies within this team. Is not only does he have very good understanding of the macro of team compositions, but he's also super versatile. He can play a ton of different tanks, and it takes a lot out of a team to be able to switch gears from playing in a Orisa composition to now playing a Doomfist that just has a higher tempo. So I'm very impressed right now with Ex Oblivione's awareness to make those adaptations on the fly and change gears like that.
And all the way to round 3, though, the Dusk were talking about how not one-sided, but how favored SSG were.
Yeah, we could see a Psycho sub coming in next map. They do like to bring him in to play that Echo.
So can definitely hang. There's a reason why they're in the top 4. And it really came down to, I think, a tank duel in my opinion.
Houston now is so sad. Yeah, we don't talk about what Houston are now. That is not the Outlaws. That is something different entirely.
Night market, it's such a dance where I've talked about a number of times how control, or just any game type with a control point, you can sometimes be baited to sit on the point. Kneecap objective unga bunga, but that's not like how Overwatch is the best played.
Yeah, not always, but I love the point that you made there about Ex Oblivione. Yes, Space Station Gaming on paper look more.
Yeah, that's just.
In terms of their
that's not Houston Outlaws. That is something
really,
else.
They've been working very, very hard, and that's not to say that Space Station hasn't, you know. But I think that the improvement that we've
like, it's kind of sad looking at how little impressions they get now.
And you can tell that
they still have 135k followers, and they can't even break 100 likes on a tweet.
And, you know, one of the other things I think about Space Station that does make it a little bit interesting to see how they're going to adapt in this situation is they did get criticism in the Overwatch League as London Spitfire for being a little one.
I'm blocked on every account by the new Outlaws. Nice.
That may be able to disrupt the flow of Ex Oblivione, when we have seen XOB, one of the few teams in EMEA so far, to make adjustments on the fly. Kind of like
the great finals will be TM versus ENTS.
Not scared to do that in the middle of a map.
Yeah, when it comes to
probably
ENTS or your team peps. And I'll let you
without SSG's playing, I don't have that much confidence if they win this series. We saw Twisted Minds beat EXO. What even is Houston Outlaws now? They're just they're a content team. They're like a gaming and content crew. They rarely talk about Overwatch. They literally didn't even make a goodbye post for their players, which was cringy. Oh, did they make a goodbye post for their players? I just remember them making a goodbye post for Bishu and the coaches.
There of EXO, because that came down to the wire.
I'm excited. I've been very interested to hear how teams all call out Mauga, because like if you say the name properly, that's a lot of different vocal sounds you're making. Like you don't say that quickly.
When did they make a post for the players? Did I really miss it?
So I think I heard from ENTS like ma like so maybe just to keep that in mind in your ranked games.
Ooh, Psycho's in.
Okay, the backbone coming out. We don't see that super.
Psycho's in the game.
Yeah, I think Psycho comes in for that Tracer and the Echo. Sparker remains in. Another roster update is Shockwave coming in over Cookie, which, you know, you talked about the flexibility that Shockwave had in the past.
Yeah, we did see Shockwave. It's Cloud. That's gonna.
Oh yeah, can you like DM it to me, Keon? Because YouTube chat doesn't allow links.
On a dive for both of these teams, right? Because we have seen that one of the other looks that Space Station has that's very, very strong is their Winston.
Outlaws is one of the teams with the most fans. Yeah, there goes that. Now half of the posts they make is just people being angry. People being like, oh, where's my Overwatch content?
Mauga versus the Orisa on the Ensign Twisted Minds matchup. I think the Widow, sorry, I was like, whoa, Widow? The Winston makes a lot of sense here for Space Station to rely upon.
And there is actually quite a difference in the stats when it came to the Sojourns, very surprisingly. Cookie had more damage than Sparker by 6,000 and had 11 more limbs than Sparker. So we talked about how Cookie is very
yeah, but this is when they made a post before the stuff changed, though, is it not? This is like right after playoffs ended. Like they didn't do anything else after.
The importance of having a good Sojourn on these large maps can be what begins and ends a fight very quickly.
And then I remember they like did stuff for the coaches after too, though. Like
sees nothing. All right.
I don't know. It's kind of crazy.
Now 10 seconds. minutes off the clock here for Space Station, but it's always worth a shot, because if you do
Body's gonna play monkey here.
random first pick, that is just usually a point capture there for that attacking team. But alexyOWL, they're here to prove, I think, the doubters wrong in a way that they are going to end up in that 4th spot. And they have the opportunity to do that with Cloud on this Tracer generically being...
I mean, ideally you go for Shockwave here.
Shockwave with the Ashe has just been always so good with it when we've seen those hit scans from him in the past.
SSG have to depend on this dive to pressure the high ground, so Hadi's established there, but with Orisa, you can play the point comfortably and just play the contest game because Orisa is just such a good anchor tank. She can hold space for much longer.
Yeah, you've got to find a pick on the Shockwave or the back line.
The Orisa can be aggressive in the bubble and actually
That point presence is going to be a pain in the neck.
go further in. So Hadi's had issues with Orisa players in the past, and we'll see if the experience that Chase has on the hero will be good for his team.
Psycho's so low. Oh, Sparker's so low. Everybody's so low at Space Station.
Yeah, this is hectic.
That Dynamite's putting in work, though. Shockwave's already got a bob. Oh, big headshot by Landon. That's clutch.
You have headshots from Landon come out like that, and the sound barrier allowed them to just keep W keying into EXO despite them.
NYXL DPS versus NYXL DPS. Yeah, true.
Hey, we know the type of mechanical skill that Landon has of showing up the Baptiste.
Yeah, I spoke just too soon. He about to get the bomb and gets headshot.
Get a lot of work done that way. Didn't even have to use the Kitsune rush there either, even though he did have that online to invest into that.
The discontinued fusion skin, Sag.
If you do just get those kunai headshots.
I wish they'd just bring back the fusion skins and like the old Valiant and Florida and Shock skins, just so people have the option to get them.
These Lucios can be a little demons sometimes. I don't expect it out of someone like Crispy though, but Axo stopping that momentum from SSG is big.
Super big here because they also have the ultimate advantage. You can use kind of anything here, and I think you're feeling...
Okay, so alexyOWL has 5 ults now.
Whoa, Chase is a little deep, though. I'd be a little worried about staying...
Ideally, you want to... okay, never mind. I was going to say, ideally, maybe you want to bait SSG in a little bit further, just because the spawns are so close, but I mean, that works too. They just forced out 2 for absolutely no deaths on their side. 2 for 2.
So this is such a good choke for an Orisa team to hold.
Yeah, and then you expended the Bob, but, you know, it just is kind of there to help you.
Yeah, they should just bring all the team skins back. Maybe you can make a little extra money if you're Blizzard.
Oh, Buddy Asher almost brought that pulse to someone else, but a big pick for Cloud. EXO, also as Space Station walk in, can take flanks. This is not just like Orisa go run at them. This is Cloud finding his way into the back and get pulse bomb kills like that. Especially onto if you can force even the teleport out of Landon, or if you can have Funny Asher's attention a little bit longer. This is important. SSG gonna just get to the high ground.
That's the chase cooldowns.
That's step 1. And alexyOWL are fine with this.
Hey, look at how much
Trying to get into good position here. Is this a good distraction for Hadi to make a move? Oh, it works.
That combo can be so powerful.
There's 2.
Astro's just dead.
Yeah, finally SSG made their way through the choke. That was a solid hold by EXO.
The lizards?
For a while.
What are the... what do you mean by Florida lizards? Is this a... Are we talking just like quite literally lizards, or like a sports team?
And Hadi has to jump in deep, but he's got the coach gun and the Lucio boops to push him out of position. This is so annoying for Hadi to deal with.
He already has to use that second jump to get out because he was low after getting CC'd like that. So that's another way that the Ashe does come in clutch, is being able to use that coach gun to get out of dodge when that Winston is trying to go after you. A little different.
The Mayhem, they are now lizards.
The coach gun is just
Oh.
able to help you keep your position as well.
Mayhem knowledge required. Yeah, I guess so. I was not aware.
The corner where SSG was, and they ended up rotating to the high ground. So silver lining for SSG. I think they can try to dance around Chase a bit.
Ambitious pulse bomb.
Making a force Chase to the low ground on the payload, and SSG dive the back line if Chase is out of position, but
Chase is pulse.
Nice, right? 1 pulse kill for Cloud, 0 for Psycho.
Hottie didn't even get a chance to use Primal.
Before he could use Primal, and this is so uncharacteristic for him. And the Kitsune rush fight continues for SSG, but that is they don't have a good initiator with that Winston gone, so it's
Oh, Kaneo lives. Oh my god. Oh, what a sick boot by Crispy.
that he got caught from. So Oblivione may lose a member here and there, but they sure make these fights.
As someone who doesn't understand football drafting, why are you mad about the Giants not tanking the rest of the year? Because now they can't get a quarterback, and the quarterback is the most important position.
As soon as you start nearing this second,
And they need a good quarterback, and the Giants simply do not have one. They have stinky Daniel Jones.
holding onto the Primal Rage does feel nice in this instance because you can just bully away the rest of Oblivione, so you can ensure this card's success.
Oh, Pulse thought about throwing that to Crispy. Recalled to stay safe. Sparker down means Psycho.
Daniel Jones, a very mediocre NFL quarterback.
No, Psycho and Chase, and I think Hottie with the Primal made Chase low enough for that to be a final blow. So SSG really close, 4 meters away, 8 seconds.
Engagement B.
Push, but the re-engage from the sound barrier is huge.
Asher only got 2 people with that B.
Ults neutralized. It's an all-out brawl, and now that Bob is on the point, Exo don't have to worry about contesting, but it's been shredded, all thanks to Sparker, and the Kitsune Rush is the difference maker in this fight for SSG. Despite Chase getting good stuns with the punch, it's not enough to lock down SSG.
SSG is London with another flex DPS and Funny Astro.
Good stall though, because now you are left with that minimum time bank heading into the 3rd point, and
A giant
also
staple,
brought Space Station
yeah.
to expend a ton of critical ultimates. So Oblivione, yeah, they had to throw a little bit at that, but with this Kitsune Rush, you have a good engagement tool for this next fight, and Space Station do have limited time to work with, so you can get a lot done in this moment if you're EXO to take back control of this defense.
No ults to worry about.
Exactly, Byron.
Use the Kitsune Rush for point B means Exo have that advantage.
But because they decided to win some games at the end of the year, now they don't get said players. They're number 6 in the draft, and they're going to miss out on all the top quarterback prospects, and they're going to end up either reaching on one or not drafting one in a draft class that has a lot of good quarterback prospects on paper. Not all of them will pan out, but on paper there's some good ones. Lip has the size to be an NFL quarterback.
There could have been maybe a re-engage there, but SSG are going around.
They won games, how dare they? Yeah, how dare they, because now they're going to suck for many more years in a row. This could have been their chance to get their franchise player so they don't have to continue being mediocre. But because they want to win some meaningless games, now they have to be mediocre for God knows how much longer. Tired of being mediocre, man.
Keep his team alive. Kitsune Rush from Landon, and what a good fortify from Chase to stop the bot from going too deep into his team. SSG still have a sound barrier. Crispy's about to have his. Cloud will be back from spawn soon, and that respawn advantage is for EXO. Barriers.
Oh, it's a fat ult.
Terra Surge to try and shred that overhealth.
Isn't it based that Hottie's finally playing Orisa, chat?
And no barrier to work with. Hoping to catch that Lucio at 1. Psycho gets
He's finally doing the thing, and look what happens. Look what happens when you actually do the thing!
space in the world to take down every member of EXO, and SSG will cap in overtime.
Space Station is showing us too that they can also play the Orisa. Orisa was such a good gap closer in this final.
Struggle in the first half, is it better to just tank and build for next year? It depends on your situation. For the Giants, yes.
When you have so many different corridors that the
No. Tanking makes absolutely no sense in the NBA because there is a draft lottery.
Put them on the right path to success.
Tanking gives you absolutely no guarantee in the NBA because you're going to end up having the worst record just to get the number 4 pick somehow. Makes absolutely 0 sense.
Je ne sais quoi, I guess, to be able to.
I literally hate how it works in the NBA.
Team comms we're going to be listening into as we get ready for this side swap.
Sure, having a first pick also has no guarantee, But in the NBA, there's so much fewer prospects that hit compared to the NFL because there's so many more rounds in football. In basketball, there's only like 60 prospects that are to get drafted in a year. Only a certain number of them could be stars that like a bad franchise desperately needs. It's so much less likely to hit.
Was such a good Terra Surge out of Chase because it almost forced the C9 out of SSG, and you heard it in the comms that Hottie said, I got it, jumped in, and kept the drive going, and SSG capped because of that. That's how important communication is, and SSG have the synergy to deal in those hectic moments.
The synergy, but also the confidence. You have to be able to trust your main tank in
like
these
literally
situations because they are the ones that are leading the charge. Maybe not always.
Literally the draft, the NBA draft is just literally all luck.
To hold down that front line for you. We are going to get these side swaps now, and it is going to be a Hottie on the Orisa for the defense and Chase on the Winston. Once again, we see this battle between the monkey and the horse, and
like what happened with the Spurs this year. They got freaking Victor Wembanyama. You know, they randomly luck into the #1 pick and then they get a generational prospect. It's like so ridiculous.
You never get to see Hottie swap to something like this, so SSG have to rely on him, and he doesn't have any armor, but they got some good javelins, and
I love how now ex-Oblivion are the ones playing monkey. What happened?
kills, so what a retake out of SSG.
Yes, the NBA has a cap.
disengage and then re-engage. They're funny Astro. Again, one of the
But,
best
like,
hosts in the world.
a lot of the time you can pay luxury tax,
Just make sure that all of those
and that's
balls
that.
are gonna
He can still get hurt, but that's literally every sport known to man. I don't see your point.
Almost having this sound barrier too, by the way. So not only is he helping in terms of the healing, but also the damage output from funny.
Did the team's trade coaches mid-game? Yeah.
SSG
It's like winning the lottery and yoinking proper. Yeah, it is.
contest that. I don't think anyone else really needs to, and well, who cares? Because Sparker's just gonna get first picks like that. Shockwave isn't as lucky with his sight.
He is a skinny guy, but he can put on weight.
So we're gonna have to reset, and that pick on the funny Astro doesn't matter too much. EXO are losing a lot.
Oh, it's Danny.
In this fight, and SSG.
I think I said be back in 20 minutes 2 hours ago. Yeah, you're back.
And with no ultimates used either. How nice is that? That they were able to.
But that's what I mean, though. They had the second worst record. They did not have the worst record. Why should they have the first pick? The draft lottery is stupid.
That alexyOWL have. So Space Station, like, they should be able to convert here.
Like, think about how many times the Lakers somehow BS their way into a lottery pick when they were only like a bottom 5 team and not like bottom 3. It's so stupid. I swear it's scripted. I swear the NBA is scripted. They do that on purpose. I swear to God. Tell me they don't do it on purpose. They absolutely do.
That was a critical kill that EXO needed to take, and now they're forced to use all these ultimates. And with 90 seconds left, if EXO don't pull out a win, this is looking dire. This is looking full holdable. But SSG have lost their.
It is looking full holdable unless Cloud can do some antics here.
In this fight, especially with Chase back on the high ground.
The NBA draft lottery is definitely a conspiracy.
Again, got low, and the execute wasn't fast.
I don't believe in conspiracies usually, but the NBA is one where I low-key kind of do believe it.
But SSG are so good at contesting. Hottie is
Yeah, I watched Cowboy Bebop. Pretty solid. Not anything to write home about, in my opinion, but good.
They are good on the initial dives, but they need to be aggressive. Chase down to 100 HP, disengages at the right time, but SSG are not.
Oh, Hottie down 1 for 1. But without that tank there,
and that will be
woof.
the T's that are crossed the
Just survive.
for EXO to finally get the point.
That was looking very dire, though. Coming down to the wire, needed to make sure that they had that Kitsune Rush online. It's just like hitting the extra cherry on top, and we've seen how much that work can be done when you do get that rush as just kind of the extra. But alexyOWL, they got their work cut out for them. They still have to make it through the second phase. They have an opportunity to maybe finish out this map with more than a minute, which is the win condition that they're looking for, but they've got to make these dives flawless. This is where the win state becomes even more impactful on the second point when you get a chance to play it around Pylon, but Space Station is wrapped around the team.
This is looking so cooked for EXO. Like, their Winston is nowhere near this team. EXO are very split. Maybe that's a strategy. Maybe it's an int. And Soundbear from Space Station keeps them up as they figure out what the plan is from EXO. But this late bear from Crispy versus the Kitsune Rush of Landon. Primal Rage from Chase. A lot of ults from EXO are being used just like last fight. And it didn't net them a single kill. EXO are already at a time bank disadvantage. And it's taking them forever to get anything done.
Oh, that is one of the risks you run playing the dive is you could get like that's a stagger, but like one of the risks running the dive is we've seen this from Ex Oblivione that it took them a little bit. Unleashing when they were running the Doomfist, it took them like 40 seconds to actually make a meaningful engage, and it's doing the same here as Space Station are making these fights way faster pace so that...
Sorry, I was just looking up some stuff about the NBA draft lottery. I remember, like, this is kind of because I'm a salty Knicks fan. I mean, the draft class wasn't that great in the end. But in 2015, when the Knicks won 17 games, they had the second highest chance of getting the #1 pick. Almost 20% chance, only behind the Minnesota Timberwolves, 25%. And the Knicks got the #4 pick. Not the 2, not the 3, the 4 pick. When they went 17-65 in a season. Like, tell me that's fair. It's like such a ridiculous system.
Because if you get stalled here, this is
like, how do you walk away with only the #4 pick in that?
This is going to be good staggers if they're able to follow up.
And that's the type of overextension that you need to
Guys rigged the draft for Ewing. I wasn't even alive for that, Orin. What do you want from me? I wasn't even alive when that happened. And that is the only time they've ever gotten lucky in the draft. Tell me one other time the Knicks have ever gotten lucky. I'd love to hear it. I would absolutely love to hear it.
By the way, 13 seconds, and EXO died with 2%. Soundbear Chase didn't use Primal Rage.
Why'd they even implement the draft lottery? I don't know. The draft lottery's stupid.
For the overtime, so this was a monumental fumble, and Space Station are destined to even up our series 1-1. Crispy Soundbear did extend the fight for a while, but
and all right, tie game it is. Funny how when Space Station play the right comp, they start winning. Funny how that works.
Chase is stalling for so much time, but because that overtime wick has already been burning for a while, as Chase jumps away to finish off the support, it is going to be it there for that map. And yeah, we've got a series.
That's not the point though, Hudex. That's not the point. The Knicks probably would have screwed it up, but like, I'm just saying. It's ridiculous. The draft lottery, it's like, oh yeah, we gotta prevent teams from tanking. But in the end, what ends up happening is we get some of the same damn teams that suck every year anyway. Like, think about how long it took the 76ers and their hashtag trust the process. They tanked every year, and the only person that hit was Joel Embiid.
But guess what? You need to kill something to win a fight, and that's what EXO really lacked. Even in the old fights, even in the vanilla fights, they even got disjointed at moments. There was signs of life out of EXO on point B when they extended all the way into the point C area, and that's the type of eagerness that you need out of a dive comp. Otherwise, the Orisa can bully the Winston out very quickly, and you lose.
You get to thank me for talking about the Giants because I impressed one of my coworkers from New Jersey when they could talk about the Giants with another person in Oregon. That's cool. Glad I could help.
Where is the setup? Like, we were talking about how long it can actually take for this.
That was the... Okay. No. We are not going down this road. We are not doing this. If you think it's the 76ers' fault that Ben Simmons, for example, didn't develop, then I don't know what to tell you, because that's just not true. That guy had zero motivation. Kobe freaking Bryant offered that guy help on his jump shot, and he said no. So I don't want to hear anything about him. What's his excuse? What is Ben Simmons' excuse? That guy's a loser.
Yeah, Psycho did a good job of focusing his pulse bombs a lot on Chase, and because Winston doesn't have damage mitigation the way Orisa does, because Orisa can pop Fortify and live through the pulse bomb most of the
God, I'm getting so heated talking about the NBA when we're watching Overwatch. What is wrong with me, man?
In these extended fights, because it did take a while for these fights to break down. And the Orisa has a lot more damage mitigation, like I said, than a Winston.
LeBron is so pooky. What does that even mean? I don't know what you're trying to say to me.
And that translates in the stats.
Really does. And I'm excited
Orlando's semi-decent. Yeah, the Magic are having their best season in years.
can play a lot, but it's kind of
They're finally figuring it out. They're 4th place in the East right now, which is really good.
I'm happy to see that the answer to that is
And they're
yes.
only a game out of 3rd.
Can they bring something else
So,
out to be able
yeah.
to play against the huge variety of compositions that we can see coming out of EXO? And
That's what happens when you hype up young players to ridiculous standards. In some cases, but also in other cases, young players don't want to put in the work. There's so many new NBA players that are lazy. How many, think about all the young NBA players who are just absolute garbage at either doing post-up work or with their free throws. So many of these young superstars that coming into the NBA now just can't shoot free throws. Like, no one wants to grind and put in the work anymore. I swear to God. Everyone is so lazy now. Ain't no one got motivation anymore.
The way that SSG play, I know they like kind of swapped. Usually it's Monty that plays Winston, but the way SSG
They do need the Kobe mentality, but not everyone's built like that.
so unkillable. And then that translates into the Tracer stats because Psycho's gonna look better.
Old head, I mean, the post-up, sure, but, like, with free throws, those are important to win games. Like, you can't deny that.
11 deaths and 9,000 damage. When Cloud has to chase an Orisa, which is a lot more difficult. There's a lot more threat when there's a javelin to your face that can come out of nowhere, and that's an insta-death for a Tracer. While as a Winston, he zaps, he tickles, but he's not got that crazy pick potential versus a Tracer.
the disruptor shots from Sparker too. It forces the Tracer into
Zion.
a disadvantageous position. Maybe
I heard Zion lost weight, though.
pack room or just into the
That's just what I heard. I don't get to watch many Pelicans games, so I'm not a good judge of that.
Heads up to Sparker too to be able to shut down those corridors.
Oh god, Danny spamming random Milwaukee Bucks players. He will gain it back, don't worry.
But it is going to be more of the Winston here.
It's low-key kind of sad because Zion's so good, man. Like, when he's actually healthy and playing. Tragic.
But Space Station have looked good on the Sarissa, and Oblivion were not able to break that on Blizzard World, but can they change up?
What are your thoughts on the tournament for the first pick they want to implement for next year? I have mixed feelings on that, because on one hand, that's actually really cool. That's like cool content. But at the same time, the teams that are actually horrible that should probably have those top picks are going to end up having like the 10th pick in the draft or something like that. Because they're going to get smoked by like the okay teams that are supposed to be a part of the lottery. Like, we got to make a system for that. Like, there can only be a select number of teams that could be in a tournament like that.
Needs to just force out cooldowns, but then the kills need to follow afterwards. So this may not just all fall on Chase or Winston players in general. It needs to be a unified team effort. For now, EXO are just dancing around, playing with their food, contesting the plot until they see the right opportunity for a dive onto Sparker.
Shockwave 2, a little bit low there, does get healed up by Kanile, and that is going to help get this Kitsune Rush online a little bit faster, but it's now, again, Sojourn versus Sojourn.
Danny, may I ask, like,
Sparker.
is there a specific reason?
Open up with a pick.
Is there a specific reason why you're obsessed with the Bucks? Kind of like how you randomly picked the Seattle Seahawks. Like, what's the reasoning behind the Milwaukee Bucks? What's the lore?
Getting dove on by a Winston, and yes, even the Orisa can quickly run at you too with the javelin spin. So both teams.
What makes you say that, Drakon, out of curiosity?
Them to match point. You don't want to take outrageous risks. As SSG have the Kitsune Rush, EXO are about to get theirs. It's an early.
It's been so long since we've seen Namaga on Orisa. Well, too bad there's Orisa in your game right now with Hadi on Orisa.
But it doesn't net them any kills. EXO were in hiding, and they popped their Kitsune Rush in response once the other one expired, and it gave EXO an opening to dive in when SSG were.
God himself bestowed the knowledge to Danny. Damn.
Beautiful fight out of EXO.
A beautiful, very economic fight at that, too.
I gotcha. Randomized every NBA team to give someone to support, and it landed on Bucks. Well, it landed on a good team, at least. At least it's not like supporting Valiant. Like, this is a good team to support. Bro got the Doc Rivers team. Yeah, that's true, though. That's the one unfortunate thing. Doc Rivers teams always choke. And that's why I'm not confident in the Bucks to make it through the East. Doc Rivers div.
So EXO don't want to get desperate and dive into that room because it'll be over for them. And Chase is going in and out. SSG are scared to push this bot too, because EXO could be hidden.
It's gonna be a Q fest.
Now it's the overclock.
Oh my god, what a spear.
Top row, but he gets tossed there by a javelin throw. Hottie, sound barrier 2. SSG got a lot of sustain here, and the Terror Surge stopped Crispy from using a sound barrier, and he still has it.
Am I the only one that thinks they shouldn't have gotten rid of the coach they had before? Like, I feel like they just got worse after getting Doc Rivers. I don't know what the players were even complaining about.
EXO gotta run and chase. Feels like he has to use the primal just to survive. And Crispy, well, if we're gonna invest, let's do it all together. Sound barrier from EXO. They reestablish on the bot, but there's no kills. Shockwave doesn't have good sight lines, and Cloud needs.
Honestly, John Wicked, I have no idea.
On the flank. So Kitsune rushes up next. EXO keep investing. Great pulse bomb out of Cloud. Takes care of Landon. Not a lot of heals or damage left from SSG, so these fights take forever.
I wonder if Space Station will go monkey.
If you first you don't succeed, try again, is I think how that saying goes. And if the first ultimate doesn't work, then just throw another one. And yeah, it does pay off for Exoblivione. It was very, very expensive, but
The Doc Rivers, dude, those locker room skits are hilarious.
ultimates into that fight.
Those hit hard. They're so good.
Here, as we come back to the neutral part of Esperanza. But I'm looking at Psycho here to try to be a big difference maker. Maybe get a pulse bomb online here for Space Station and try to nail down this loose.
I mean, like, if the choice is their other coach and Doc Rivers, and there's, like, no difference in play, why even change coaches to begin with? I remember Doc Rivers said, he's like, are you sure you guys even want me? Like, he was even confused. Even Bro was confused why they were interviewing him, for crying out loud. That's how you know it's bad. Even he didn't see the vision, and he's the guy getting the job.
So I'm glad he's back on the Winston, and especially if he's happy, I'm happy. SSG not super happy now that EXO are getting more and more progress and closer to that checkpoint.
Yeah, usually, like, when you see the Winston matchup, I feel like it does force the hand of the other team.
Oh yeah, that's clearly what it is. Clearly they just want to keep the players happy. Like, Giannis and those guys were unhappy about something. What is this madness? EU Overwatch, Mir. That's what. Also, Hottie's on Monkey, like I thought he might do.
Still nobody dying. This is just the ultimate stalemate between.
There are rumors of Doc helping Griffin how to coach. Well, that explains a lot. Thoughts on the Suns? They're like a decent team, but I don't have any confidence in them to make a real run. They traded away all their roster depth to get Kevin Durant. Like, they used to be such a deep team, and now they don't have any of those guys anymore.
Tough one. Tracer versus Tracer, though. Psycho and Cloud are trying to get the one-up of each other, but oh, a shockwave.
Double Monkey in EU, no less. Like, Double Monkey's already rare as it is, but we're seeing Double Monkey in EU. Rare.
Psycho goes and pulses Chase while he's low. And SSG have now taken the lead and head towards the checkpoint that...
Mir with the 3-2 Ex Oblivione. It could happen. This is a good series so far.
So funny.
I love how we've delved from Orisa to now we're doing a Monkey Mirror, though. Like, what is this madness? Of course, in Asia, they love dive. In EU, this is rare, though. You can't even lie to me. In EU, this is absolutely rare.
Dive comps are just so...
They don't play dive in Europe.
Stay in one place and contest for much longer unless these...
I think Psycho's a pretty solid player.
HP targets from the smash of the Winston. And the Tracers can synergize at the right time. It's all a timing thing.
How should I have to bribe Penguin for mod? I don't know, man. It's a good question.
Counterdive each other's teams. Hottie gets a bit more success, pinning Shockwave against the wall. Chase didn't have that same luck. So
Why is dive not as common in EU? Everyone just plays Rush in this region. Everyone plays goddamn Rush all the time. Anything that's not dive, they just don't play dive. So this is rare. A dive mirror in EMEA is like blowing my mind.
They went to take more space. They lost somebody in the process. Sparker couldn't establish on the high ground. They didn't have all the space to do so. the Sound Bears even made that fight look more even than it was.
I feel like there's not a lot of EU tanks that are great at like the standard like Winston dive as well though, which helps. We need more triple shotgun. True.
That's a pretty good.
Quick Esports played double shotgun yesterday.
They are able to just get back into this with those forward spawns, and this is where things start to get a little bit tricky here for Exoblivione. They only have to
Posh champ.
win, but
Swoosh should join SSG. You know what? I like where we're headed. Might as well get Zappis on the team too while we're at it.
A couple of things that they can work with here, but that neutral has been so difficult for either team to break.
And one of our teams called for a pause. Thankfully, after the fight was all over.
Diva Winston's Korean and Moon. That's a crazy thing to say. Korean and Moon.
Insurmountable lead at 75 meters. I usually start getting really worried and sweaty after 85 plus. So this is definitely a comebackable, if that's a word for EXO.
Still in the lexicon of Overwatch is comebackable, but that's what I was saying though, right? Is that with these neutral fights, even though there is still a minute and 45 to work with, and that lead is not too big for Space Station, these fights in the neutral have been so long that how much time do you actually have left in order to close that distance?
Oh, I didn't even get a chance to look at the score. The Knicks got a W today. Let's go, baby. Beat the mediocre Nets. Yes, sir.
Super fast.
Yeah, I'm still a fan of Hadi swapping off the Orisa, because the Orisa was fine, but it was, what did you want to accomplish in these fights? Did you just want to stall out EXO forever and ever, or did you actually want to try and get progress and get to dictate your own fights? But we go back into the game to find out how Hadi and friends.
Oh, I respect Swoosh. She's the GOAT.
Because for now, EXO have to dance around Shockwave.
Was Ball Winston ever a thing? I think I might have recalled like one like weird instance.
Yeah, but if you're stalling for time, then
but like it didn't last.
With the Winston, because it's still going to be tough for anybody to get a first pick when these bubbles are covering so much territory. These tracers marking each other down means that these supports are going to be way more safe than what they would be. But oh, look at that sound barrier.
And they throw the Kitsune down on the bridge. If you're
Oh my god, it's so laggy. All those cues made the screen lag.
Expired, gets a pulse bomb kill. But the friends of EXO have been so aggressive that they trade kill for kill with both Kiriko's down. It's
Hadi's got Primal.
how you unify as a team. And I'm seeing more of that out of EXO now that the late stage of the fight is.
Oh, is Crispy gonna die here? Come on, Hadi, show us your inner Goosh way. Oh, nope.
Toss Crispy to another planet, I guess. I don't know how this is gonna go.
That worked though, because you're pushing.
Oh, and then there's Beast Hadi. Speaking of Hadis. What's going on, man?
Hadi though, taking a wrap around to get back to the rest of his team. 30 seconds left, Jen. This could be it.
It all comes down to this, EXO.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. There was like that one time Winston and Ball were played. I remember that like bizarre week before Runaway Titans imploded. Wasn't there like Winston Ball that got played in like one of their games? Like I swear, like when Vancouver like got rolled by Chengdu, they played friggin' Winston Ball.
Members away from SSG. It's a 3 versus 3, and EXO are taking the bot, keeping this overtime alive.
2 more fights though still. Exoblivione can't get off the cart either. Cloud is down. Probably the overclock here is able to really open up the doors for Exoblivione. Oh.
We need to see this Kiriko 1v1 too. He's is against Psycho, and that's what's keeping the overtime wick burning. Chase got back just in time.
Among Ball, Elsa, Winston. Yeah, that's something. So that was pretty cool for EXO. They don't have any ults now. Crispy's gotta like not die.
The fight took place on 2 different portions of the map. EXO have to go all the way to win the map.
Yeah, but they got the point capture. It's going to stall for a little bit of time for Space Station to be able to get back into this, and they're going to be coming in with a pulse bomb in the overclock here from Sparker.
A checkpoint accomplished. The lead, the win for EXO around the corner. SSG
oh.
to win 1 fight in this overclock from
Bunny Astro. No way they're winning this, dude. Oh my god. They're winning this. That's crazy.
progress on this bot. SSG have mobile people.
No
to maybe
way,
access where Exo
dude.
taking all the space in the world, and you got Meteor Strike. If you're Chase, you can play aggressive and stop the respawns.
They can't touch. What a crazy way to lose a map. They had that. Wow. That's insane that they lose that map.
So close.
That's crazy.
Like, just good awareness of
Wow.
how to be able to play around the ultimates that we saw from Space Station, the Winston positioning as well. Like, the reason why we've seen this from Chase is that, like, despite maybe you being a little bit of a Winston hater, I do think that Chase has still shown up to play on the Winston, and alexyOWL, they were playing to their own strengths on this map, forcing Space Station to have to make the swap. That speaks volumes to know that, like, okay, yeah, like, alexyOWL, they're doing a good job with these
I'm doing
games.
alright, Beast. I'm okay.
That was so losable for EXO, and that's why you just kept hearing me talk about EXO, because it was about
Backable,
them.
losable, winnable.
So losable, because Kanile in a 1v1 versus Psycho, if he would have lost that, overtime goes away. The bot was on the other side of the map because Kanile was escorting it away because he had to, because it was overtime and the bot moves. So that's what he had.
Yeah,
to do.
Kanale was like on that bot for a long time at the end there, which helped kind of set that up.
Because that's just faster of a roll.
All that chaos was going on. He was just moving it back into enemy territory.
Sparker 2 during that overclock gave EXO the edge in that moment to get the last few meters to go, and then Psycho can recontest. I don't know who killed him. You would get a shiny sticker, but that was so losable for EXO, and it came down to these really, really clutch moments. And I say comeback of a lifetime because how that map started, I would have not called EXO a winner. The most progress they got was at the very end in overtime, and they got so little done. These fights took every second. I felt I was aging so fast watching this map. And that's because Space Station were just so good.
Been busy studying. I got you. Understandable.
Exactly.
It's good to see you around though, man.
Forever. And so that was what I was so scared of after coming back from that pause, is it took a minute for them to actually fight the neutral, figure it out, and then you had that overtime where we have seen so many teams just be allergic to the objective. So I think you put
It's interesting. We're literally heading, like, right now,
backs against the wall.
right now how the series has played out is like a mirror image to the first time they played in the groups almost. It's 2-1 EXO right now, going to Surafasa but to potentially close out the series.
To our Flashpoint map type. The more chaos ensuing, maybe even more Doomfist, honestly, from EXO.
And we have some
I don't know what to tell you, Thor.
So we'd like to point out the stats of, you know, whenever there's crazy gaps, so everyone in chat can write DPS diff, tank diff, support diff, whatever. But it's also important to highlight.
Yeah, I saw the Falcons game. Crazy.
Sparker and Shockwave pretty much had the same amount of damage. The eliminations are a bit different. 17 for Shockwave and Sparker at 7 tells me, you know, Shockwave is involved in these fights a lot, but Sparker's still able to match his damage. That was really close. Hottie and Chase deaths got a lot closer too. 5 for Hottie, Chase for 3, and I told the stats people to really track those deaths because that was what.
Yeah, Krusty Super Team fumbles yet again. Yeah.
Stats would suggest
Next OWCS should be next month.
That isn't so real for that one, but yeah, I think it does say a little bit more, even just based on the meterage that we saw on Esperanza, like just how close it was, because you don't.
It should be like soon, like in a couple of weeks. The Swiss.
That as well. If for some reason one of those teams had ended up getting like 120 meters on the board, those stats look very, very different. But heading over to Surafasa, this is where.
I mean, next month could be a yikes for me too. I don't even know if I can play. We'll have to see.
Bane or boon to a team, but we do have a sub coming in.
To make a bracket for March Madness. I made a few of them. I mean, they're all trashed as expected, but it's funny because me and my brother made one, right? Me and my brother made one the other day, and while it hasn't been looking great for us, we got 2 upsets successfully yesterday. We picked James Madison to beat Wisconsin, and we picked Grand Canyon to beat St. Mary's. We got them both. We got 2 12 seeds, baby. Let's go.
Consistent player to have, and now you need the Sojourn Alpha to come back in for Cookie, giving Shockwave some options of playing something other than
Aside from that, though, it's been a disaster.
yeah,
It's been an absolute train wreck.
Point after this, after the crazy Esperanza, and this could be a big upset because the desk were saying SSG were these big favorites. But we'll see.
But I mean, you and I were also saying at the beginning of the series that like I don't think that the gap is as big as what people are saying that it is, and I think alexyOWL as well would self-attest to that they are an easy contender to be able to get like a third place, a second place. Maybe even get the first place with a little bit of practice.
Will SSG be knocked out of the lower bracket? Will the London boys be out?
We have seen the Malga change come
College basketball is the only sport I can think of where one round elimination is acceptable. It's really cool.
Has their own identity when it comes
It's just fun.
comps and how they want to actually play.
All the upsets make it so entertaining. Orisa mirror match this time.
It makes sense on this map. You just don't have nearly as much high ground to play around with. But as we saw from Space Station, this Orisa look coming out even in the group stages.
Will it be Tracer v Tracer? Yeah, okay. So mirror match all around here.
Make that switch.
So Shockwave versus Psycho on the Tracer, Sparker and Cookie on the Sojourn. So Shockwave has to kind of change up his play style, and Tracer's the most difficult here.
Oh yeah, football too, for sure.
In my opinion, in terms of understanding your engages and your positioning in these fights. Now this first point is neutral, and if you guys thought Esperanza was a stalemate, wait to see how this one goes, because both teams haven't taken insane risks. I see Space Station being a bit more aggressive just behind Hottie, and being not afraid to overextend because he really trusts Landon to output that healing. And SSG, again, bully EXO off the point and already capped, so the longer this goes, the better for that.
A little bit of space being given here and there. alexyOWL waiting for an opportunity to go in with his Orisa cooldowns.
Ooh, big.
Ooh. I might have to back out of this one now.
If you guys are just gonna stare at each other.
It's funny how when they actually play the Orisa comp, they're successful.
A splash. So good first pick there out of Spark.
In new league, same team.
So just would rather take a 5v5.
They're always a step behind.
But now this is so much more progress over to
Always a step behind on what they should play.
EXO thought they had the macro to just rotate around and take a different.
They're keeping Chase up there is crazy. I don't know how he did not die.
And that forced an early Kitsune rush for EXO, but no kills came in, so
Kiri's just really good right now.
from SSG using the sound barrier to support Hottie in his craziness, fully charging that Terror Surge to kill Chase.
Because Tracer, yeah, that too. Tracer Kiri's just a nasty combo.
First point goes to SSG.
really cleanly too. alexyOWL, yeah, they just kind of waited around. Whether you're waiting for cooldowns or not, you should probably do that a little bit out of the line of fire. And Space Station able to convert over with very, very few tools expended in that fight. They're also able to make it to this point first.
No support ult, so battle of which Sojourn can hit a big shot challenge.
The ability to set up here. Hottie's very low though, has to use a Fortify to get away.
Oh, but the speed
2022 playoffs version 2. Real.
What helped save Hottie.
Except we go from the Honorable Winston to Orisa.
And SSG are running.
What a downgrade.
Spark gets a responding one. I don't even know where Shockwave.
Definitely didn't need to use that, but you know what, it works.
Fight after that Psycho pick, but Cookie is gonna do his best to find sightlines thanks to Chase Javelin spinning forward. That's a verb. And EXO have capped first.
EXO capping first and also getting a meaningful amount of progress on the splash point as well. But I understand the overclock usage there by Cookie. Just knowing that you had a member of your team.
Yeah, we traded out Reaper for Orisa.
To be able to move in and actually.
But then we traded away Winston for Tracer. And then Reaper and Orisa.
Kitsune Rush plus overclock. Sparker go burr. But it's tough to get any kills and
Goes Suzu down.
Line things up for Cookie on the
Lucio's about to get their ults.
So are the ones that have the point captured, so they're benefiting from how long this is taking. And Hottie charged it too long. Thought Bunny Asher would have the barrier. He was 2% away. and it's a micro fumble, and Axo used their barrier to take advantage of this weakened moment out of SSG, and it's 100-0 for Axo on the second point to even things up 1-1.
Yeah, Psycho can't even get away from that either. It's not a stagger that particularly matters when you're still going to have to try to rotate to this next flashpoint. But when you look at how Space Station attacked on some of those fights, like they just kept getting held at bay. Once you take control of Gardens, there's only a couple of different ways that you can actually access that point. So Exoblivione playing around that very, very smart. But now we're back over to Temple. Very, very tiny little flashpoint with less room to hide.
Ooh, try to hide from this pulse bomb. Oh, but Psycho recall, just didn't know where Shockwave recalled too, and they both have pulses, so I like that boop out of Crispy, making sure he can protect Shockwave in that moment. Again, sometimes playing on the point exposes you to a lot of poke as the other team can surround you and thrown right in the fire. Shockwave dispersed SSG in that moment. Kitsune Rush available first out of
Crispy is... Oh, they got the cap.
And all this time can benefit.
They're still being forced out, though, even with the sound barrier. Just getting bullied, man.
The front line was won by Axo. Axo have done a great job at punishing sometimes that over-aggression out of SSG.
It just seems like sometimes they aren't on the same page. Going back to the final moments of Gardens, Hottie going in with a Terror Surge, Funny Astro not ready to engage with the sound barrier to keep Hottie alive. It can sometimes happen in the thick of these fights, but Space Station, they are the type of team that isn't going to let that phase them. Come back into this one with a clear game plan like this rush as well as this pulse bomb.
Axo still in control. I'm kind of dealing with, as SSG, we're dealing with Shockwave on the flank, and now that he's recalled out, you start the Kitsune Rush. If you're landing, sound beer from Crispy to keep them up. And
oof, just couldn't get out of there. Close.
To maybe pop to get the fortify, but just didn't have enough confidence to make that decision, and that'll cost Axo.
Dagger? Oh, never mind. He's at the edge. Psych.
SSG back in the driver's seat.
A little bit of differential to work up to, but you're feeling okay about it. Sparker, especially with the overclock, Cookie already expended it to no avail, so Sparker now gets a chance to set up with this. But I'm curious to see how
Funny Astro's got to get a beat here quick though. Chase this ult could be kind of nasty.
You have to be a little tricky with it in order to bypass a lot of that damage.
Oh, SSG are so close to taking back the lead. The longer this goes, the better Chase. Oh my god, almost got pushed off the map. Hottie was feeling it. Now both Orissa's cooldowns are out.
The early recall.
Shockwave is lucky he got to even recall in that moment. There wasn't any fall.
Chase him down.
Chaplin's throw. Sparker with an overclock. This is such a tough point to get a good sideline, but this is a cool high ground. This will force Axo into hiding, but now they can't because it's 99% for SSG. The Kitsune Rush.
Body's too low. That beat needed to come out sooner. Never mind. Okay, both Orissa's down. It's doable for either side.
Coming down to these DPS. Psycho's pulse missed and didn't get the execute. And Axo are running out of gas, running out of tools, and taking advantage of these.
Oh, this is crazy.
1-for-1. SSG just need to zone Axo off long enough for overtime to go away.
2v1.
It's not been clean. 2 versus 1. Shockwave recalls in a 1v2 versus Psycho and Sparker.
Shockwave almost clutched that, but not quite.
On top, and SSG are on map point. Surabasa.
It still would have gone the way of SSG, knowing that Hottie was also right there. I think Crispy went a little bit too deep. Chasing after that kill onto Funny Astro, was able to get it, but then was away from the rest of the team in order to deliver that critical healing in those final moments. But we still have one more flashpoint for Exoblivione to be able to bring it back, or Space Station tied up. This could very well be a map 5 with how Space Station...
I think part of why, like, you know, other teams and players are catching up is they just get to practice against them more. I think that probably helps.
Just working together, but
get to learn these guys' tendencies. They're also very talented themselves, so they actually get the chance to show off. Instead of being stuck in a league where franchises are a thing.
Yeah, it needs to be careful how he uses that Terror Surge, but SSG 1 point away from forcing game 5. Cookie's overclock disperses, parts the seas. SSG respecting that, so first cap goes to EXO, and re-engage will be available from EXO too, with the Kitsune Rush. Will be the overclock from Sparker. Shockwave could try to hunt him down with the pulse bomb, but Sparker seems to have all the space in the world.
That's also true.
Trickle damage forces him into
A lot of patches and stuff.
SSG don't seem to be able to take advantage of that moment to get on the point and capture it. They're trying, but there's always a good test from either Shockwave or Chase. Kitsune Rush this time from SSG, matched by the sound barrier of Chris.
Dasher on a commit. Oh, what a sick butt. Oh my god. The Suzu's great. Now the re-engage speed. This is crazy.
Push them out of the point and zone them off. SSG, man.
After all that, they finally get it. Man, what a wild sequence that was. Ults being used everywhere.
They're basically at one fight away.
But yeah, now you were able to stall that enough. It's one fight.
If exoblivione can win this next one, then they will be going to that final flashpoint of Palace. But Space Station here, they've been so good at being able to just get first picks in a lot of these fights, even if it's taken a little bit long. I mean, Space Station have also been able to be on the receiving end of just this extra sustain in these extra long fights. So now that they have control, let's see a 70% coming out of them, I think, before we do see a full engage from EXO.
Yeah, eco fight. EXO used everything. Everybody used everything last fight.
Psycho with a pulse bomb, though. Very soon.
Yeah. Pulse bombs are so hit or miss, literally, because it's so hard to
Zoning pulse
hit.
bomb.
True, and the Suzus have been on point from these Kirikos, so.
Oh, what a big pick by Sparker. Can that be enough?
Psycho will have all the freedom in the world. Kitsune Rush from EXO to make
Space Station can give the space. They can wait this out. They don't have to rush it. Now they go back in with their own.
SSG re-engage.
Crispy's about to get an ult, though.
Having the barrier, have the Kitsune Rush, and SSG had the ults built up in time. They forced EXO off. There's no other options for EXO except the heroic performance.
Oh my gosh.
It's at Sparker's feet, but it wasn't a stick. He didn't even need to jump out.
Woof.
Jumping out is EXO. SSG seconds.
Map 5, here we come again. The rivalry continues between the Scrim partners. Another map 5.
The deciding map.
Final map number 5. Great series. We've had some good Overwatch today, Lemon Kiwi. It's been already hitting the ground running with that Twisted Minds as an ENCE matchup, and now we've got a map 5. I'm so pumped.
These fights are making me age in real time. Like, you're taking so long, but that's a good thing for them because they know how to just play this chess match of going in, going out, and respecting the other ultimates being used. And instead of just mirroring the ultimates all the time, they take the more guaranteed fight afterwards. That's why this has been so back and forth. But our next map has already been chosen: Shambali Monastery by Space Station.
Going back to some of the moments within this game, I think one of the ways that Space Station are just really good at these control and chaotic oriented maps is that they take no prisoners when it comes to chasing down some of these picks. Like you saw Hottie just being able to go mark down a couple of the squishy targets there with Psycho. Psycho does a good job of being able to close the distance on a lot of those low health targets and follow up on those picks, and Landon as well. Those Suzus were so beautiful, and that is how Kiriko is able to find that value in these compositions, is making sure that the team is going to stay alive even when like Hottie, Spark are very low. Landon always coming in to make sure that he can save the day. It goes back to what we used to see from him in
Goats would like to have a word with Tracer 1 Drinks. True.
One map that was game.
Goats would also like to have a word with DPS players in general who did not sign up for that.
If it were to be one today, it would have came out of ENCE and Twisted Minds, but this one is a nail biter with EXO aiming for the upset, if you want to call it that, and SSG trying to find the right composition, whether it's the Winston Mirror or falling back to some Orisa. Orisa's very meta on Suravasa, and maybe that's why SSG choose to go to Shambali, because it is a very Orisa-friendly map.
It is. Maybe we can also see some Sigma too. I don't know. It's all up in the air because I think these two teams have two different minds and very different ways that they like to approach this meta. And it does feel like these teams have really started to figure it out. Only one way to find out, though, what they're going to run, and that's going to be after the short break. And we'll get into map 5, the final.
Hi, Deezus. I don't have to mute. W.
Our victory is at hand. Ashes to ashes. Die, die, die.
Let's get you back out there. Maintaining connection.
I'm getting readings of a cosmic disturbance in these ruins. Moira, prioritize our people, not your cosmic experiments. That's an order.
Accept my gifts, and all will be yours. Your ally has descended into darkness.
Our group energy is interesting. Very interesting.
Check this out.
Methinks a Cupid I shall play. What are you looking at? Keep moving forward.
This is it, chat. Big map 5. EXO and SSG going the distance yet again. Winner of this will play Twisted Minds tomorrow to decide who plays Ents in the finals, which good luck to whoever has to play them.
Hope you got your popcorn ready, because this is gonna be a banger. The fight for top 3 is decided now between SSG and EXO, and that is a difference of like $3,000 and 25 circuit points, and that can make all the difference at the end of the road.
It really can, because those circuit points are going to be so valuable in order to have an extra shot at making it to the big event we have coming up at DreamHack Dallas. But Exoblivione, they're making one final substitution to close out this series, and that's going to be Cloud now coming in for Cookie as we head over to Shambali Monastery. So no more Sojourn play coming up from Cookie, but Cloud almost certainly coming in to play that Tracer once again.
Yeah, Cookie and Sparker were so close in damage. Less than 600, I think, separated the two on Surabasa. What I thought was interesting is actually the Tracer duel. So Shockwave actually had to change from Sojourn to Tracer, obviously with all the subs happening. But Psycho has been comfortable on this hero forever. He's the Tracer guy for his team. And you saw that in the stats. Psycho beat Shockwave by about 2,000 damage, but Psycho only had 1 death versus the 7 from Shockwave, which I thought was very surprising considering, how close that map was.
I would agree with that. I think it just comes down to map awareness. Like, one of the reasons why a lot of Tracers are considered to be dominant on that hero, or maybe needing a little bit of work, A versus B tier, right, is how much do they understand the map to be able to get the one up on another tracer? They've both been marking each other down, but health pack usage is so valuable to give yourself just a little bit of extra edge. Heading over to Shambali Monastery, that becomes even more important, knowing that this map is a little bit skewed towards the defensive side. It's just a little bit easier to be able to hold down those high grounds and just those chokes. Tracer is a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, and SSG, I don't even think have been to Shambali. Like, I'm looking through their history, and it's interesting that they've chosen this. When you would think SSG's comfortability would be around dive-centric maps, but Hadi is obviously making the transition to Orisa on Orisa-based maps, and I'm glad to see SSG not get too stubborn around the Winston, because I think that's what really hurt them in the end when SSG faced off against ENCE, and we pointed that out. It was the Winston Orisa differential, and I like that SSG are just exploring the meta, because like even Christopher said in an interview that I think applies to all teams, is the patch just hit, and depending on how much time you had to really develop your team in this meta, not everyone knows what the correct comp is.
I think Shambali Monastery is just a map that teams have scrimmed on a little bit more, and when I take a look at the rest of the escort map pool for the main event, we've got Circuit Royale, which is Sigma, Dorado and Rialto, and I think Rialto too is a map that a lot of teams have started to avoid, just as it's a little bit harder and more difficult to try to find those compositions that really work out. So I think Shambali Monastery.
Oh yeah, Team Falcons got outplayed big time, Joko.
And as Oblivione come out of the gates, it is going to be Chase on that Sigma. But
all right, we're locked in now.
We usually see the Orisa able to find an advantage of just
interesting that Chase is gonna try and go with the Sig here. The poke can be kind of crazy against the Orisa.
Like a clear counter in my point of view, because if you play further away as a Sigma, then the Orisa can't get to you, but if the Sigma plays too close, like you said, the Orisa can run him over, and Sigma can take long range pressure very, very well. One of the
Hey Dominic, thank you for the 5. Does Toronto smoke M80 or in for another upset? I don't know if Toronto would smoke them, but I don't think we're gonna see an upset personally. I think Toronto will play better today.
Gonna get some initial progress going.
Maybe like a 3-1, I'm thinking.
Side that the Sigma does provide to this composition is Shockwave gets to play a little bit more out in the open, because if you do play around that Sigma shield, you just have better sight lines onto the enemy team instead of having to strafe around a window.
I thought I saw Hadi Sigma yet. If only. Imagine how cursed it would be to see that again.
Space Station though making a swap. It's no longer going to be the Orisa. Hadi has switched.
Gotta contest here.
Yo, ATP, does Toronto smoke M80 or are we in for another upset? Lol.
Yeah, no, probably not an upset. But you never know. Anything's possible after almost losing to Timeless the way they did. But I'd like to think they handle M80.
Sound barrier, but you could see that retaliation from EXO in a little bit with Crispies, but Cloud is missing, so EXO are going to take a second.
Don't want to try to go into this one as without that final member, just because of how defensively favored this point can be. But Sigma Shield buying a little bit of time, but Hadi's so low.
Good to know, Danny.
Might have just caught Hadi, or at least forced Space Station to disperse, and EXO will finish the job and capture point A.
Almost looked like that Suzu actually got stuck on the cart or a shield or something, because Hadi was low for forever and then instantly got taken out there.
If Toronto lose, I'm calling them fraud done, fraud Paul, no merit sugar fraud, and still thinking of one for Vega. Nice.
So we're gonna play another hero roulette in this tank role.
Vegas
coming out from Oblivione, not shy to make that switch over to the Orisa to try to contest with that Winston. And this is a problem we've run into before with these two teams, is how does the Winston get in on this when the Orisa is so survivable?
Yeah, you're so right that this is a very Orisa.
Team Falcons got outplayed, Joko.
Low ceilings, Hadi's gonna have less of a fun time, especially when Chase lands random javelins into his backline. So Hadi is gonna bubble off the cart and try and split up EXO's.
I think Pelly does go pretty hard though, for whatever reason. That guy's just built different. Bro makes playing Tracer on ping look easy.
SSG are up 1 in this fight, and with the Winston, with the Primal,
Yes,
and everything they have,
we are map 5 enthusiasts around these parts.
SSG are confident now.
And now we're off the Sig and back on the Orisa. It's just a merry-go-round of counter swaps going on. Well, attempted counter swaps.
This pulse bomb online. How are Oblivion going to set up to contest this? Let's listen.
Oh yeah, Twisted Minds were... They played the inferior comp more than anything else. Got rolled by Kepster Echo. GG's. Oh, it's Suzu is bad. Oh, for a second I thought he Ajaxed.
Shoot him out. He's one. He's staggering.
Nice. Walk up.
Yeah, they're coming up or also jobs. We need to play slow till I get bait. We're not gonna win without bait.
Can you swing this?
Yeah, you anchor. You can bait with your ult, Chase.
Use the point, I go.
You hear that? They're gonna bait with their ult chat. You ready?
Okay.
We need my beat to win this, so just play slow.
Monkey right side, monkey.
Swing out far left. Nice. Force primal and go back.
Yeah, I think so to a certain extent. Yeah, Drakon. There's always gonna be those pesky ones that stay around, but flexibility is kind of demanded of you in Overwatch too. Like in a competitive environment.
And then it'll be up to Shockwave to see if he can get a good sight line on this overclock, but against the Funny Astro barrier, it doesn't seem likely.
Oh, they're coming back in though. Oblivion know they've got an opportunity here. They gotta take it.
Funny Astro also conserved. Crucially, like their plan was to bait with their Orisa ult, and Funny Astro just stayed composed. He was very conservative. No beat. He can use it this fight. Really good.
Final minute, and this is where this defense becomes even more powerful. Look at the.
This is why Violet the support goat real. Guys simply built different.
There are very few avenues that Oblivion can try to get a jump on space stations.
And now Chase is playing Monkey. What? Dude.
Oh, Crispy pounced on by Hottie. SSG are taking the fight elsewhere. This could be a C9, but I guess if they're dead, it's not a C9. But this is forcing a lot.
I don't know if there is a villain of OWCS right now.
Get split up because of that push, but SSG vanquished them in the end.
Some people probably want Twisted Minds to lose, I'd assume. But I don't know if I consider them villains.
Here for Crispy to go back and pick up the final member, but you have this Kitsune rush that should be able to get this over the finish line, but they've got to get there. It is 8 seconds left. Go touch the cart.
Oh my god, the screen's bugging out. C9! No! No, dude! Oh my god, why does this always happen? Dude.
SSG's attention to split. This is what happened last time, but Axo get point B and
Hard to be a villain. Events can smoke you like that, real. Christopher Villain for Blizzworld comp.
They have no mobility cooldowns. We get a chance to go figure it out, push the cart. It didn't have a whole lot of time to go, and by the time the space station had figured it out, they were walking into a pincer attack. You turn your back on one half of the team, you're gonna get shot by the rest of it. So this cart gets to keep on trucking. 50 seconds left. Oblivion can use this Primal Rage too if they want to initiate, but Sparker shuts it down.
Hottie jumps in deeper. The Primal, so good. And that's why Hottie's just one of the best Winstons, and may just convert me into a Winston fan after all. Great follow-up from the rest of SSG too.
Hottie is one of the best Primal Rage users that we have seen for the Winston, and I don't know what Europe kind of like feeds these guys because they are just absolute sicko mode sometimes with that. You got Chatty for a reason in is the loving nickname, but you gotta keep it up here because Oblivion are coming in with the Primal Rage of their own ways to be able to push back this space station defense.
Last push for EXO.
Yeah, that is Lemon Kiwi. Can confirm.
Sparker's under threat. He's got a Primal in his face and Cloud's Tracer, but Landon saves him with the Suzu and healing. SSG didn't even need the sound barrier. They've already punished Chase, who was not able to get the executes he was hoping for on the Primal dive.
I think Vindame's style just worked better on Soul. Not as good as we thought.
To end EXO's push short of the point C cap.
Point C is always so difficult to finish up, but Exoblivione bought themselves so much extra life by being able to get that second point capture.
It is winnable for SSG, but that C9 is tragic.
Noticeable win condition on the board here for Exoblivione. If they're able to just hold strong on that first point defense and whittle away at this time bank, it does limit Space Station's chances of being able to take this victory. Everything is on the line here for this final round swap. Only one can come out on top, and the other is gonna go home.
Or stay home, and depending on where you live, that might be a good thing or a bad.
All right, later, Danny.
So this is still a really good push out of them. Very, very winnable. Like you said, that point C is just...
Yeah, also, Shock were just a nightmare in 2023. A lot of people clearly got screwed up playing there.
Sparker living in that moment gave SSG a leg up, and because EXO were so tunneled on Sojourn, Psycho went into the back and killed 2. So it's these little clutch moments that helped Space Station in the end. It'll be their offense up.
And now EXO bringing out another tank. They've played Orisa, Sigma, Winston, and now Ram.
Sometimes I wonder if you Primal Rage as Winston and you bop the Sojourn up a little too high. If you
I'm not sure how China would be incorporated, to be honest with you. They might do their own thing, I'd guess. That would be my guess.
Maybe Shockwave gets a little lucky on that one too from Hadi, but it is going to be the Ramatra, and you know, they don't want to play that. Hadi is an instant go back to spawn moment, try to get this
Pacific could make sense. I feel bad for all the other Pacific teams, though. They probably get rolled. And by probably, I mean they will get rolled.
Yeah, I like that swap out of Hadi. Like, he thought the Sigma was going to come out, but...
It is a good way to make Pacific more relevant, though. That is true.
So Hadi can javelin this Ramatra away.
Dude, Chase is getting pounded.
And the Moira, I mean, there's no anti-heal.
He is perma low health. Okay, now he's chilling, though. They survived the onslaught. And that fight, a minute goes down.
So we'll see if that sacrifice of utility out of EXO, but the supplement of...
Chinese Overwatch GOAT?
Psycho messed up his blink.
I like Gushue a lot, but Leave also was the one who won an OWL regular season MVP, so some people might say Leave. You could say Shy as well. I mean, all three of them are good candidates, but I go with Gushue personally.
To get the third place in the World Cup and have such an astounding finish there. But with this close hold too, I mean, you shut off routes of entry here, exit.
SSG is getting smoked right now.
He sends the space.
It ain't looking good. Bacon Jack, yeah, the real GOAT.
Echo to try to wrap around this May wall and at least have a little bit better of an exit route. So they do get out of spawn here, but once again, what? Where was Crispy?
Shockwave also has better sightlines than Sparker does.
That's
Sparker has to, like,
2 minutes
go
down.
through these doorways and see what's up. He's got to do a bit of scouting. Of course, there's comms coming from his team. But Shockwave always is going to have the advantage because he's out and he's waiting for SSG.
Shockwave's just finding all the picks right now.
In these fights. Now you got the overclock, you had the coalescence earlier. EXO has brought this time bank down in half. And this is becoming dire if you're an SSG.
Probably Hydron. Dogman was like only like a couple times. I feel like Dogman's pretty chill compared to Hydron in terms of the trash.
Big old fight for SSG.
A lot of what Dogman did was just to hype up the crowd on stage.
And he doesn't even need it because he's up and above and dangling EXO. And they must have heard you call out the full hold. You've already cast.
Hydron 1000% talks more trash.
Sometimes you just gotta put that out into the universe so that the team can prove you wrong. But with that close hold, Exoblivione has
Compared to what Dogman was doing, it was tame.
Themselves with 2 attempts to be able to come back in
and like it's still, I mean, they win that fight and they have resources, but Exoblivione have a Blizzard here. Like this is still really dangerous for SSG.
Well, let's hear on the Space Station comms during this big ult fight.
I'm gonna ult first. I need.
That beat was so late, dude. Help Psycho. He didn't know. Oh, the Blizzard. The Blizzard. Oh, this is dangerous. 30 seconds in the Blizzard.
shield, no
Yeah,
shield.
yeah,
Good,
ready?
Kiro.
I killed main, killed main,
Two, one,
main.
come main.
They won, they won.
Main one, main one, main one.
Main, main, main.
May dive, may dive, may dive, may dive, may dive.
Main, main,
I
main.
see you out, I see you out.
Crazy back shots.
Run, run, run.
Uh-oh.
Ram one, ram one.
More one in.
Ram one, ram one, ram one.
Oh, boy.
Bomb right now, yes, bomb soon. Head sparks, head sparks.
In the last couple of
Chase is still alive.
SSG rallied together, but their forces have been cut.
They couldn't kill Chase. That's it. GG's.
Spells the end of SSG's defense. But
That's it. Wow.
Or sorry, defense.
Woo.
That gives EXO the win in the end and causes.
I knew that was going to be a disaster when I noticed they still had Blizzard. I knew that was Jover.
72% of the chat
Wow.
predicted their victory. The
That's it.
Also behind them in
SSG
how could you not
eliminated.
We all know
Full health. Shockwave absolutely pounded them on that final map.
but at the end of the day,
Good stuff for EXO. At least top 3. They're going to play Twisted Minds tomorrow now, chat.
it was all about focusing on helping an individual member of the
Should
team
be an
stay
interesting
alive,
game.
not necessarily
Considering when they played a couple days ago, EXO managed to take a map off them.
lock down those defensive corners to make it more about that.
Should be a fun game.
Of the picks.
And EXO get to move on to face Twisted.
I'm still mad Rock. Dude, Rock got obliterated.
Last time in the semifinal, Twisted Minds won against EXO 3-1, but they're gonna have a rematch, and that's gonna be really exciting because EXO proved that they could beat Space Station. I was very impressed with their clutch factor. The whole game, the whole match was super, super close. I mean, it went to game 5, so duh. But very surprised that SSG, through all the versatility, were
Christopher should stick to podcasting. Oh no.
Curious to see what the desk thinks when they had predicted SSG. So what do you think about this upset, boys?
Lemon, I don't know what you're talking about. I had EXO all the way. No one saw our preds. So.
Banger.
Yeah. I mean,
At least we got 2 good series in EU today, chat. So that's cool.
Your prediction.
Can't really complain with that.
5-map banger. That was one hell of a series. An incredible upset. I mean, really, you gotta be so happy for Oblivione. These are players who've been grinding in tier 2 for the longest time now and taking down Space Station Gaming. This is a huge achievement. This is a huge match for the players on that team.
It's very massive for them. I think Shockwave, the clutch factor in map 5 was very much
So,
on display there. Those picks on that
gotta change the title because we're moving into NA for the rest of the day. So,
Moira's May setup, you're pretty much stalling the car other than Sojourn, right? She's the tip of the spear and she's
and
gonna have to do it on
M80 topple Toronto.
performance from the vet.
I mean, like you guys said, it was very back and forth, but it was EXO taking the win. Guys, walk us through this match.
So, Jake, I think you gotta talk about this series. You gotta talk about the tank adaptations because it came out, the Space Station Gaming, they came out on the Mauga, which we kind of expected here on Legion Tower. Chase trying to play the Orisa here. But as this series kind of progressed,
Danny's jacked.
He was switching between different heroes. We saw the Mauga first, but then back to the Winston, which kind of makes sense. Of course.
Who do I pred to win Korea? I mean, right now, WAC have to be the favorites, you know? They've beaten everyone so far. I mean, there's still a long way to go. This is just the groups. There's still more time for things to change. But right now, WAC are definitely on top. No doubt about it with how they're playing.
I did generally like what I was seeing out of alexyOWL. I think especially, you know, playing the Doomfist when Backbone was in. Normally, you would bring out the Tracer to sort of answer the Doomfist and Echo. An uncontested Tracer could do a lot there. But with Backbone in,
Favorite competitive... I've talked about this a lot. My favorite competitive Overwatch names are probably Checkmate, Baking Jack, and... Oh, there was one more. There's so many good ones. Checkmate and Bacon Jack are really good ones for me, though.
Anymore in Overwatch. You want a tank who can do it all. That's sort of the modern meta. And I
oh, and of course, Jerry, yeah.
Able to take the Winston mirrors, looking pretty solid, but also flexing, whether it's the Ram, whether it's the Orisa, whether it's Mega, it doesn't matter, right? He's got all the heroes on lock, and sometimes that balance...
Sexy Man 69. I mean, too bad it's an old account, you know.
On one hero or the other. I saw a lot of great things out of Space Station. I mean, so for me, I can't call this like a huge disappointment for them or anything, even though it's an upset for EXO. I do feel like players like Psycho and Funny Astro really...
Nah, Sauna's unhinged. Sauna made a tweet saying London on dive, laughing emoji.
Who, again, you know, bit of a legend of the sport here. You know, spent time on Philadelphia Fusion to kick things off. Vancouver Titans.
Fried Wiener's a great one too.
He's been through with the
He didn't play in OWL, but Grim Reality was a favorite of mine back in the day.
We saw some Ash come out on World.
That was exciting.
That was a great time. But also the Tracer here. You know, you gotta give credit for Exoblivione. They were clutch throughout this series. There were several
100%.
clutch moments on push, especially. We saw that comeback and push.
They had no right to win it there, and just perfect team play. Everyone's splitting. It's very hard to do, right? Those are the moments when I really am impressed by teams when, yes, a lot of teams, even at slightly less competitive levels, can group up as five, can brawl really well together. But when your team splits across the map and each person, you know, goes the right way, some people play their lives, others take the fight as soon as the attention comes away from them. That's the type of skill that is up to the individuals, right? That's not a collective.
I just like the Korean names. Dude, there's so many Korean players who just like name their accounts after themselves. There's so many.
From an up-and-coming team who might, you know, rely
Yeah, EXO pulled it off. On to lower bracket finals tomorrow.
So as they look to go.
Yeah, we're moving into North America now, Beast.
So we're gonna hear more from that team. We got Chase on the line for a post-match interview. Chase, big congratulations on getting the win today.
Hello, thank you.
Yo, Chase has the locks. Look at that.
Yeah, so Chase,
The luscious locks.
Coming in as, like, let's say a lesser known player, playing against some big names that we've seen tons and tons in the.
Zerny should be up there since. I don't know if that, he definitely didn't evolve. He just changed. It changed to a different Pokemon. He changed from Pokemon Y to Pokemon X.
I mean, of course, we're nervous, right? Sometimes we like mid fight or like mid game, we say like, okay, pipe down, relax, and then I'm like right in my lane again. But mostly I'm like, since I'm not really a veteran or experienced, I'm very nervous during the matches, to be fair.
I mean, for someone who says he was nervous, he looked pretty good out there. Chase had to play a lot of different tanks today, and he hung in there.
Gaming, which, you know, tons of Overwatch League players on that team who've been professional for a while now. What does this mean for you guys who, you know, haven't earned those salaries? You know, whether are you studying or do you have a job? Like, what's your current situation and what's it been like grinding here to get these wins, right?
I mean, yeah, I don't have a job. I'm unemployed, but I think we're like really grinding a lot.
What was Johnny thinking when he asked that question? I mean, aside from like a couple of people here and there, I feel like most of these guys are unemployed. Yeah, I feel like that's kind of just common sense, you know?
Not anymore. You guys are the better team. You guys got the win today. One final question. I mean, tomorrow is a big day. You guys are going up against another scary.
For Korean names, I prefer the generic English names or the random household appliances based. Can we make a team of Korean superstars and they all just have household appliance names? That'd be sick.
Anything? Nothing? No?
You're going down.
You're going down. There you go. That's what I wanted. Chase, thank you so much for your amazing answers, and thank you so much for the fun interview. And good luck tomorrow, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
I mean, I was impressed. Chase played like 5 different heroes in this series.
I think that Chase is a huge talent coming up here. European Championship Series. And like Jake said, like it's Overwatch 2, right? Like these young players coming in, when it comes to tank, they're going to be flexible. It's not about...
Yeah, Void is there's a lot of really sick names.
If you're a tank player and you want to go pro in Overwatch 2, you need to be able to play all these tanks, just like someone, for example, on Toronto.
There's also some not so good ones. All right, chat, let's flip the script. What are the worst Overwatch gamer tags of pros that you've seen?
17 or 18. 17 or 18. I should know this. I'm a professional.
What I loved about Chase's answers, though, in that interview was the humility. You know, like being able to be honest about, like, yes, they're nervous going up against these big name veterans. But I love that one little nugget I got and I really focused on for me was when he said, yeah, he gets nervous, but then somebody in the team will just say, like, hey guys, like, focus up, pipe down, and then he says,
Jake. Fried Wheater's definitely the best. You can't even tell me it's not.
You're the underdog, you're the up-and-comer. It looks like maybe you can win. You know, of course your heart is beating, right? That's esports. But for me, like, the fact that he can come out of that nervousness and then, like, refocus over and over again throughout the game, that's all you can ask for in a player in that position, right, coming up. And so, honestly, I think that speaks for great things to his potential. That he could.
That is a wild gamer tag to have, even if it's Valorant. That's insane.
I'm most excited for here in the Overwatch Championship.
He's already.
What do you even call him? Just HFM?
I mean, like players like Chase, they're gonna definitely go far.
Yeah, and Chase has a lot of talent, but also
LR15 was unfortunate.
because we heard during the listening on Shambhala Monastery when they were preparing for a fight. The chase was like,
Oh, Yang Xiaolong, you mean?
Lucio was like, hey, you're gonna anchor with your Terra Search and you're gonna hold the fort. And then Chase is like going to the cart, and then he's like, no. You push up to the choke, you anchor the choke, right? So you could see that Chase, you know, he was maybe preparing his position for the fight, but then the back line instills confidence, some pre-fight planning, how we're going to position, how we're going to execute. You heard
Sideshow calls him Alphabet Man. That's so funny.
slightly more language.
Later, math. Farway 1987 is a horrible name. True. His name used to just be 1987 before, which was also weird.
Like Overwatch League players we've seen before either. So really,
Mouthful, ugly sound. Yeah, Farway 1987's gotta be one of the worst. That is horrible.
Shockwave, that's kind of the exact spot you want your veteran. If you're gonna have one vet on the team, having somebody who is on this like hyper carry Sojourn role, where you know he can just open up the fights, that's what gets you to really believe. I'll say, like, being in these matches, being in an underdog situation, yes, you can be like, your team play can be good, but sometimes you need somebody to be popping off and like actually putting up numbers, cracking open the other team. Because if you're just always playing, okay, we're gonna set up and they're gonna come and we'll respond, you're never opening the fight, you're never just like getting these.
Like, it's gotta be one or the other. You can't have both. Like, be 1987 or Farway. Don't be both of them. It's just crazy.
You know, I know. I mean, I was. Tomorrow's match will twist his mind against EXO tomorrow. I think that one's also going to be exciting. And talking about that, let's take a quick look at our EMEA brackets one last time. Tomorrow, the big day.
And Sports waiting.
Yeah, waiting at the top, right?
So
they do look, you know, fair game to end. They look like the best team right now. But I will say, Twisted Minds, despite being the one team that I think really is committing so far, at least to this Mauga sim, they are terrifying on that comp. Like, I wasn't a believer in that comp. I thought going into the series, this is looking like it's just not going to work. But, you know, Twisted Minds is really fearsome in these fights.
Yeah, Jake is goated.
Here's a tweet from Crimzo. GG's
Well, ain't no way we're showing this on broadcast. What?
I'm getting naked.
What?
Wait a minute.
You do you, bro.
Why are we showing this? Okay.
Yeah, man. Live your life. If it
Sure.
makes you happy, go for
Poor
it.
Crimzo.
Yeah.
The worst way to get Twitter exposure.
Later at home.
Wait a minute. Twisted Minds against EXO? Look, there's a very real reality here. The EXO could go to Dallas. This is a lot of circuit points.
Chase said that Chase said that, you know, like when I asked about, what do you think about Twisted Minds, he's like, I don't know, like I didn't expect us to win, right? But I mean, they got here and now they're facing Twisted Minds. I don't know. I feel like EXO has a chance.
Yeah, top 3 EMEA.
I think top 3 is a great result for EXO. I feel though that Twisted Minds is gonna be really fearsome in this lower final. I think they're a very scary
but you want to go to Dallas, you know? Like,
I mean,
He's taking off the hat. Nice.
They could be going to Dallas. I mean, right now they're in top 3 EU, right? All they have to do is maintain, and they'll be going to the major.
And honestly, we spent so much time talking up Chase and his versatility in that tank role, right? You know, if you know that Twisted Minds, okay, they're gonna play Mauga, Symmetra, can we work around that? It's going to be very hard, but at least there's a plan there, right? There's a recipe for success trying to be Twisted Minds. You look smirky.
I don't think so, Pop. Definitely not.
I'm giving them a
I saw Kevster Kai going to the limit to beat Twisted Minds. Can you replicate?
Yeah, Kevster Kai were played like mad lads this whole weekend, honestly.
It's very hard to replicate 2 of the best players in the world going to the limit on DPS to outplay the power of these teams.
Anything is possible.
And it's kind of fun to cheer for the underdog.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I would love to see EXO making this, like, battling back, maybe even making it to the grand finals. I think it's possible. I just get the sense that Twisted Minds, they look really clean as a team. Their executions as a group were on fire, and there weren't really many holes in their game. Only, I think, an elite squad could beat them. And will EXO be able to hit that standard? I don't know. But I Twisted Minds, they lost, but they scared me.
They are definitely scary, and it'll be really surprising if EXO do manage to beat Twisted Minds. But anyways, I think tomorrow it's going to be a lot of fun. Everybody, don't go too far. We're taking a short break. We'll be right back with NA right after. Yeah, those guys deserve to be under an org. I mean, they're a top team. Ooh,
Ooh, not a 15-minute break, only a 10-minute break. Wonderful. Probably stand up for a bit and chill, that means. Stretch the old legs, because we still got another 2 games to go. Quite done yet, so... Toronto better win this? Yeah, I sure hope so. Speaking of that, I should start the poll for that super duper quick. Toronto Defiant versus other Toronto Defiant. Give me a moment, chat. I'm gonna take a minute or so to just move around, because I've been sitting for a couple hours now. Fill up my water bottle, and then we'll be back. Give me like a minute or two, chat. Hang on tight. All right. Locked in and ready to go, chat. Yeah, I'm needless to say, even though there's been a couple games that haven't gone my way today, I still stick with my gut, still stick with what I know. I think Toronto's gonna win today. I don't know what the score is gonna be, but I do know that I believe in Toronto over M80. I'm expecting Toronto to play better as this week goes on, personally. I don't know if I want to give M80 2 maps. That's what I'm trying to decide. Either 3-2 or 3-1 for Toronto, I think. I think I lean towards 3-1. TD. M80 trust. Oh boy. Yeah, Toronto mid curse is a very scary and real thing, but like Pelly's on ping. I think Toronto got through a rough streak already. They played timeless. I have confidence in them to bounce back and play better today. Wonder how many takes someone plays in this match. That is an excellent question. My stream is mucho behind. Not that much. Hawk has second place curse. Yeah, real. Oh, you know what I just realized, chat, that I did not know? That the GOAT No-Hill helps coach Ex-Oblivione. I never knew he was one of the coaches on this team. That's really cool. Freaking love No-Hill. Guy's goated. I just saw him make a tweet like saying like, oh, we won, we're so good, and I'm like, wait, what? My guy bounces around. He's always coaching someone. NA, EU, China. My man's on the world tour right now. Other than Overwatch, what other games do you like to play? I bounce around from certain things from time to time. I don't get to play that many games in my free time. But when I'm not on Overwatch, I like to play some 3D platformers. I'm an active speedrunner somewhat. I speedrun the Sly Cooper franchise. For those of you who don't know, it's a PS2 3D platformer. I never got to play Jak and Daxter as a kid. I got the collection a while back, so I've been like slowly playing through that when I can. I play COD from time to time. Star Wars Battlefront. Got it. Pokemon here and there.
All right, everybody, let's take a quick look here at a clip from Hollywood. We got a diva here being played off from Riker and on Hollywood, and he's going to utilize this defense matrix to just protect from the Sojourn from this angle. At the same time, I mean, there are so many heroes that can shoot, like a Tracer on this battlefield, and a Sojourn, and a Baptiste, and all of these angles.
Right now I'm Masters 5. I don't play a lot of comp. I play a lot of quick play.
I feel like I should talk about compositions first. Can we scrap that? So what we should actually highlight first here is that someone is playing the Zarya composition, and versus the D.Va composition, that's going to be really good here, because on Hollywood, the D.Va can be vertical, but in a close-range battle, the Zarya is actually better. So
How world server? Oh jeez.
Where am I? Like, there's one of
Oh,
me, and
where are we going with this?
three of me. Like, we're on Hollywood, but there's
Occasionally I'll also boot up Madden. I don't have the new ones. I just play the old ones, but it's like the same experience.
There's too much Overwatch. There's me analyzing me on Hollywood, and there's just too much. The compositions.
Johnny, you gotta stop. Too much. He can't hear us. Johnny, listen. We have to stop the next layer. Calm down. You have to stop. You have to. Johnny, if you can hear me, you don't do anymore.
You have to stop this.
Okay.
Immortals will take Contenders Season 0.
They will fly high. San Francisco shock like a champions. Whoever said lightning doesn't strike twice has never met San Francisco shock. Shanghai Dragons are your champions. alexyOWL takes their place amongst the stars. Florida Mayhem are your kings for all time.
Moth spotted. Sag. I miss that guy.
Welcome everybody to day 3 main event. Did you guys enjoy the cold open? That was some peak acting from these two gentlemen. The camera was...
Some might call it absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema. It truly was. Great acting, guys.
Yeah, that was fun.
The layer thing at the end was actually, it wasn't even on the script.
We gotta have some fun with it.
Yeah, it was organic. He just made it up.
It was organic.
We're having fun all day here, though.
I'm surprised you guys didn't kick off the North American broadcast here by just shouting America very loudly and passionately.
My bad.
America! Yeah, America! All right, America, are you ready for the drops? Let's take a look at the drops, because drops are very important. Link your accounts, get these amazing goodies, sprays, icons, D.Va Winter name card. What does that say, Johnny?
Tteokbokki.
There you no. Hotta!
That's the closest one we got.
Oh, and OWCX Kiriko skins as well. And not only that, you know, show your love to our social team as well, because they're on point. Give them a follow, and you could enjoy the memes on all those platforms: YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, X. And
hey, OWCS Japan is popping off, so check out the broadcast.
There's crazy stuff going on OWCS Japan. You gotta see it to believe.
And also Roadhog.
Roadhog?
Control plays.
Yeah.
Roadhog?
Yes, they're playing Roadhog.
There's no way they're playing right now.
Not right now.
Not right now.
The Korean games have been crazy too. Tons of different comps. You gotta follow the socials to see what's going on.
Falcons whack overnight.
Insane.
Oh yeah, I think that was a good
one. No spoilers here, but come on, go watch.
No spoilers.
No, don't watch it. Don't watch it right now. Watch it after the broadcast. There you go. All right. Stage 1, we're still in the main event, but after this, we also have stage 2 coming up. Please sign up, because it is going to be very important. Those points, you have to get a lot of points to go to DreamHack Dallas, right?
And if you need a lot of
I'm pretty sure Moth is just living a normal life. Like, he's moved on from Overwatch.
Even if you aren't in this tournament at all.
Pretty sure I heard he has a girlfriend and he's like going to school. So good for him.
Why is it unlikely?
Well, you're
probabilities, Danny. Statistical probabilities.
Okay, I mean, if you take first place, you are in first place, right? Like, unless maybe the winner of this gets second. Like, you are in such a good position if you get.
You can beat them, lady.
If you're not competing, guys, you guys could also still join in by buying your tickets to DreamHack Dallas. You know, so come and join us. And let's have
more likely that you will be coming to Dallas if you buy the tickets than trying to beat M80 and Toronto Defiant.
You can do it.
Slightly more likely to buy the ticket.
And also,
your odds of success are good.
Yeah, I wish nothing but the best for Moth too. He's goated.
He's going to take a picture with you.
Yes.
That is true.
That I can
That
do,
is the
Danny.
first time Danny
That I
has
can
said
do.
something true about
That's
what
actually possible.
What are you out of here? I don't know what you guys are talking about. I always speak the truth.
You are the star on the desk, though, so
Danny's
it's
bringing
more
his
likely
cat
they'd want to take
to
photos
make
with
coffee.
What?
Danny's bringing his coffee-making cat.
Yeah. And I was right.
Coffee-making cat. It makes coffee?
Kopi Luwak?
It's a barista cat.
Anyways, let's move on. All right, let's take a look at the NA brackets, everybody.
Barista cat.
Lower bracket first. It's Luminosity Gaming versus Timeless.
Two teams, a lot of well-known players, rookie players mixed up together. Timeless, almost all lesser-known players, but really huge performances from them. Playing some of the top teams in the tournament, extremely close. LG with some different compositions, but maybe some more experienced players. We'll see who comes out on top in the lower bracket. But this has been the match we've been waiting for a long time. The Scrimbucks have been going back and forth. Throw it in the trash, baby. It's time to play for the real deal here. A ticket to the grand finals and a serious leg up in the road to Dallas. That for Toronto and M80, I mean, going to Dallas is table stakes.
I'm the GOAT? What did I do? I'm not the GOAT. I'm just a guy living his life, enjoying Overwatch.
The most anticipated match for today.
I'm just a normal dude watching grown men play a video game. Oh, you guys can't see that. I mean, not that you don't know who it is, but yeah, Merit.
As you kind of like out of region players joining.
I'm not going to Dallas because me can no afford it.
If not the most stacked backline in the region, of course. Sugar-free as well, serving this kind of like flex player role, being able to play.
You never know, maybe circumstances can change, but right now it's not in the cards.
The amount of output you can have from Merit, who's such an amazing ISCAM player that you played with, Jake. No, you coached him.
It's a sick balance here. You've got 3 world champs from the Overwatch League. You got 2 players who are incredibly skilled in Sugar-Free and Vega, but who haven't had the results that I think they're hoping for with their skill level. And so I think that's going to keep this team very hungry through to the end. We even heard from someone, he's still playing with a challenger's mind. You know, he doesn't consider himself the veteran expected to win. You know,
start a donation counter for the streams. Oh god. I don't know if I want to do that.
In a meta like this, where we're still seeing tons of different swaps, we're still seeing tons of comps come out. But M80 on the other side, this is a seriously fearsome opponent. Hawk in a meta where I think he's going to be able to really leverage his individual skill. Pelican, I mean, talk about flexibility. That's what Pelican has been known for since day one. The guy plays everything. The Reaper is pretty much unmatched. I think he's the best Reaper in the world. But whether it's the Tracer, the Sojourn, Echo, whatever he needs to pull out, he's got it on the elite tier. So DPS lineup incredibly stacked. Hydron, a household name at this point in competitive Overwatch with UV and Lep to back them up in the backline. Very, very rock solid, especially Lep and the Lucio meta going to be extremely comfortable here for M80.
All right, Johnny, and we're of course going to Samoa as our first map. Toronto gets to pick, and they did pick Samoa. What do you think is the process?
I mean, Casuras has been talking about it on Platchat, on Coachable, other social medias. He's been talking about the coaching documents, how they're putting a lot of effort into this new map pick and ban system. And this right here, they want to avoid maps which they know their opponents are really well practiced on. So banning Lijiang Tower straight off the bat, maybe sensing that could be a strength for MA.
The all-time toxic team, Omega Wolf.
Where maybe we can find an advantage.
I think that 5-man roster, right?
Decaying Striker are a must, yeah.
Be incredibly flexible to have a true 5-man roster with no subs for Toronto Defiant, but they make it work, and then being able to just, like, you can play anything, so you might as well just never let your opponents get comfortable. You are comfortable with whatever you need to do, and so you're actually much better off throwing a wrench in the works than trying to, like, have some one pocket strength. Like, that's not what makes Toronto great. What makes them great is that they can go to map 5, and no matter what they see, they're gonna feel good. M80 might have a little bit higher top end in a certain comp, but we're gonna have to see. It's gonna be an extremely tough.
I gotta put it this out. Toronto 71%, 29% M80. I think it's gonna be a lot closer. Do you guys agree with this?
I'm saying it right now. I know we're not doing Preds, but I'm going M80. I think it's an M80 3-2.
Ooh, Johnny go with M80.
Oh, you're actually doing
I think this
your favorite thing, Preds.
I think this is too close to call.
Pick one. No?
I'm not Pred in this. It's too close. It's a coin flip for me. This is a coin flip. I think both
Coward, pick a team.
Pelican on
it's fine.
Danny, come on.
There's still the question, like, even if M80 does this, we could still see them being look stronger at Dallas on LAN. There's so many unknowns here, but this is a match everyone wants to see. Who's top dog in NA? That's who's established right here in this match.
I mean,
an all-time toxic team. It'd probably like Striker, Decay, and Hydron as the DPS line.
What do you guys think?
Jake and Matt?
Jake and Matt?
All right.
Jack and Matt.
Yep.
Jake and Matt.
There's too many J's here. There's too many J's.
Come on over here, Jake.
I'll be nice to you, Matt. I'll treat you right.
What you say I tell you? What the hell?
Come on,
Hey, bro, Jake, I believe it. I believe it, Jake. I miss you. I think it would be great.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, it would be 99% Jake and then 1%. Oh, wait, that's how it normally works anyway. Oh, my bad. Sorry, man.
I mean, you just keep talking. I mean, I don't know what.
You got nothing else to
talking
say, bro.
Mitch yesterday, I was like, Mitch is like, how is it? I was like, I don't even know. Jack just keeps talking. He just keeps, you know, he's doing the play-by-play, then he's doing the analysis. I'm surprised you're not doing the listenings. Like when we're doing the listenings, I'm surprised you're not trying to calm with the players.
I'm trying to calm. Hey, get me in there. Get me in the server. I'll be calming. I'll be shouting stuff. It won't make any sense, but I'll be shouting stuff. That'd be fun. All right, M80 versus Toronto Defiant.
You just gotta scream monkey, monkey, monkey a bunch of times and you'll be fine.
Hey, that's how that works. That's how Overwatch comms work. You shout one character and hopefully they die. Fingers crossed. M80 versus Toronto Defiant. M80, Matt, undefeated so far in the bracket. Toronto Defiant, a little bit more of a tumultuous run. They lost a map in round number 1, and then round number 2 had a very close game against Timeless.
Yeah, we've definitely seen them challenged a little bit more than I think people expected. Where, you know, M80, they've kind of breezed on the roost, so to speak, you know, kind of going through the competition here. So I think I'm really looking at the tank battle between these two teams. You know, we saw someone run a lot of the Sigma.
Junbin, I like Junbin more personally.
But they weren't able to make it work like all of the time. Hawk, we've seen him like just about.
Striker, Decay, Colors, Yveltal. Terror main support maybe. Omega lol. I don't even know if Terror's actually toxic. That's just what I've heard.
If you're going to play tank,
maybe MCD.
Extremely high level. And Hawk has put the time in. Let's see if it pays off here.
It always wraps around back to Winston.
Let me end poll.
We always end up in a winter meta. And honestly, I'm not complaining. I never will. The DPS matchup is also kind of scary, and like Jake was saying on the desk too, Merit is just an absolute monster on Sojourn, and pretty much any pick.
So interesting to see. God, this is like messing with my mind. You got the guy known for. You got the guy more known for Winston playing Sigma. I mean, like, we know someone can play Sigma, but like, my point is, you have the main tank player playing Sigma and then the off-tank player playing Winston, and it's like hurting my brain to see this.
Burst damage there is in the game. It's really difficult to do that. And then also, if Merit has to slide away, now he's not even really near the Sigma. So, see some more pressure here coming in from M80 as they get control of the point first.
They do. Now someone's going to try and put a little bit of pressure down. No more roll.
You know, someone is insane on every tank, it's true.
As he falls back down to the point, like little Suzu there to keep him alive. That's got to have been a railgun headshot there from Merit to send him so low, but Toronto Defiant struggling to gain ground here on this point. Pretty tough when you have to move your SIG into a position, and then into a position where you're just getting pincered by the DPS and tanks of M80.
They walk out of the hut, and then they just basically take so much damage onto someone in Merit, they just walk back into the hut, and then just walk out, and the same type of thing happens again. It's just been...
Hawk's making some good space here.
There, you know, trying to put some damage down. But now, like, the team is so split, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, someone and Sugar Free are alone. Sugar Free might be able to get out.
What a rock! Oh my god!
It is Pelican that goes for the overextension. He ends up getting rocked. There's the flush. Should get the connection. He does. Can he follow up with the kill? A couple little spheres thrown in on top, but Ultraviolet is there with the
help. That was an Ajax.
Support for Hawk now as they were
using the Ajax
to help Hydron out. Toronto Defiant end up finding the flip there. 71% for M80 though. Good start.
It feels like that's just an insane rock there from someone. Like, it felt like M80 had control in a lot of that fight. And then once he lands that accretion on the Pelican and then they get that kill, they just are able to push on forward, right? A lot of the players on Toronto Defiant were actually pretty weak at the time, right? Where if he doesn't hit that rock, Pelican probably finds one.
Someone's best 3 tanks?
And it's like kind of final fight territory. So huge play there from...
He's so good at like everything. I'd say probably Monkey Sig Ram. I think it's pretty fair.
Headshot from the Railgun Hydron does use the overclock. That overhealth from that sound barrier should help them at least survive for the time being, but they didn't end up pressing the issue here.
Yeah.
Taking that space on the high ground, hiding behind
Lep's not having fun here.
Popping Lep, and that should be the fight over.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you see teams typically save the sound barrier for the overclock. The overclock comes out from Merit.
Someone Zarya low-key goes hard too, I'm not gonna lie to you. Bro's just built different.
And now for Toronto Defiant, you're going to get up to pretty much taking the lead here.
He's literally like the exact example of what an Overwatch 2 tank needs to look like to be at the highest level. Man's just a beast at the video game.
Sugar-free trying to find the stick on the Hydra on there. Couldn't quite land it, ends up backing off.
Lep, run away, Lep!
Oh, heap of trouble right now. Needs immediate bailout, but unfortunately the banks aren't there.
Oh, that's a whiff.
The rock thrown in from someone, and as UV just chunks away at the front line using that increased
Hawk going crazy? Hold on.
just pushes someone all the way back, and the supports can't really say anything at all. They have to like
The best part is someone just appeared. He just poof. He's exists now.
far up now if they choose to, Matt, as there's only one fight in it now.
A queen swap, interesting. I mean, Defiant have nothing to work with, so this is like a desperation swap. I feel like could go pretty hard against Monkey.
Looks like Hydron takes some shots there, but this feels like a pretty desperate attempt here at the end to get them to going for Toronto.
The neutral on the point definitely feels better with the Queen, Matt, but yeah, they're not going to be able to find too much, especially in the front line. Pokemon to someone had to use the shout, that amber, everything kind of thrown in to keep someone alive. Pelican just permanently sticking to the Jungle Queen right now, just trying to make sure she can't...
They're also low. Hydra with a nice little 3K.
Sure thing. M80 should just be able to walk away with this round now.
Yeah, they got it.
A couple of people left. Drupal tries to get onto the point. Same
Woof.
with Jeffrey, and Hydron just finishes that one out with a 5K.
Well, it's just so much area, you know, for someone to cover on the Queen, and it's not like there's a real stationary target on the side of M80. So, like, kind of crossing the gap even before then, right? You know, the pulse bomb comes in from Pelican, takes like a ton of damage. Typically how we see like with the Arisa, right? Where sometimes if it's difficult for her to, you know, cross space.
I doubt Super... No, there's no way Super would ever join a team. He's chilling, just streaming. He's having a great time doing that.
Situation where looks like Toronto wants
Super makes a streamer team up for like Swiss stage. That'd be funny.
M80 hovering over the Arisa here. So for whatever reason, Toronto, at least from what we've seen so far,
Back to the Sigma.
Maybe they feel like the Sigma is just a little bit more versatile, better.
I don't know how I feel about this.
A lot of teams have good success with Arisa.
Yeah, Arisa does seem to be at the forefront of the meta right now. I guess with the Sigma though, Matt, when you do get the point, you can make the rotations to the high ground. It's pretty easy to kind of...
Yeah, my point exactly. He's got a good thing going on with his stream. Oh my god, Merritt.
Yeah, that was really close. The Sigma can also play a little bit more like isolated, like on their own than the Arisa. The Arisa kind of needs the team around to, you know, really just push.
Super should run it back with Team USA and beat the allegations. Definitely not his fault what one happened, that's for sure.
The style of play that's going on right now, it feels like even with like Maga, right? Everybody's kind of playing very clumped up group together.
M80 haven't made their...
Infected's on students of the game.
No rushing into the back line, just content with actually just capping the point, forcing Toronto to find a way. Especially when that Sigma shield is down and maybe the grasp or the rock has been used already. It's pretty much a good time for M80 to push in. Speaking of which, Fortify used. There's the rock as well for someone. Slowly building up towards that flux, but M80 are just bleeding the time right now. You can see how much damage as well someone has done compared to Hawk. Pulse one from Pelican going a little bit wide. Looks like they want to try and make a move now, but they've got to be careful. Someone has that flux in his hand. If they group up, surely it's a death sentence. And with Pelican dead in a 4v5, make that a 5v3. M80 still want to go for this. A high noon.
Dear God.
Sound barrier as well.
A speeding, ulting cast coming right at you. That's scary.
It's complete team wipe there almost for Toronto Defiant as they regain control of the point and only using the Kitsune rush.
Yeah, that's clean. Just the one ult. Yeah, now you just go Soj.
But like in a 3-on-5, there was no way they were going to do that. And now Toronto, I mean, they are in a great spot to be able to take the lead here. I mean, only 39% there for M80. Terror Surge here available for Hawk, so we'll see if they can get him into the backline to maybe get a big use of that ultimate. So it's really all M80 is going to have to work with here, but sound barrier on the other side. I mean, it's going to be difficult.
Oh, Pelican's in trouble, forced to recall, didn't want to contend with that third shot thrown at him, and yeah, Hawk, even with that fortify up, it's still a whole heap of damage. And yeah, but the problem is, Matt, with getting that Terror Surge in the back, they've got the sound barrier, they've got speed, they've got the move, they've got everything, right, to try and stop Hawk from actually executing on that plan. And the way these fights have been going, they're very slow. So Toronto Defiant, this is working in their comp's favor.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to give up HP just to get into the back line, and then the opposing team is going to even have more survivability with a sound barrier as well, right? So you're just in a really bad situation here if you're M80, where you almost want to take a fight rather quickly and then, you know, kind of come back with another, you know, last-ditch effort.
Oh, maybe waiting for a pick. That was a body shot onto Merit there with that railgun. Here comes the terrorist.
Oh, boy.
Here comes the bolt bomb. He just stands there, twiddles the spear a little bit. Easiest stick of his life for Sugar Free. And then they just kind of peace out. Really rough stuff from M80 so far. And looks like they want to try and make a change for this last fight. They're going to the Winston now.
Winston to try and get back.
Swap, right? The Winston worked out pretty well on point 1. I actually even liked Cassidy at the start for M80 with like the effective range of Cassidy on this particular point, like even kind of just making it really difficult on Pelican. But see if M80 can get anything going here, trying to farm up the Kitsune rush before they go in.
Rush available for each side though, and that's going to be not the worst of their worries for M80. This flux from someone could really just put the nail in the coffin, especially if the DPS from M80 do end up stepping up. Already pretty low. His Hawk actually dodges out of the way. The Suzu there jumps straight past it. Sound Barrier to counteract that flux as Pelican pushes on forward. Pulse Bomb in hand as M80 do find the flip here. They end up just trading a couple of ults back and forth. Still the rush available from Toronto Defiant, so they could just walk in almost for free here.
Yeah, I think that's the idea here for Toronto, right? They disengage, hold on to their Kitsune rush.
There's
even
the
if
rush.
giving up the point, it's not a big deal.
Hawk's dead. Hawk's already dead. There was no follow-up there from M80. You can see all the DPS on the high ground, the supports away at the back. Hawk tried to create some space for the front line, but was unable to do so. And with the overtime ticking in, Hydron setting himself up for a slide onto the point to try and get another touch.
I mean, Hawk's already back.
He does end up getting rocked, but they should be able to get at least one more touch here.
Pretty good. That's a really good punch. Oh my god. Merit says no. Merit says, I don't care. I'll kill 4 real quick. No big deal.
Final part of that round, and we go into a third one. That was a struggle for M80 to get much done.
Yeah, and it feels like if they would have known that they're going to continue to kind of run the Sigma, they may...
Also, chat, if you're enjoying the stream, I'd appreciate it a lot if you can leave a like.
It was really good on the first point.
See, we got 30 likes on the stream. We got 72 viewers right now. Something's not adding up there, so I would appreciate it a lot.
Well and good, but you know, that one fight where they end up, you know, investing that sound barrier, trying to get it out from, you know, Toronto Defiant and Vega, and he holds onto it, and everything kind of goes Toronto Defiant's way after that. So we go to a final point here on Samoa. M80 hovering the Orisa, and then Toronto Defiant.
Oh wait, if I were to just aim, good, yeah.
On this hero. I mean, he's great on all
Man, Vulcan, you're a hater. That's crazy. And now someone is the one playing Winston. God, it is so confusing.
But do you like the Winston into Orisa?
No, I don't.
Like, that's, I think, probably the thing here. Like, maybe you thought they were going to come out and play Winston of their own, right? So you mirror it, where... Now, Winston versus Orisa, the Orisa has so much great...
If it makes you feel better, probably more like to view some of the Outlaws. See, that doesn't make me feel better because literally you, yes, you watching at home right now could do that.
It's much harder to pull off than the
Not hard to get more interactions than they're getting.
Making it sting a little bit as they end up capping the point first, but at least they've traded here. Merit finds Hydron across the map as Sugar Free just tickles down the back line, actually forces the Suzu. Now's the perfect time for someone to go in, but they're under half HP, but I mean, it doesn't matter when you got Merit on the roster, apparently. A railgun from across the map yet again, just nails Leb, and M80 lose the point.
I mean, we saw yesterday, you know, with like PGE, right, how good a Sojourn could be to just kind of like turn the tides of certain fights and things. And even though
Hydron cast now?
2 railgun shots, you know, takes 2 players down.
What a shock skin. Interesting.
Switches over and plays the Cassidy. So this is really defensive here against the Toronto.
I mean, yeah, just bolster it up as much as you can. Better hope that Hydron doesn't get rushed, though.
Use that slide when you get hit with a magnade. You can't use much else, to be honest with it. That hinder is just such a frustrating thing to kind of deal with. But the Cassidy,
it can go hard here. It can.
It's a little bit damage resist when he rolls, but hasn't got that slide. You can see the target already is high.
Don't Outlaws still follow you? Yeah. To be honest, they probably don't even. They probably forgot they followed me because they followed me back when, you know, the old people were still in charge.
no, he cannot. Toronto Defiant, they do lose
I mean, hey,
someone to a pole spot.
I offered, you know, they said they're looking for new creators. I offered, and they did not care.
That is trumping an 80 right now.
Yeah, I mean, you say that
They do not want Overwatch creators.
Feel like sometimes you have to use it so
Yeah, Whack versus Falcons was a really cool series.
You're just sitting in the middle of nowhere, where Orisa has not been used the best in terms of like these kind of defensive comps. It's really the aggression. So
Just rush fan the hammer. That's kind of terrifying.
Yeah, it is, but it is going to put them on point, and that's a big ultimate to use as well. That Primal Rage. Oh, he's back in. Ends up getting speared. There's the sound barrier.
Vega still has an ult. Is he going to use it? RuPaul's not in that.
To be fair with you, a latest sound barrier from Vega here is Merit is just trying to find an angle on the rest of Toronto to find as with 10% to go. This is last fight, and I don't think M80 have got anything to say.
Yeah, they fumbled the bag. They could have, dude, if they had Warren and Aspen on their content team, they'd be doing some numbers, bro. Because then you could also, like, collaborate. You could have them collaborate with your other creators, and then they could help grow, too. Like, it seems like just an all-around miss by not signing them, to be honest with you. Hydron with the Summon Sue special, real.
Maybe if you're going to play, like, some of the sim-based things that we see with Maga, it feels like if you don't have...
Is Rainy outside or something else? Hold on.
You know, not having, like, a Lucio with the way that you see Merit there slide around the corner and just use, you know, 2 railgun shots and
Movie pouring rain.
I mean, he just can't do anything in that position. So when you have a character that can put that much burden,
Seemed like a missed opportunity, even if you're not that into Overwatch anymore. Like, that could have helped keep some of your fans around and bring in some new ones.
Look how many times Merit started off the fight.
I don't really see what you have to lose, genuinely.
If I just get a railgun kill at the start of the round or start of the fight, like, you can't do much. Like, what you want to fight is 145? Like, sure thing. Like, we'll take that fight any day of the week. Sojourn, yeah, it's such a must pick right now. And when you got someone like Merit on your team, I mean, the guy is just an absolute monster. And the flexibility as well, even on this map, playing the... I mean, they did play the Queen a little bit, but playing the Sigma, then swapping to the Winston, there's a reason why someone was MVP last year, right? And there's a reason why he's one of the best to ever do it on the tank role.
The PvE definitely fumbled harder.
I've said it once and I'll say it again, control fraudulent game type. It always ends up going...
Got a flood warning over here. I probably have one myself. It's been pouring all day.
From control in all time, right? Just, yeah, that's the way to go about it.
Oh yeah, there's a flood warning until tomorrow at 8 a.m. Wonderful.
Someone, like, they're kind of the epitome of what you need from tanks in, like, Overwatch 2, I think. I know as we've kind of gone on throughout Overwatch 2's, like, life cycle, you can't just be like, okay, well, I play all of the main tanks, and then, like, what, you have a completely different player who comes in and plays all the other stuff.
11 to 0.85, jeez.
Timing, if you can have one player just take up those slots,
$15 for those 3 missions was the most Overwatch ever ripped me off. I'm sad too, because I enjoyed those missions.
Blowout, I would say round 3 definitely helped aid in that.
Yeah, 11 KDA to 0.85. Quite the differential, if I do say myself. Say so myself. That'll do. That'll work. M80, remember they went undefeated in terms of maps as well, coming through the upper bracket. Their first time
Midtown.
Loss here against
Oh, what's up, Penguin?
Who have had a bit of maybe some tougher tests.
Yes, of course it's dry in Florida. Makes sense.
But it feels like Toronto, in a way, have just been leveling up every single day, and also Timeless are pretty nasty, to be fair, in their own right, but every single week I see Toronto, it feels like they're getting better.
I mean, I wish we could even have students of the game. I don't know how you do, you know, a final day with 5 teams and only, you know, like a bracket, but man, students of the game was sick yesterday as well.
They were, yeah.
So this is an M80 map pick. Which is interesting because, like, this is actually a pretty good Sigma map. Like, if you have an idea that Toronto potentially wants to play something like that. But Toronto will actually opt for the Winston here on defense. So the other day when we casted them, it was pretty much like, you know, it felt like a lot of just like Sigma-based compositions and then maybe some Orisa in the mix against Timeless. But today it looks like kind of switching it up, willing to play a little bit more Winston.
I do really like the Winston on the defense as well, because you can just catch him on the cross, and that's what a lot of teams ended up kind of failing at on their offenses, was actually just getting across the back alley or just behind the little bus shelter. It was pretty rough. Looks like M80 are going to run the Orisa instead. So
It's snowing where you are, Penguin? That's crazy. Well, actually, it's Canada, so is it really that crazy? I don't know. But it is almost April, so I'd like to think that is a little unfortunate.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is to watch, like, Hawk. Like, is he able to cross over towards this side here, where we see Hydron playing from, you know, with enough HP? Looks like gets there pretty safely. Hydron now actually moves his way onto the point, so some control here already for M80, but there's Marriott with a shot on the Ultraviolet.
He's just so good. Ultraviolet down, and the rest will crumble. M80.
I low-key love that Sugar Free gets to play in a good team like this.
Nice little flick from there, little 45 degree.
Bro has been a beast since 2019, for crying out loud. It's about time he gets to play on a good team again, like the ATL Academy days. Not that Vancouver were horrible or anything, but like, obviously, Toronto's got some more upside.
Also, Diva's pretty decent against like Winston. I mean, Diva pretty good at just dueling just about any character in the game. Vince Matrix is trying to get across, but that's pretty much all the usage of it.
Yeah. Oh, you can eat the railguns as well, right? Surely he eats the railguns. Please. You gotta help your backline. Don't let them die. Sugar Free already got a pulse bomb.
Had to picture the snow in Discord. Gotcha.
You know Hawk is pretty damn sharp.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of snow. Yeah.
Already got an overclock though, Matt, or at least 5% towards one. Oh, 5% away. There's the little dive after Hydron takes a few too many bullets. Very quick rush.
Oh, yeah, you just back out if you're M80. Don't fight in there.
Here's the overclock. Sound barriers coming through from M80 though. Ultraviolet didn't receive any of that over health. And Pelican throwing the pulse bomb just inside the middle of the room.
Everyone's so low on M80.
Is going to have to remake eventually.
Sugar Free at the cleanup.
Team are going to fall, and it might just be a little stagger as well. I mean, you might.
And you get to stagger the baby Diva? Oh man. Is that a Hangzhou Spark?
In their ability to defend this point.
I see Hawk's role models are Bernard and what's his face? Forgot his name. It's been so long.
So another 8 seconds off the clock.
Are they going to push? This is so smart. Oh, yeah. So smart. They push
In the spawn they go. Wow.
And it's like it's the easiest kill in the world. Good play from
Oh, Rhea. That's what I'm thinking of. Rhea. Freaking Rhea was goated. Shout out to Rhea. 2019, his Diva and Goats went crazy.
No ultimate and Sugar Free. It looks like he knows.
And then remember Sig in the playoffs was like low-key not bad either. Yeah, Rhea. Not Sashin, that's for sure. Definitely not him. C9?
Getting on the point, getting a touch.
Oh, Hydron is instantly dead. Yeah. One person to come back and contest. Make sure Pelican doesn't get that last 33%.
Low-key could be a full hold here, chat.
Is this it? Is that all they can muster? Toronto Defiant are going to hold them on first. 40 seconds to go. It's going to be a staggered push here, but they demech Hawk, Matt, and he hasn't got remech. He's going to have to just jump back to spawn, swap tank, swap back to Diva. If he wants to stay that, of course. Maybe just the Winston for Hawk right now. As Toronto look like they're just going to hold first here.
Yeah, I mean, what, you're not going to get a use of a tank ultimate pretty much the entire half here for M80 because of just the great stall, the swapping, and then here that demech at the end. So M80 trying to work through the choke. They do only need one tick here.
Oh my god, I don't think they're going to get that, mate, unfortunately.
Oh! Wait! Pelican!
Sugar Free, Vega dead. Wait a second.
Wait! Pelly with the stick?
Someone is still here, same with RuPaul.
Wait, Pelican saves the day! Wow.
Do something, but no, with no rush and no help onto someone, somehow
The Ping Warrior strikes again.
saves M80 on first.
And there's a Hawk Mauga swap.
And then he's just like rounding the corner, you know, by where that fire truck is. And
Interesting.
I don't know if maybe Sugar Free blinked into him or he was just kind of playing from there. And then an interesting switch up for M80. They're going to bring out the Mauga.
So
let's take a look at this here.
He stuck Sugar Free and him and Vega just collided.
Oh, wow.
God, what a beast. What an absolute beast. Yeah, it looks like
Pelican doesn't give up the... It's kind of cheesy to say, but he doesn't give up on the play till the whistle is blown. In this case, the map is over. Pelican's a Chad.
Overclock on the high ground. Forcing M80
Bro said, I'm not gonna let this group of frauds go down this easily.
This rush now used from UV and
The hard-working Korean culture saves M80, next uncoachable title. That's hilarious. But that's something I could see them doing. Commander X always has those unhinged titles.
use it, but their neutral game right now, Matt, Toronto Defiance, that is just clean.
Yeah, and you know, M80 has like a little bit of a damage advantage, right? With Hawk being able to put down so much damage on the Maga. You know, Cardiac Overdrive is trying to, you know, give a little bit of extra healing to everybody, but Toronto, they're so good at their dive that there's really not an opportunity for Hawk to just kind of like stand there and pump out damage, right? You see constantly having to back up.
3 people from MR80 were on the point at that one time, and yeah, they're completely split off from Hawk.
Trade?
POV, and Hawk was way out of the
Front of the ults, though.
able to rejoin here, but not after Hydron is killed. Someone is pretty low, but pops the primary.
Sucks to have to burn that, though. Because that's gonna do zilch, nada. Unless? Nah, there's no way. Okay, forced to Suzu at the least.
Still manages to weave his way out of danger and rejoins the rest of his team.
Okay, not ideal.
Defiance favor right now as Pelican looks for a pulse bomb.
Yeah, I think he was trying to force sound barrier there as Lep was really low, and then
No, my god, Oh, Suzu balanced ability, BTW.
Yeah, nice pulse bomb, even better Suzu. Pelican going super low, has to back out. Sugarfree's got a pulse bomb of his own now. Hawks in the front line with a cage coming up also. But the idea of a Toronto Defiance comp, they just want to be able to fight split fights. They don't want to fight on this point. They don't want to fight a head-on 5v5, especially against Hawk. That Cardiac Overdrive just going crazy for the entire team.
Yeah, just use the pulse.
As the cage comes in, Mag is going pretty low, but doesn't seem to matter whatsoever. RuPaul does take care of Hawk.
Once again, they get in last second.
Can't win the fight for him, basically. He was trying to fight and shoot around the cage, but everybody was just bundling on top of the people that were trapped in there. And once again, MET, by the skin of their teeth, managed to cap a point. A minute and 15.
Toronto still want to play monkey. They do not care.
Time-wise, Matt, considering their first point cap.
I mean, considering they almost got full health, yeah, I would say this is probably pretty good here if you're M80. And I think that the Magas really paid off as they lose Ultraviolet right away. But the cage fight there is really kind of what ends up winning them, you know, that point. They end up with a way earlier sound barrier than Toronto Defiant, right? Vega held on to it for a very long time, was able to get it, you know, pretty late. It's just that cage fight there from Hawk was massive.
Yeah, trapped everybody, and then those barrier walls come up, and Merit can't really do much. Rather unfortunate. They're going to go super early, though, with Merit's railgun. That overclock, oh, man, the aim from Merit is just something to behold. Sugarfree even started that off with a kill, so very, very fast.
Merit is very good at the Sojourn character.
Really like this. You're burning as much time off the bank as possible, Matt, because you know they had about a minute and 20, a minute and 25.
Once again, ult bank favors Toronto, but they botched this the last time.
And look at someone's positioning.
Ooh, someone is playing in a interesting and very ambitious location. Forced out a Suzu instantly. Look at how split his team is. Look how split M80 is. And the kill from Sugarfree. Bro, this is nasty. That was nasty work from someone. Ultraviolet's like, yep, that's a flying monkey. We are going to use Suzu. And then that was all she wrote. Nasty. They were not prepared for that one.
After that, him and Sugarfree just caused chaos in the back line of M80. But considering where M80 was at the beginning of the game, really good offense. I mean, that's about as good as you could ask for, considering you really need, what, a double pulse bomb from Pelican to even get that first checkpoint. So that play from Pelican still keeps them alive in this map. And then also, I mean, look, you go down 2-0 to a team like Toronto Defiant. I mean, you're in a real rough spot, especially because the next map, New Queen Street, would be a Toronto Defiant. It is their map pick.
Right. Yeah, it looks like they've got every small little answer for them. M80 struggling to get that first point. They managed to get 66% on their first couple of attacks, but that 33% and
It'll be fun to see where Happy signs. I'm sure he'll be in high demand, at least I hope.
They can push through to that second point. So yeah, it's a rough look for M80 right now, but things can all change, of course, as they go over to the defense. Gonna run the Orisa now.
But I mean, hey, they still pushed it relatively far, at least. I mean, realistically, they're one Pelican pulse bomb away from getting full held, so...
Room by the point, right? It'll be very very difficult to push.
I just hope Happy goes to a relevant team and he's not just on like some random team that doesn't go far.
Winston start. Okay.
Plenty of teams could use him as an upgrade though, that's for sure.
Okay, maybe not.
Especially with where the meta is now with Soj, my bro is gonna pop off.
Not right now, at least. It's going to be Sigma for Toronto Defiant up against the Orisa. Hearing the Orisa shooting, I imagine, then instant swapping.
Yeah, so you can kind of just poke a little bit, right? You know, you're not as reliant as kind of like taking the side room. You can play a little bit more like in the choke train, like bully back a little bit here with that Sigma. So see how someone and co want to play it.
Oh man,
She was built different though, to be fair. Hydron picked first, yeah.
Threats on M80 as well. That's not just Hydron randomly going down first. Very much like prioritizing the kill onto Hydron. UV dead. That is night and day first point capture for Toronto.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah, I mean, you know, M80, they got it by like the skin of their teeth, and here in Toronto, they just walk in and basically just take it for nothing. I know you get that first pick onto Hydron, that is massive. Now we're gonna actually see a Sigma head-to-head. So Hawk, very good, I know, on Sigma. Yeah. Right there, though, you see kind of, you lose that Sojourn. It's very difficult. So they see Sigma, they go win.
I may drop Spectre and Hydron, then get Happy. That'd be crazy. Dude.
Disgusting. Pelican was not expecting that. Definitely had recall in that situation too. A little short hop from Merit.
Bro knew.
He was trying to play a little bit cheeky.
Spectre winning on a visa. I believe him and Pelican are both kind of waiting on something to process. They're both on ping. The bro saw it in a dream, real. Maybe No Hill shared his dream journal with Merit, so he's aware of all of these funny locations teams go to. These pesky tracers.
When you see a Sojourn glowing with overclock or just a regular rail, like, you know death is coming rather swiftly. 4 minutes to go. They're nearing the final checkpoint here as M80.
Oh my god.
This is a really good play too.
What an aggro rush.
Hopefully getting an extra ultimate hour or two, but Hydron isolated, ends up going down and forces M80 to try and come back up with something here. They cannot let this point go.
That's something.
Maybe the Guardian Angel. Wings coming out, arising, M80 again. RuPaul ends up going down to a pulse bomb as Toronto Defiant now trying to even this one up.
For the sake of convenience, Tree, Happy's of course the better player, but you can get Tree right now, NA player.
Ultraviolet and Leopard end up rejoining the rest of the team as Toronto Defiant have to go on the retreat.
Tree's got very high ceiling as a player. That's yet to be fully fulfilled.
I mean, it feels like we're 2 Pelican pulse bombs away, I know, from this map being over pretty much, as he's really kind of kept M80 in it. But yeah, the Sojourn, like when you see her fully charged up with a railgun shot, you know, typically like you'll see Hydron here potentially, right? Like
Pelican is genuinely the savior of M80, and my bro is playing Tracer on ping. Hydron's dying first every goddamn fight, and Pelican is like breaking his back just to get like, we're working so hard just to get one pulse bomb kill at a time. I'm not sure, Jogo. Tree is built different. That guy is crazy. He's worth having on your team. Young prospect. Everyone respects him. He's so young. Like, just get him on the team.
Yes, Hawk goes over to the Maga. Worked out last time here.
Any touches at all? Lep's dead. There's no touches.
They don't even touch. That's brutal. If Pelly doesn't land a pulse, they just lose. Hydron's dying instantaneously. Bro is turning into dust.
Challenge team kind of coming into this match, it does not look like that at all. I mean, they look so clean. I think, look, I mean, Merit is hitting so many shots. I feel like Hydron hasn't even really been able to even like play the game. It feels like they're just able to collapse and kill him every single time.
He's just
and if you don't keep him alive, I mean, you're relying on heroics from Pelican to be able to win a fight.
Please, just land another double pulse, Pelican, please. It has been really rough for Hydron, but like I mentioned before, Matt, very much like target prioritization. from Sugar Free and someone just trying to get on top of Hydron and just kind of beat him into the dirt. Because as soon as you lose your Sojourn, that's a lot of like damage, obviously, but a lot of that easy pick potential. That
Oh yeah, happy would definitely be in Korea.
Right now, getting railguns across the map. So yeah, Hydron having a very much a rough time. We're going to New Queen Street as our
Yeah, Defiant's winning big right now.
closer than this, 'cause, yeah,
Circuit Royale was not even close. Wait, did I just hear New Queen Street?
going towards second.
New Queen Street in 2024? Literally everybody just picks Coliseo or Esperanza. New Queen Street, huh?
They are not making it to second.
No, and then yeah, I mean, gets a pulse bomb on their defense, which they just gets them one extra fight. But I mean,
No, Hydron's not a horrible player at all.
Stuff like that.
He is inconsistent, and that's the nature of Hitscan. We see that a lot.
But the supports, I think, for the Defiant.
I mean, maybe like it's definitely not his fault. Like you know, it's a team effort.
The M80's trying to pressure them, force some of these ultimates out, but they're doing such a good job.
So clearly they got to make some kind of change because Bro is getting bullied into next week.
North American main sports, right?
Bro is getting his lunch money stolen, stuffed into a locker.
But contending with the back line is one thing, but then contending with the DPS, like Toronto are just so well-rounded as a team. And I mentioned the run-up to this first match was they've just been improving week on week on week on week. And it very much feels like they've not hit even their apex just yet. I mean, they're also, at the moment in time, just playing everything. They can play the Orisa, they can play the Winston, they can play the Sigma if they want. We do have a small listening as well. Let's see what Toronto had to say.
Yeah, I can go.
I get the go, let it go, or make it, go to me, go to me.
Journey, go. Journey, can you go. This one. Turn it to me, or Suzu.
Nice. There we go, easy. It's just another day in the books. Honest Overwatch is being played by Toronto right now.
And I mean, it does not look like they're letting up anytime soon, right? New Queen Street feels like they have a lot of different options, right? You can play Winston here.
Hydron's high is very good, yes. Seeker is absolutely more consistent.
Would dabble with the Maga.
Our team's just not allowed to import Chinese players. I mean, it's kind of just complicated, I feel. I don't... Like, technically, they're, like, not even allowed to, like, be playing the game. It's weird. It'd just be too challenging right now. Plus, I don't know how many Chinese players would be up for that anyway.
But on a map that's pretty flat, like New Queen Street, like, maybe you can make the Maga work.
Maybe. But then I would also fear that Toronto just picks Orisa and just kind of runs over them. I think Orisa's just getting better and better as days go by as well.
Yeah.
Like, we've seen a little bit of Malga dabbling here and there, but I do feel like Orisa is just straight up better at this current moment in time. Just her utility and being able to stay alive require less support as well. So, I mean, maybe they end up defaulting back to the Malga, but they're going to need to find something. They're going to need to find some secret source, a special comp, or just anything right now. Because they're down 2-0. Toronto are on match point. They're going to head to the finals, Matt, if M80 are...
Dude, you know what pissed me off? When that stuff happened with, it might have been Falcon's old roster? I don't remember, but Shy was going to play in Saudi E-League, and then he never got the chance to. Like, he had just gotten there and then just had to go home immediately. Because they were already eliminated. That sucked.
Safest option, the most well-rounded. The Ramatra.
I wanted to watch Shy in Saudi E-League so bad.
A little bit of you're like, oh, maybe a special comp pocket pick. You're thinking more for M80, but someone could come in here, play the Ramatra, and I kind of like this for M80. Like, I think play that Maga, like potentially if they're going to be playing that like Winston-based comp, see if you can push them over towards something like Orisa.
Well, someone is just a flex god. He really is. He can play literally everything. Yeah, just running the Ram now.
Yeah, it was Falcon's old roster. They had Shy and Spectra. Like, can you imagine? That would have been sick.
This battle will be on the sidelines between Sugar Free and Pelican. Almost a straight up 4v4 and then a 1v1 happening across the map. Positioning taken quite aggressively by M80, but they're going to have to. They can't easily take position with Maga, not against...
And now someone's playing Ram.
Hydron had a railgun shot. It looks like they just kind of like backed out. You see just firing at anything, just trying to keep that, you know, charge high. It will be M80 in control of the bot here first, and I think it's just more Toronto trying to figure out how to engage on this type of comp.
Yeah, they really want to just get in there in some...
Hydron for sure.
Hydron to maybe get a pick right. A lot of the time it's just Sojourn's getting railgun shots across the map. The Hawk does want to separate the team with the Mauga. That Vortex is going to be fairly annoying for the Mauga to kind of deal with too. Worth keeping in mind. Just kind of getting slowed down like that, your head hitbox is going to get just chewed up. Merit trying to match on the high ground for Toronto Defiant. They're kind of rapping on them right now, Matt. As it looks like someone's under a little bit of pressure. Needs a little bit of assistance. I heard that Suzu go off. Same with the one onto Hawk.
1 for 1, but someone's down, so...
Picking up a big kill onto Sugarfree now as Hawk finds that mega health pack room, but Merit is just filling him full of energy bullets. I love that animation, just running into the wall, getting the short stomp. And there we go, M80 winning the fights, getting the bot moving.
I was going to say, for a second there, someone was hovering the Doomfist. I was like, we have seen how this plays out into the Mauga. That is not it. He will go.
Someone's going to play Orisa now. This is the first time, despite being up 2-0, that Toronto is playing someone on Orisa. I don't know if Lip's the tallest Overwatch esports player of all time. There's a good chance he is. I don't know if we're certain. I mean, like, a lot of people in EU are tall. So, I mean, not everyone shows their height. We don't know.
He needed beat so bad, but Vega was 3% away. Someone in a whole heap of trouble right now. There's the sound barrier pretty late, but they've managed to isolate Hawk. Has to use the overrun to get away. Playing on the Kitsune Rush now is the Toronto Defiant. Hawk eventually goes down just through a solitary boop.
Still fairly... Wait, don't give up the checkpoint for free now. That was close.
Not to give up this checkpoint either. And now the target focus is Hydron straight in the back line. Sugarfree hits a full clip, hits the recall, waits for RuPaul to finish them up. And there we go. There is the wipe. The bot in their control now as they attempt to move the barricade.
Look, this is the best look, though, that we've seen from M80 throughout this series, probably, you know, thus far. I mean, Samoa obviously pretty close at the start, right, when they're playing the Winston into the Sigma, but I know after that, Toronto started to adjust. I think this Mauga is the thing that's given Toronto the most, you know, pause, so to speak, right? You know, it will be M80 in the lead here as Toronto starts to get that barrier moving, but they don't really have anything to work with. Everybody dumped just a lot of ultimates in that previous fight, really trying to prevent M80 from getting that checkpoint.
It's going to be a tough time actually securing hold of the bot here as well, because they have Cage, they have the Mauga roll, right? Let's get an M80 listening and see how they want to approach
The shortest. I know that Void is like extremely tiny. That guy's really short. DPS ults find value. There you go. Should get checkpoint as well. The staggers here could be clean. Oh, can they get RuPaul? Not quite.
I'm back Red Salt is their win con. I'm playing white. Red Curie.
Orisa is their win con. They know exactly how they want to approach the fight, and good overextension there. Not dying, just saying don't die, right? Just making sure they can get up and maybe punish RuPaul. There's a lot more win conditions than they maybe expect here as RuPaul lays down the rush. Same with the UV though, and here comes the cage fight, but Hawk is strapped straight up against that bot on the wall. The sound barrier comes in for Leb, and as someone just spins to win, doesn't find a single bit of winning there, unfortunately. No kill. And not even an inch of damage by the looks of it.
M80 waking up here. Making the adjustments they need.
And this is where Toronto...
Everything went downhill for Dallas in Season 6, aside from like Hanbin and Bliss.
Doesn't give you anything moving forward, and let's see Doomfist now here. Where, I mean, I think when we casted the other day, I think this is like what got them into trouble, right? Is like playing against these Mauga-based compositions still, where it feels like, you know, someone, I mean, man, he's going to have to hightail it out of there. Really difficult to keep him up.
Man, that was props to Vega there, keeping Merit alive. Just setting him up for these shots. So he just makes it look so easy. There you go. There's the bot back in their favor, Matt. But for how long? I mean, only 18 meters, and M80, they have checkpoint 75, so checkpoint and then some. Pelican come in with a pulse.
I could take Mistrix as a carry-on item. That's a crazy thing to say. That's hilarious.
Try and find the kill onto Hydron here.
Yeah, I think that's the key, right? For Toronto to find you have this huge sound barrier advantage. Like, you have to give that sound barrier, you know, especially make sure it hits someone, as he's going to take basically all of his health already before he even gets in there. To try and make a play. Otherwise, I feel like you're just going to keep...
Chat, did we see who picked this map? I wasn't paying attention. Was it Toronto? I don't remember.
Luckily, New Queen Street, you can get the bot back pretty quickly, but still, reducing the time they have to actually push here. They do use that sound barrier, Matt, like you said, to try and win this fight. Someone is pretty low, should be receiving heals.
Toronto Defiance pick. Gotcha.
However, still pretty damn that you have to get these kills. He ends up actually trading, of all things.
It's not the greatest look, in other words, to pick this map and to get steamrolled.
And the healing to just keep everybody up. And now RuPaul just
I appreciate that, X7. I'm glad you enjoy the videos, and welcome to the stream.
He can TP away to the high ground, but they haven't got a frontliner here. Hawk is back on the point.
But it feels like that was the fight they needed to win. Here's going to be Kitsune Rush here on the high ground. It's going to just have every...
Oh, goodbye, Hawk.
Hightail it, but that time they end up killing Hawk early. But that was just like the last fight, right? They used Sound Barrier, they get Hawk early, but they weren't really able to get much progress. And now this time, though, they will, as they have control of that bot moving forward.
Hey, yo, UV with the moves? The schmovement?
That kill was massive, too. Killing UV there is really nice. Not going to be able to get back and heal the team. It's going to be a tough fight for M80 if they want to go in. They're going to have to commit Sound Barrier if they really want to go right now. UV is just spawning. A quick swift step to the rest of the team should be good. Pelican's still in the back.
Yeah, they have a chance. Yeah, alright. So, Toronto's just going to try and play for the checkpoint here, because they have the contest.
And there's the Sound Barrier.
Sound Barrier's good. Vega doesn't have one to counter. There you go.
You just charge down Merit. For a second there, I was about to say, I was like, I wonder if, you know, M80, you think about going Orisa, right? Orisa really good against the Doom, right? I think just to kind of force someone back off onto something else, and then, you know, maybe go back to that Maga, but Pulse Bomb dropped in, not going to connect with anything, because that's Overclock and Pulse Bomb there from the Toronto Defiant. There's someone probably just holding on to that Meteor Strike just to give himself a little bit more survivability.
Man, Hydron. It is saving Private Hydron right now. Had a rough go of it in Midtown, but Suzu, all the heals that he could possibly...
A headshot from UV, big.
His way. Sugarfree ends up going down to a kunai. There from UV. Hydron again. You got Cardiac Overdrive, plus the Suzu. Hydron stays alive. If Hydron stays alive, he can just carry on getting good positions and keep on finding...
Got your 3 ults too here. I mean, it's not looking too bad for M80 right now. However, the bot is being taken away and Hydron freaking dies.
From Pelican is good for one, but they do end up trading their life for it.
Yeah, but a Sound Barrier just to get back to the bot, right? With a minute.
RuPaul could just not hit UV. He's like, all right, I'll just kill Hawk instead. Stupid Curie hitbox.
For just a brief second. So what? You're still gonna have another fight probably over the checkpoint here, and for M80, you're gonna have this cage fight, right? So maybe you can actually catch someone before he uses that Meteor Strike and punish him.
Relatable gameplay, yeah, for real, for real.
Meteor Strike. Very much used to kind of engage and then just get out of there. You heal, obviously, when you're...
Now you get the checkpoint.
Wait, what?
M80 just giving up the point. Although Pelican died there, Matt. Maybe they were expecting Pelican to kind of jump in and get the touch there briefly.
You still got a shot at this, though, if you're M80. It's not like you're out of this. Got the spawns. If Hawk can land a good cage fight, that could be pretty nasty. Oh my lord, what a punch. What a punch, dude. This guy is built different. Someone is so good at this video game, man. Wonderfully done, and that is the series. Toronto are looking good. This is probably it. I don't know how they turn this.
With only 10 seconds to go, M80 have got to be perfect.
This has got to be GG, man. There's no way.
Here for M80, they're gonna have to get back onto the point, get a contest. Hawk gets quite low, probably trying to dodge the Meteor Strike that expects to come in, baits it out to the side.
But Pelican's down, Hydron dead. There's the cage fight, is straight on the point, but they're not worried about the point. We'll kill everybody around you, Hawk, before we deal with you. UV and Lep are alive. Hawk is receiving a lot of healing here, but now is the chance to take down the beast.
Okay, now, okay, Toronto might be, Toronto are kind of, okay, I don't like that they're overcommitting this hard to try and end it. They're just get out.
As long as they've got control of the bot here and push on it as well, they're in good stead. Toronto, they got a sound barrier coming up though, Matt, in 7%.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing here. They back out. They realize they don't have to fight here. You back out, you have this sound barrier, and then you take this next fight on their terms.
Sound barrier from Vega, straight in the back.
Oh, Hydron getting bullied again. The theme of this series, kill Hydron.
Laying in wait in the midpoint of the map. They knew they had the sound barrier advantage. M80 fall flat and get knocked to the lower bracket as Toronto Defiant will secure their place.
GG.
Man, if there's one way to kind of stamp, you know, when everybody's talking about like who is the best team in NA and whatnot, and maybe this is
all right. Toronto Defiant looking much better than yesterday.
Team in North America right now. That is one way to do it. Is Toronto gets I don't think anybody would have said a 3-0. Like
or not yesterday. I mean 2 days ago. I'm sorry, not yesterday.
You know, especially with
looking much better than the beginning of this tourney. Stronger as time goes on. That's what you like to see. I'd take Whack over Toronto for sure.
It felt like an M80 game, especially when they got checkpoints so early, and then they were able to roll on, get like what 75 meters or something, like, and then it's like, okay, this is going to be really tough for Toronto now, but they're just winning these small fights, and also shutting down Pelican 2 on the flank was a big win for Sugar Free 2.
Huge.
Desk, how did you feel about that game? A 3-0, like, and Midtown going that one-sided, like, that is ridiculous stuff.
I don't think anyone would have expected a 3-0, just like you guys said. It's a huge statement from Toronto Defiant, just really solidifying how, like, or showing everyone how strong they are.
Just the way they did it too, like with someone just getting the tank advantage all the time. It was brutal to watch from M80 because you're just like, Hawk doesn't stand a chance.
Yeah, I mean,
Pelican needs a security Piggy. I miss Piggy.
Giving him a chance. I mean, I feel like the Malgo versus Doom can really go both ways, if not the other way. I think that cage fight can be really hard to deal with. But you saw how well
Toronto have struggled against other NA teams and EU teams, and I don't think that's good enough to beat the top Korean teams, personally.
There were moments where maybe I feel like Pelican, little bursts of life with those pulse bombs. I mean,
Not to say that it's impossible, it's just, as of right now, if you're asking me, yeah, I would take Whack.
Injecting life back into the team and giving them some hope and some belief. But
Well, anyway, chat, next we get NA lower bracket semifinals. Luminosity versus Timeless. Dante and Maryville versus the NA up-and-comers.
It felt like Toronto Defiant was just in control of the entire series, start to finish. Just perfect play from someone. I mean, this is why he was the MVP. This is why Florida Mayhem won the Overwatch League last year. It's because you're always able to get ahead in these compositions. And in Overwatch 2, you know, you're playing 5 versus 5.
I do be spreading that Timeless propaganda on the timeline. I am a Timeless fan this year. I gotta stick with them. I believe in my boys Rocket and Chopper to get to the lower bracket finals. Give me Timeless.
There's just such a full court press coming in out of Toronto Defiant, right?
Score. Timeless love to go 3-2. I'm gonna say 3-2 Timeless because for some reason this team is obsessed with going to map 5. So give me 3-2 Timeless.
I think he played just fine on the Sojourn. I just feel like Merit.
It shouldn't be that close. They should probably win like 3-1 in my opinion, but
this is the matchup. Undoubtedly, they've been.
I gotta go 3-2 because that has been the story of their lives in this tournament.
Toronto is surprised that this went as easily as it did. I think M80 gonna have to lick their wounds and refocus. In the end, now it's about making it to Dallas, right? Like, honestly, I feel like M80, if they're the ones coming back in the grand finals, mentally it'll be pretty.
Like 3-2 against Toronto, 3-2 against Pip, nearly a 5-mapper against Students of the Game yesterday. It's gonna be a close and stressful game, no matter what, I feel like. Even if it's a 3-0, every single map will be exhausting, knowing how Timeless has played so far. Some inconsistencies, but they tend to show up when it matters.
Merit just, yeah, he's different. Look at this guy.
I'm of the belief Timeless are definitely the better team, though.
The amazing thing is he did this all throughout the whole series.
Every time we go to his POV.
Yeah, it's like it's not even just like a one pop-off moment. It was just throughout the whole series. He was just continuing this.
Timeless are my boys in OWCS, though, chat. I gotta spread that Timeless propaganda. Continue to preach about the GOATs, Rocket, Chopper, and Sun Jun on DPS.
this is just business for Marin, you know, just like another day at the office. Like, that's what's really crazy is we talk about consistency, how important that is on hit scan, how hard it is to achieve. And Marin, I mean, look at what's going on. I mean, he is swarmed in this fight. They know he's the threat. They are coming for him. He doesn't care. Let them come.
Absurd.
Just
absurd. Do you guys feel like, I mean, now that Toronto is moving on to the grand finals, like, do you think they're worried about any other teams? Should they be worried about any other teams?
I mean, you can't sleep on the other teams, right? You lost 2 maps to Timeless. Timeless had a chance in that series, even though Toronto and Circuit Real to close things out was really looking good. I wouldn't be worried about if I was Toronto Defiant, because I know that someone is such a good tank player in making those hero adaptations.
I'm with you there, Amaterasu. I'm a Whack fan as well. Whack and Timeless are like my 2 teams. EU, I still don't really know. Like I said, Quick Esports, but like they're never gonna be relevant. So maybe I'll change, but I don't know. I gotta have at least one obscure team I root for. I can't just root for all top teams.
Toronto didn't always have the leg up that it feels like they.
Maybe I'll just say my favorite team is. Oh yeah, because they have Kaya the GOAT.
There weren't really any questions. It felt like their answers were prepared. And so I got to give props to the Toronto Defiant organization, Kasoris as head coach. They looked really well drilled today, in contrast to previous where it was a little bit more reliant on individual pop-off.
I just root for Dong Hack. You know what? I can respect it.
The winning comms moment, because I'm pretty sure there was a lot of great things happening over there as well.
Back shots? What?
Nice, crispy, clean comms.
Yes.
What are they saying? What are bros comms?
The moment at the end when you realize you've won, and then people start to have a little bit more fun. But you know, but for Toronto Defiant, they were clearly focused up there to the end. Great focus calling with the Doom comp. Crucial when you play against a Malga, right? If your focus is split, you are not going through the stat monster that is Malga with his lifesteal.
All right. So it's time for the post-match interview. Jake, who should I interview for today?
Let me think about that.
I'm gonna walk. I'm gonna walk.
I need to get a good title for the stream.
One of the best soldiers in the world.
Spreading Timeless propaganda, Timeless versus Luminosity. What's like a
one of the best players in North America.
There's only one answer to this.
Who could it be?
It's none other than, yes, Merit.
Hey, Merit.
Chat with us after this amazing win. I mean, Merit, great stuff on the server today. Congratulations on getting the win. I just have to start off by asking this question. I think everyone will agree with me. You know, going into this match, a lot of people expected this to be a very close series, but honestly, Toronto is just too good. You guys beat them 3-0. Are you, you know, honestly, were you surprised by this outcome as well? 자, 일단 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 일단 메리트 선수.
That'd be funny.
오늘 경기가 굉장히 접전일 것 같다. 되게 가까운 경기가 될 것 같다는 예상을 했지만 그 예상을 다 뒤엎고 토론토가 너무나도 쉽게 3대 빵으로 이제 이 승리를 거두시게 되셨는데요. 좀 이 결과에 대해서 좀 메리트 선수도 경기를 뛰셨지만 좀 이제 좀 놀라셨는지.
일단 저도 이제 접전이 좀 일어날 줄 알았는데 상대가 생각보다 긴장을 많이 한 게 느껴지더라고요. 그래서 쉽게 이긴 것 같습니다.
Yeah. I also did expect it to be a lot closer, but when we're in match,
Can't support Hydron's team in this economy.
That's how it led us to easily overcome them or beat them and get the win. All right. I mean, so I just want to sort of hear your how Toronto Defiant prepared for this match against M80.
Leon supports Pelican though, who is goated.
This matchup. 자, 오늘 경기를
How I see it is, support Pelican to do good and hope that they succeed while Hydron doesn't play well. That's the real hater mentality right there.
특별히 한 건 없고 그냥 이번 경기 이제 실수했던 것들 그런 거 잡으면서 그냥 했던 것 같아요.
Nothing really out of the ordinary, nothing really special. The only thing that we did were we looked back on our past mistakes, really trying to focus.
Bench Hydron. Well, they need another DPS player to. Well, no, they have Spectra. Technically, they could bench Hydron for Spectra.
Jake really wanted me to ask.
But like, then you'd have 2 DPS on ping, and that doesn't sound like a fun time.
자, 마지막 질문은 이제 JQ 선수가
I don't know how I feel about Spectra playing like Soj. That sounds kind of cursed.
손결을 받은? 그러니까 좀 이렇게
Young hot college jocks versus high school. What? Pelican, Spectra, and Renko's cool, but don't really like the rest of the team that much. Fair.
근데 저는 아직 부족하다고
I like Ultraviolet.
더 연습해서 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
The real haters mentality is still wanting all the Shock players to lose. All the old Shock players. Like, which old Shock players are we talking here?
We'll see you tomorrow. Congratulations.
Which ones are we talking about? Like the ones that played last year, or are we talking like the Dynasty Shock? Get a new audience with a time. I don't know if that's the audience I'm looking to get though.
I think I'm gonna keep asking. If he pops up like that again, I'm gonna keep on asking the same question.
This was a big
do you still like if you're this good, if you want to improve, like how, like where's the ceiling? Like how high do you even want to go? How high can you?
I'm always rooting against Decay. You know what? Fair enough. I can respect that. I can respect the hate.
The opponents were nervous or weak or vulnerable, and they just poured on. Everybody feels
Violet and all the O2 Shock players.
That's like the margin you're
Hating them is kind of wild though. They weren't even good last year.
losing confidence to the point where the enemy team realizes it.
Just pouring salt in the wound.
When we get these Game 5 bangers, it's incredible, right? For both teams to stay in it in these incredibly close series. It's so easy, even for elite players, to kind of fall apart and crumble under this pressure. And for the other team to feel it and start to build momentum and confidence. And so I just think it's been incredible that we've gotten close Overwatch, and even more impressive when somebody like Merit hits a level where he makes the other players on the server look like they're playing bad. I mean, they're not. He's just doing something that I would say you can't really replicate, but maybe Merit can. Like, I'm scared to-
Violet's always good. He's just goated no matter what. Bro's defying father time with how he's still a top player. He's been a top player since he joined Overwatch League. Like, think about that, chat. That's some insane longevity.
They will be moving on to the lower bracket.
Yeah. And I know that was like the big game. You know, Toronto against M80. We're so excited about it. I'm really looking forward to Luminosity the game.
Why is my camera
we have coming up next.
blurry? What?
The North American region is stacked, and all four of these teams are.
My camera not focusing.
While M80, they've had their time in the upper bracket. Now they're the more.
Focus.
And Luminosity and Timeless both have a real chance at making a bit of a run here in the lower bracket. So forward to that match time.
Focus.
And that match will be coming up very soon, right after this break.
Now looks a bit better. That was strange. I ain't good last year with all the Shocks losses and seeing the desk try to cope. Understandable. Better Cass, Hybrid, or Violet? Violet all day. Watch that. I'll never forget that clip of Hybrid just like whiffing every shot on Cass. That'll go down in infamy. It's such a good clip. The anti-pine clip is a really funny way to describe it. That's great. #1 Widow 1v1 players, definitely Gesture. I mean, yeah, in 2019 he had 100% accuracy. One shot, one kill on Dasoon. Goated. Lane Roberts, champion sniper, yeah. That Weir's Widow duel pissed me off because I think like Nene, I forgot what it was. I think he beat Pine. He either beat Pine or Saya player, and I got robbed of my dream Widow 1v1. I wanted to see Pine and Saya play so bad, and I got robbed. I was so upset.
Last match of the day, Luminosity Gaming versus Timeless. It's gonna be another great one, Johnny, right?
It's going to be another fantastic match here in the North American OWCS region. We're getting ready for it.
Okay, let's jump right in. Let's take a look at the rosters first, starting with Timeless. What are we looking out for, guys?
I mean, this is a team that is capable of winning it all. They took 2 maps against Toronto Defiant the other day, now here in the lower bracket, trying to make their way back there, now going up against Luminosity. And there's been so many standout players on this team. Rocket's Tracer, I mean, this is a superstar in the making. The way he just diffed the enemy team, just setting up his team for success, it's so crucial. We've been talking about it. It's so
Oh yeah, Carpet lost to Nene as well. That's right, dude. Nene went on like a miracle run. I was so mad. I'm like, frick you, Nene. Come on, man. Why you beating all of the players I want to see advance? Like, that's messed up, man. That does not line up with my agenda.
Is going to be on for this Luminosity squad. I'm really eyes on King, as well as Juby and Squid, to really stay on top of Rocket. It's not so simple as just marking the enemy tracer, though. It's very easy to say that, like, let's mark the enemy tracer. But a player like Rocket, if you put too many resources into him, he's just going to kite you away.
Oh no, it wasn't Saya. It was Pine and Carpe that I got robbed of seeing in a Widow 1v1.
To suppress her and keep her down without.
Then I made a miracle run to the goddamn final. It was crazy.
Like Zarya, interested to see what strategies and comps LG comes out with, because
it's just frustrating. I wanted to see Carpe and Pine go head to head, and then Nene's like, I don't really like them. I'm gonna beat them both.
And we're starting off the match with Samoa, selected by Luminosity Gaming. What are your thoughts on their...
I miss Dante DPS, dude, so much.
They want to avoid dive maps by all costs.
I miss the Dante Tracer heroics.
Luminosity instead put Dante on the Zarya or heroes similar to that.
Alright, chat, last match of the day. Let's hope we have a good one. Winner plays M80 tomorrow to decide who plays Toronto.
Sharkman. Ah, you forgot my name again.
Baby Shark.
Just in case. Just in case.
Fishman?
That'll do. Sure. Okay. Whatever you want, Danny. Whatever you want. Thanks, Danny. Thanks,
I love how Danny knows an entire other language but can't remember your name.
That's great. Okay. There's too many J's, to be fair. There are way too many J's in production and Overwatch CS. But look, Matt, Timeless versus Luminosity.
Yeah.
Both of these teams have
Dante Sombra and Echo fed families. People forget how goated Dante was at Sombra. I feel bad that, like, his career as a Sombra player ended when they lost to Washington in that 2021 play-in match. And, like, he lost to Assassin Sombra. He lost to the Memp guy, and Assassin got, like, player of the match that game. That was a tragedy.
Timeless is probably, like, a heavy favorite with how they've looked throughout.
That was the last of Dante as an official DPS player only. Crazy.
But, you know, Luminosity obviously has some, like, veteran players, right? They're not just going to kind of, like, fall over here to...
Yeah, it's actually really sad. Like, Dante Sombra could have been so much better than Yaki.
Look, they took Toronto to
Alright, chat's about 2/3 in favor of Timeless. I think that's to be expected. So that's about a 3-1, methinks.
Specifically, just unbelievable talents in NA.
Yeah, he played a few maps, but it was pretty temporary.
I mean, hey, Timeless did take rank 1 seed.
Sureforce Sombra was kind of hit or miss, I feel like. Sometimes it was good, and other times I was questioning if he was even doing anything. No offense, Penguin.
It's not been close either way every single time they've played. Timeless, on the other hand, have always had very, very close games. All right, we roll out on the first point here on Samoa.
Alright, Luminosity going with the Zarya. Meanwhile, Timeless is, instead of playing the Orisa, they're going to play the Ram.
Yeah, as Luminosity, like how Johnny was talking about, doesn't really want to play some of the dive-centric things, it seems, at the moment. So they're going to play Zarya with, like, a Baptiste and a Cass.
Luminosity love their Zarya.
In, right? But you know, Icy should be able to kind of like hold on the point as the Ramattra, right? Shield plus power block pretty strong.
Okay, Penguin.
To kind of like build up towards these rails.
He means fight me in Minecraft chat, not in real life. Never in real life.
Dante has to kind of juggle onto the point, but has to use bubbles to kind of stay there and actually contest for the entire time. Speaking of which, hasn't got any. Has got one in a second or so, but might need some a little bit quicker than that.
I highly doubt it. Highly doubt Sentinels would be interested in Overwatch.
Right now on the Tracer, and Chopper's gonna make sure Dante's hit with a quick, brief respawn, and no energy remaining either. Timeless with the first cap and the first fight win.
Yeah, it's true. That version of Sombra was different, but my counter argument to that is we saw better Sombras in that health back era that like made her more interesting and impactful than how Surefour played her. Like Dante, for example.
Right away, so that's immortality field. They don't even have another layer of protection for Dante.
Honestly, I kind of liked Hydration Sombra more back then. Maybe that's a hot take.
Well, that's a good start to the fight, isn't it? Little railgun kill onto Vision. Can't say no to that one. Quick reset for Luminosity though. Can't waste any more time.
But I mean, how many resets are you gonna take, right? I mean, you reset here. You're gonna be running into all ultimates on the other side. Right?
Was Jake better on DPS or healer? Absolutely DPS.
Deadeye for Vision. Can try and clear the point. Should be pretty easy. Yeah, there you go. Hits the Deadeye, everybody scatters. Luminosity now trying to cap the point in the time that the Deadeye is active, and there it is. All right, Deadeye fades away, and so does the control for time.
Sombra went through weird phases back then. It really pissed me off how Sombra was played back then. Like, if anyone remembers pre-Owl, the strat was to do like a solo heal. You'd have your flex support play Sombra, and you play around the health pack, and literally nobody could do it right, and it never worked. I hated when Immortals used to play that comp. It triggered me. They were so bad at it.
I know Timeless is in control of that, right? Throw another 20 or so on theirs, and we're into round 2, so that allows them to kind of keep.
Like, it was like played on 2CP a lot in particular. Like on Volskaya it was really popular, and it just never worked unless you're like one of the top Korean teams. I feel like it never worked. That's a bad grab.
Dante is so low too, and there's no lamp, there's no health, there's no healing, there's no nothing for Luminosity. Tom just running him down. Vision, yeah, you got no health, brother. I don't think you're gonna get into this fight.
That was good discipline from Icy. I think 9 out of 10 Overwatch players would have chased there. They would have chased that cat.
Yeah, I mean it
or that Tracer, or whatever it was.
Luminosity trying to make this Zarya work. Even in the series that we casted the other day, it was quite difficult for them to do so.
I miss Jake Rat, same.
Seems like they're gonna have to mess around, play some other stuff. So looks like now
Prophet's Junkrat was pretty crazy.
Hovering over an Orisa setup with you know,
the real ones to remember. London, when they had Prophet play Junk, he used to go hard. You know, he had the money tire in stage 1 to beat New York.
Doesn't like have the Sojourn in it.
He put in the work.
Some type of, you know, rush, like really close brawl, when even then, you know, Sojourn feels like it fits into that as well. Feels like you're gonna be at a bit of
Rascal Junkrat. Dude, I miss Junkrat gameplay. Season 1 when Junkrat was good, man. The Junkrat Orisa setup on 2CP, on defense, like on Anubis, and Horizon Lunar Colony. Speaking of Tavix Junkrat used to go crazy. I remember Tavix Junkrat in 2017 World Cup. That dude balled out to help Sweden get 3rd place.
Vision with a nice little angle there is going to stop Icy from getting onto the point. Now he tries to look towards Chopper to put a little bit of pressure on. Nice dynamite there around the corner as Icy ends up falling, and Vision is still trying to hold the fort.
Ooh, nice shot.
There onto Chopper, who was just sliding away. Ooh, nice coach come from Vision too. Good stuff. Okay, Luminosity in control.
Yeah, and that's gonna have Timeless making changes already. So Icy.
Luminosity. I like that Dante's finally playing some Orisa. I'm ready for Kyle Junkrat. Yeah. I really hope next stage, oh yeah, makes it through the groups. I need it. I need. On a broadcast that everyone watches, that guy playing Junkrat would feed families.
Yeah, look at Vision though. He's so alone in that corner. He ended up getting pooped off of that high ground, away from his supports and away from Dante, who could have possibly helped him with the spear spin there. I will say I'll give some merit to Vision, especially with the Ash pick. Bob, used on this point specifically, is really nice. If you can tag it on one of those pillars and have Bob sit on the point, it's hard for you
Only
to...
the spirit of the Jake Rat could defeat Kaya.
And the Bob also sits there and contests. So on this point specifically, I think Bob has a lot of ability to be kind of annoying for the enemy team. But we'll see how it ends up getting used. 5% away from Bob.
Luminosity probably going to try and move here with the Casino Rush on the high ground, right? So they're going to drop that. It's going to be answered by CJ. Opener does have the...
Now, Bob is kind of a nasty angle, but it's dead.
Alright, goodbye, Bob. That was almost instantly killed. Unlucky. Same with Vision and Juby, though. Timeless in control. I've really liked that rush from Squidman. Do you see he was on the high ground there?
Timeless feel like they're pretty firmly in control of the series so far, which is what I want to see. It always feels like they struggle out of the gate, so this is good for them.
But Timeless were able to burst it down too quickly for Bob to get much. Exactly, right?
He was dead before he even like really finished his charge. I mean, just got him out of the way rather quick.
Don't let him get away with this. Okay, they forced a recall at least. For Rocket with a pulse bomb does disgusting things to your backline if you let it. I mean, there is the overclock. Whoa, okay, King, head taken clean off, just DNA on the pavement now. Chopper hasn't got a slide remaining, but caused at least a little bit of a distraction. Juby almost managed to 1v1.
Seeing the charge skin makes you realize how forgettable charge was as an org. Yeah. Later, Keon, thanks for hanging out, man. Good luck at work. I low-key like charge skins. I'm glad Luminosity's using them because the colors are similar. It's kind of based. Well, at least Vision is. Can't speak for the other members. I think Juby might have the Lucio. I don't remember, though. I think he does. Oh, King also has the Tracer. Okay, so they kind of got it. Dante's kind of ruining the vibe a little with the Gladiator skin, but it's alright.
Using that rush on the point to match Squids, just the Orishas just kind of ignoring each other and then just shooting at the enemy team. Wise to do. Those spears do end up missing, but with Opener's sound barrier, it's going to be hard for really Dante and the rest of the team to contend with him.
CJ going down is pretty massive, though. Oh, they see 9. Never mind. Doesn't matter.
They're not finishing that round out. That was a strange last fight.
I mean, yeah, the Charge are one of the most forgettable franchises. I think it's understandable, Penguin. Definitely not the only one who thinks that way. They literally only had like one really good year ever.
You mentioned this doesn't look great for Luminosity. You know, one in terms of the way they looked in map number 1, but then also in the fact that they've either won 3-0 or lost 0-3. So we'll see how.
And it's funny because people still forget about them, even though the Charge won that Summer Showdown. People still forget they exist. That's how forgettable they are.
Like lots of verticality here, you know, on Hollywood, so could be pretty difficult for.
Yeah, Charge started so good and then it fell apart, and that was it.
We'll have to wait and see as we load in, as we just pop on some highlights for the time.
Like, I would say Charge are lucky for winning that tournament, but I still don't even think it matters. I still don't think people care. Which is sad, because that team was really goated. Eileen and Krung. Dude, Krung's Sigma was so good that year. One of the greatest ever. Like, if you were basing the greatest Sigma of all time off of up until that point, like the first 3 seasons, you might honestly just say that it's Krung, some people might say. I still would take Choi Yobin, but I can understand if you think Krung is the GOAT Sigma for what he did in 2020. Actually insane. Once Jimmy couldn't force the Hanzo, it was Jover. Yeah, plus they started, like, blaming each other, essentially. They started blaming each other for their failures instead of working together, and that was it. They were not flexible. Once they had to play Sombra, once they realized they couldn't get away with the Hanzo stuff, that was GG.
We have seen has been lights out. Like, sometimes players have, maybe a little bit of a lull of a game or, down performance. It feels like every time I've seen, him on the Tracer, just absolute, domination.
Right.
Regardless of who's on the other side of things, right? I know it seems like, even when he kind of goes up against some of those players that we've seen in the Overwatch League in the past, great success, still able to come out on top in a lot of these different fights. So, first map, pretty one-sided in favor of Timeless.
Yeah, pretty one-sided. Just a quick 2-0 in terms of map score. As we go into Hollywood as our next map, like you were mentioning before. And yeah, there's a lot of dive potential. And I think Timeless, and especially with how deep their bench is, and we were talking a lot about that yesterday, Matt, of how they're very willing to kind of swap people in and out. Not sure we're going to get those subs, and honestly, I don't blame them either, because Icy can play a lot of things. It feels like when they want to sub Riker in, it's going towards things like Winston, so if they wanted to run dive, this would probably be the place to do it, but if they're happy just running the Orisa, I think that might be okay, but it does. I'm actually just getting word that we are seeing some substitutions.
Hey, Sunjun, let's go.
Yeah, so I had imagined we would have seen.
I love this Timeless DPS trio chat. They're goated.
Him and Icy kind of swap back and forth, but I think probably for the dive tanks, so you bring him in, and Sunjun as well. We've seen them swap. I mean, really, they've kind of actually had every different version of their damage dealer lineup, right? We've seen them run a Chopper and a Sunjun at times, right? We saw it on the Circle Royale to get like a Genji Sojourn look.
McDonald's Mayhem, dude. Literally, I have the McDonald's Mayhem Diva skin just because of the Zephyr meme. Literally, just because Zephyr was such an essential part of my community back in the day, I got that skin. Zephyr was literally life-changing for me in a way, chat.
I was going to say the railgun character is Sojourn. Jeez.
Yeah, when Prophet was taking a small break, Sunjun played in his place, yes. He's an import for Timeless, and he's looked really good. Is that the old San Francisco Lucio, or I can't tell? I think it is. Sunjun with the Shanghai Sombra skin based. They're having a dance party. The McDonald's Widow skin is understandable. I think I still have that Alien Zarya skin. I don't use it, but I don't think I ever got the refund.
They bring Riker in to play that Winston is that was
pretty scary, yeah. Almost had a little headshot onto Vision. Yeah, straight over to Tracer Sojourn. They make their way to the back line. So quickly there.
Sunjun on Timeless reminds me of when the Dynasty had Stalker. Except the difference is Sunjun plays more than Stalker did on Soul back then. Actually, no, I can't say that's true, because Stalker got to start in a couple of different metas for Dynasty. I can't say that's true. It's a bit different because, like, Timeless is more of a consistent rotation, whereas Dynasty would either play Stalker or he would just never see the stage.
Yeah, no lamp there, Matt, perfectly called, and without that lamp, Dante can't really survive. It's just oncoming onslaught of damage. This dive is looking so clean for Timeless right now. Like I said before, everything returns to Winton.
Winton. Yeah, out of all the regular season MVP skins, the Alien one's definitely the worst. IMO. Even though there's not exactly a lot of options, it's definitely the worst.
And it's just not going to be the case, it seems, with the way they've been playing throughout the series. So Dante now goes over and plays this. Orisa sets up on that high ground. I feel like this is where the
Rico's Jonak, fled up, then Alien.
Here, right? Not an effective range for Cassidy, like medium to close range, not this long range.
Yeah, and the skill ceiling for the dive is definitely higher too, so if you can kind of execute higher than the base of the Orisa comp, you're in good stead. And Timeless just insta-rotate to high ground.
Yeah, but Sunjun's also really goated at... Dude, it really does feel like Stalker. It's so funny to think about that. Because, like, Stalker also had a pretty nasty Soj. Who remembers the Stalker Sojourn, man? It was crazy.
Sound barrier comes out, but I mean...
Nah, mate, it's done. That fight's done. Squid.
Stalker Soj on Dynasty fed families, bro. Bro put up numbers.
Just smacking him 6, like, That is just so hard.
Mid-season madness, Stalker on Dynasty. Oh my lord.
In that back corner, but it feels like Primal's just gonna like dislodge players. You can't get to the.
That's what I'm saying, Penguin. Or at the very least, they should just bring back the Overwatch 1 variants of those. Because, like, those skins are... Some of those skins are classics. I'm willing to bet some people would buy those skins if you put them back on the shop. Okay, Luminosity's getting completely pummeled. GG. Timeless decided they're sick and tired of having close matches, and they're gonna win with relative ease.
I mean, Dante's got the Terror Surge, but he spawned last. No touches here, I don't think, yeah? Deciding against it, they're gonna have to just retreat. Almost 5 minutes going into third. This is ridiculous.
Almost 5 minutes. This is an absolute speed run here by Timeless.
Dude, I wish they'd... Dude, if they brought back Season 1 Valiant skins, I would literally spend money just to get some of them. Just for nostalgia's sake alone. Even though I have a lot of them already. And old Glads, dude. Oh, I wish. Jexai Lucio is crazy, especially on Houston.
I worry, Jack, you lose another fight. I mean, yeah, you're looking at like a 3-minute plus time bank, but yeah, I mean, fortunately, it looks like they're gonna get a fight win.
I mean, Vision ends up going down. Dante super low.
Like, how many Valiant skins did I have of the green? I had Orisa Zarya, or have Orisa Zarya, Soldier, and Ana.
They've got a lot of ults, but they had to back off. I mean, they lost Vision so early on in that fight. They can use the speed boost from.
And I think I have a Moira also. I don't know why I do. I think it's because I hated the Moira skins at the time. And I'm like, yeah, I might as well just have a Valiant skin at least.
They can find another pick somewhere from that railgun.
I still have some tokens. I have to look and see which teams I don't have skins for, because there's still quite a few.
Even in the last fight, right? They end up getting that first pick. And
I don't have a Spark skin. I don't think I have Soul Infernal either. Or Vegas, or the new New York. The new Gladiators. Or Valiant. New Valiant, I don't.
As soon as Riker tries to make a move, tries to kind of step up, they're just meeting him with a wall of bullets. And then chase down with a pulse one too. If he doesn't have Primal Rage there, Matt, it's so hard for him to really do much. Because as soon as he makes an entrance, it's really hard to kind of get out. And then, yo, cool Suzu. Oh, we have no Suzu now for the Tracer. Oh, we have no Suzu for the Orisa.
Yeah, no, I don't think I'll ever buy a blue Valiant skin because of my hatred for what happened to my precious team.
In the front line, it's going to take a lot of damage though, peeking these corners. Has to be careful.
I never liked when they changed the colors, and I still don't. It pissed me off.
Wait, that just got cancelled. Yeah, that's
they get interrupted. Yeah.
Okay, alright, okay. Not something you see every day. There's the Terror Surge as Riker ends up falling over. Like, sound barrier here from Opener. They got to make this work. They got to find some.
Right before they took the Chengdu skins off the shop, I got a Chengdu Pharah skin for my boy Jinmu.
Wow, that is a rare one.
And I think did I get the Wrecking Ball? No, I don't think I got Wrecking Ball, but I know I got Pharah. I have the Chengdu Pharah. Literally, they just, like, the color is lighter, but they just copied Boston. Boston were already blue and yellow. Why'd you make another blue and yellow team? And, like, we have light shades of blue, too. Like, London have a light shade of blue. What on earth were they cooking when they decided on this? I don't get it. Oh, Shiba, I said. Nice.
Yeah, Kev the high noon. Sunjin at the very end there. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. Alright, quick switch over to the Widowmaker, try and get a pick, and then switch back to the Tracer. High noon, pulse bomb.
What I wish that they did was they did a recolor of the Valiant skins, but they matched it based off of the dark green that the Valiant used in Season 2. Because that's when I thought their jerseys looked the best, when their color and branding was the best. When they had the slightly darker green compared to Season 1. The darker green with the gold was nice.
I mean, they got to try something here to stop him getting this big flank. There's the High Noon. Suzu. High Noon does get pulled, but that Fortify, making sure Riker stays alive.
Also, this kind of been a fat hold by Luminosity. There's like over 4 minutes on the clock.
unbelievable Tracer player so far this tournament, and will continue to do so, I imagine, if Luminosity give him the space. Squid's also got the rush now as they try and make their...
Technically, Apply was on the team, but he did not play that year.
To go, though, and Riker dead. It's Luminosity making their stand. 5 minutes almost time is...
That was when Shax and Fact Fiction and Apply got traded to the team. Or not Apply, McGravy. Wait, no, actually, I don't think Apply was on the Valiant yet. Was he? I think he joined Season 3.
Yeah, no touches. Maybe the Orisa gets there. Terror Surge comes out. Have they got the speed? Nope, but they got the suit.
Sunjun went Widow and just gets rolled. Nice.
Sunjun ends up falling over. A nice little Suzu.
Oh yeah, NYXL skins are great. Ajax, by the way. The new ones are good. I prefer the old ones, but the new ones are also very clean. Like, I can't even complain. Kind of hard to mess up blue and black. It's nice. I always have a preference for the olds, but you won't hear me complain.
On the flip side, though.
Yeah, it was difficult to kind of keep that dive.
I don't know how many OWL skins I have in total, chat. All I know is I never spent a single dime to get any of them, and I love that.
Like these types of heroes really difficult, you know, especially with Riker.
Everyone's remember when McGravy's shoe just exploded during the lockout. Oh, mega lol.
Switch, right? They try, you know, Maga, the Kitsune rush interruption there.
All the black skins go hard. Yeah, Soul Dynasty, I mean, it's like the OG.
Then they try and match like an Orisa, and
clean.
Does not work there at the end for Timeless. So
I always regret not getting more Soul skins. For the longest time, I was so tempted to buy like a Soul Widow, but I never did. By the biggest Overwatch esports channel that I know of, yeah. Like if you're talking like creators like myself, I believe so.
The flexibility on tank roll for timers.
There were some ones that were bigger before me that don't really upload as much. Like I don't know if Action Esports still makes anything.
Dive heroes are like every single one of the dive heroes, right? And then if they need to, they can swap over to the Orisa. Although Luminosity, I think sticking with the Orisa here would make the most sense to me, although Dante...
I know they kind of expanded into other... Yeah, they don't really do that much Overwatch anymore, do they?
Yes,
this would be a good Zarya setup, right?
He did hear the Diva thrusters. Okay, no, Dante's going to stick
keep it
on the Orisa. Yeah, okay, so they're keeping that. A little bit shocked to that, but, I mean, still, you can spear away the Diva. Orisa's not the worst at that, but... No, it looks like Dante's heading back to
the Fortnite guy. Well, he also doesn't do Overwatch anymore, so and he doesn't even run that Fortnite channel anymore either. He just does like NFTs now.
They're gonna play very slow, try and punish. But then I think if you're Timeless, like, don't you just go Winston here? Like, you know, well, if they try and keep running this comp, like.
As much as I meme on Michael, I mean, the reason I am successful is because he's decided to stop uploading. Like, I owe it all to him in a way, chat. That's why I started getting more viewership, because of him. It's all because he was sick and also starting to work on his Fortnite channel that I was able to make that Gamsu Shanghai video that went viral for me at the time, which was like, I think like a couple thousand views. And that was the Kickstarter.
A quick reset too. Their backline just melted.
Oh, he made a channel called The Valorant Guy too, I think.
It just feels like there's so many clear, like...
He made like 2 videos on it that never uploaded again, but I know he did.
When there's no bubble on the other side, it's a Vision. Now we'll go over to the Sojourn. I like this pick. I think he was awesome on the Sojourn the other day. I think also not as easy as a dive target as the Cassidy, where
I remember he made like a update video like a couple of years ago just to like check in and say hi.
And then they re-engage and you're just dead, right? So see now with the Luminosity changing comp here, trying to control this high ground. A little bit scarier now with Vision on the Sojourn.
All right, put pressure on the point. Rocket trying to match him. Already got a pulse bomb though. My word.
Oh yeah, here it is, the Valorant guy. Yep, he made it. That's a thing. Yeah, it's a thing. He did that too. He made a separate channel called The Valorant Guy. He made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 videos, then never uploaded. It got 28k subs. He got 28k subs on it with 6 uploads. Pretty crazy.
And like you mentioned before, just poking at the Zarya, forcing the bubbles, and then as soon as Dante tries to make a move...
The things I'm hearing about Junbin, Doom, and Scrims, if he plays the same way in tournaments, it's over. Yeah, Junbin is locked in. My man has been unlocked, no longer held back by shock / crusty crack pipe jail. Oh my god.
Insta-killed. Where'd Squid go? He got eaten alive.
I think you can make these
Player spreadsheet links. Yeah, I remember that.
Like, especially with so much like high ground that Timeless has naturally, like mobility.
That's one thing I'm always curious about. Could I have become a leak boy myself? I was never that interested, because, like, you know, I find out when I find out, like you guys. But, like, could I have used my powers back then to, like, find an in to get that info? Probably yes, but the idea of begging for that stuff sounds extremely cringe.
Yeah. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Oh, nice eat from Riker there. Wasn't even looking at the tracer. Just King just threw it around the corner. Self-destruct already used. Forces King's recall. Dante up into the cafe once again. Graviton Surge in hand, but Riker knows it's
Big grav? Never mind.
Dante can't peek back in. A sound barrier from Opener saves the team, and with 18 seconds to go, Luminosity are just getting shut out. Rocket does end up falling, as Vision has got the overclock, but just can't find the heads. He lands
Like, no, literally, food for thought. I think I probably could have.
Timer's on the point right now. It will be Juby to touch, but I mean, that's just about it. Luminosity cannot get things going on Hollywood as Timeless gets the full hold.
Full holds. Match point now for Timeless.
Timeless getting a match point as well. 2-3-0s.
Wait, Juby finds 2? What?
Ridiculous. I mean, the Genji, maybe it comes back into it. Nice double.
Juby deadlift?
It's really just not enough.
I'm not sure, Jogo.
Like that luminosity is, you know, in terms of what they feel comfortable playing, just putting our.
But yeah, as far as I know, current state of like individual, like consistent uploaders, I think I probably have the biggest channel. Probably. I mean, like a lot of people that used to do it are just inactive now. Like that, honestly.
Even when you do, they're basically, you know, it's impossible to keep anybody alive. They just kind of crumble under the pressure from Timeless.
It's like someone on Timeless has a dinner date or something. They go like, come on, guys, wrap it up, wrap it.
I think someday,
just give us a quick,
you know, people will go ahead of me. I hope. I'd like to see like Tomathan maybe take over the mantle someday or something like that.
There's kind of like a clear, you know,
as I eventually disappear into obscurity, whenever that may be.
NA seems a little bit all over the place. Like, because we just saw, what, Toronto Defiant, right? They 3-0 M80, but they also go to a Game 5 against Timeless, who also goes to a Game 5 against Students of the Game. And then now, like, potentially we see Timeless.
Yeah, Tomathan's popping off. I'm glad. He's entertaining. He's a good guy. He deserves it.
Prior to, you know, probably the tournament kicking off.
What was Manila like? I only stayed at the airport, so I can't really tell you much about it.
Where it might be a little bit more, I know, based on what's meta.
I was only there for connecting flights.
Yeah, it feels the transit properties like Jake was talking about yesterday doesn't really line up, but hey, I'm here for it. I'm here for upsets, and I'm here for another maybe map 5 in the grand.
People overly hate on Krusty. I feel bad for him.
There's it's all to be seen yet, though. Of course, Luminati's can
ripped off Crimzola.
But the way this is going, it feels like Time is just going to have another shutout performance on Colosseo. I mean, what are we thinking, Matt?
What's the Philippines period like, I should say? Depends on what you want to know about it, I guess. Like, the people there were very nice. I don't have any complaints about that. Everyone was pretty friendly. Outside of, like, a couple of exceptions, but that's to be expected. I'm in a different country. And most people don't look like me there, so I'll naturally drew some eyes from time to time. You know, walking in public with my GF, but that's okay. Oh my god, they're screaming.
I like the Doom, kill Doom. Doom is so annoying to kill sometimes with block. I like the ending comms.
I gotta ask Jake if part of his course has.
Krusty's still an all-time great coach. Like, I think it's absurd that people hate on him so much. Like, he got carried, but people forget he helped build that team, that Shock Dynasty. They were nothing, and then he came in and helped them get better.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, I think it's crazy, man. Like, if you want to say he's overrated, sure. If you want to say he's not the GOAT, I can understand that. I think that's very reasonable and logical to say. But if you want to say he's garbage and he got carried, then that's taking it too far.
You're a real one. You're doing great.
Time to substitutions. Chopper in, Icy in, Riker out, Sonjin out. So, a bit more Orisa here, or maybe the Sig for...
I think it's based on where they're from.
This sings to me.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you want to play the Sigma, maybe you want to play the...
I heard rumors of it mostly being 9K, but, like, where are these rumors from, though? Is this from, like, someone legitimate? Like, stuff like that gets thrown around.
Possibilities there, but...
Yeah, like, the players say good things about him.
Sojourn Tracer, nothing wrong.
Like, obviously, it's not going to just be on him. I mean, they have a coaching staff for a reason.
Like, you know, what do we want to run tank-wise?
All right, was the pick of LG here. So Luminosity at least comfort.
PGE, all right.
The map, but a little soul crushing maybe getting held on first after what was a ridiculous defense for them on point 3 on Hollywood. They defended against 4 minutes and 45 seconds, and the confidence was brimming there for Luminosity. But Colosseo, as we load into the map in
Krusty back in the day was genuinely a good coach, though. Like, maybe if you want to say he's washed now, or he has the last few years, I think that's understandable. But early portion of his career, he did some really good things for his teams. And, like, people say 9K this, 9K that, but what's the excuse for when he coached Boston? Remember when Boston were really good in 2018? They were supposed to suck. People thought they were going to be one of the worst teams, and they ended up chatting out. Made the playoffs, one of the top records in the league. Like, I just don't really get the logic, personally.
No, from the first week of groups to the second, and then now into this week, right? Obviously, you know, it's...
He's found success in a lot of different places. He's not always great. He's had failures, and if you want to criticize him for that, I think that's fine. But people saying he got carried, I think, is just taking it a little far.
Maybe they felt like this is going to be a great answer to something else, and now they're kind of stuck. So, don't know the situation. Obviously, we know the players on Luminosity have been, I know, really strong, you know, throughout this tournament and in the past. But man, I mean, time's making it look easy at the moment.
Yeah, like I said before, I think...
Oh, no, no worries. I wasn't assuming that. I'm just saying, for anyone who's, like... You know, this conversation appears a lot. Like, the Krusty hate the last few years has been high, so I'm just weighing in on it. Hunter's the GOAT anyways, real. Falcons lost one game, Reddit asking to fire Krusty already. Yeah, like, it happens.
Maybe with the Ramatra, you're able to put down a little bit of extra damage here at range before the Orisa kind of like goes in, nails cooldowns, and then you can kind of use that Nemesis form as King has to be really scared as Chopper has a railgun shot lined up on the side.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, some coaches are genuinely horrible. Like, I think that's what matters more. Like,
Get me out of there. Nice little defense play.
Sounds good, Penguin.
Just moving King away, forcing the recall. King is pretty low, but the healing there ends up kicking in, so they're going to be full HP without going to a mega health pack. Time is getting that.
Like, just not being a bad coach, I think, is so much more important.
Juby maybe going a little bit too deep. Chopper under a lot of pressure from...
Like, being a bad coach generally brings down your team. If you at least know what you're doing and talking about, and you have good talent around you, they can kind of take care of the rest, I feel, right? But if you suck, or, like, you drag the team's morale down, nah. Like, Lori. Oh, dear God, Lori. I remember when I thought that guy was going to be a good coach. Boy, was I wrong. That guy's crazy.
That'll be Luminosity taking the lead off of that. Is they're going to get back at full strength rather quickly. A nice connection there on a rocket. Doesn't use recall.
The best food item out there? For me, probably one of their pork dishes. I loved it. It's called, in particular, my favorite's lechon koale. It's like a crispy pork. It was insane.
Rocket makes sure that Dante's overextension was
Lechon Kawale with like a, it has like a sauce with it and then rice. Oh my god, it's insane.
very much in Luminosity's favor. His vision ascends to the high ground. CJ does chase them off. As Suzu used on the ground to make sure he can't get sniped randomly. And a small reset here for Timeless.
Kai was horrible.
Yeah, and Timeless what they wanted to do there.
ATP's Filipino confirmed. No, I'm most certainly not. There's not a cell in my body that is Filipino, but I do enjoy the culture there. Yeah, they're family oriented. They're nice people. Good food. Like, they're my kind of people, and they throw parties and stuff, and they throw get-togethers. They make a lot of food, and like that's what we do in my family, like Italian-American families. That's what we're kind of known for, so I fit right in with that.
Sound barrier advantage for Luminosity as well. Moving up, taking a fair bit down.
Yeah, Rush was a pretty goated coach too.
Some serious help as Rocket throws out the pulse. That was an ambitious one, but would have looked sick if he landed, to be fair. Here's the
Jane is going to invent esports, never forget.
just walks up to him, ends up killing him.
Kai coached Dallas in season 1. And then he was like an assistant on Paris, I think, for a little after, or something like that. He was part of the disaster that was Dallas season 1.
At least so far, on this map, as it looks like they're gonna just get the bot up.
Oh, that's another thing, speaking of Rush. He was really good, but I feel like not enough people give him flack for doing similar mistakes that Krusty did in the World Cup beforehand. With, like, some poor roster decisions. Like having Sparkle on that team and him clearly not performing at times.
Okay, there you go. There's the rip. Now the sound barrier potentially want to wait this one. Might not be sure how close Chopper is.
No, Jane is not making Overwatch content. Jane's been going through some things, and I hope he's okay. Like, there was a time where he went missing. It was scary.
A little bit earlier, but it is all Luminosity right now. Dante just pushes the team.
After his time on Dallas, he had a bit of a mental breakdown. Hasn't really been the same since. He says he wants to come back someday. He's just not ready yet.
Dante has a little bit of extra overhealth there from that sound barrier. As Timeless will come back in with their sound barrier in overclock here. So this is an opportunity they can use that ultimate a little bit more offensively.
I feel sad because Jane used to have some based content. Like, before having to coach Dallas Fuel and probably losing like 30 years off his life because of how awful that environment is, he made some pretty based stream content. He's like one of the OG Guess My SR people. He would like analyze OWL games and stuff too. It was very educational.
Okay, Chopper just handily deals with them and gets the high ground as well. So now Chopper's in a perfect spot to stop Luminosity playing straight up towards that barricade. That time is moving for free.
If anyone remembers like 2018 Jane, that was a good time. Those streams were unbelievable.
They don't really give themselves an opportunity to kind of like contest here on this high ground and take another fight, and then you lose King at the start. This is a brutal position for Timeless at the fight from.
Yeah, Ragtag sounds familiar, but I don't remember who that is.
Double support ultimate advantage here for Timeless as well.
Yeah, they're just playing for Rush. That's all they were doing there, Matt. Just waiting around with Timeless, trying to push up these stairs. That is a really nice rush too. Just covers a little bit of this here too, so they can end up pushing up. But a little bit of a later one. That post bomb being narrowly avoided by Chopper.
Juby doesn't have beat yet. Dante's got to survive. Can he survive?
Juby's got one in a couple of percentage points, but might not
Oh.
even matter.
Everyone assisted on that kill. Okay, there you go. Still winnable. No checkpoint taken.
Vision can't quite find him. Oh, hello.
Go off Vision and King. Oh.
CJ, can he get away? He might be able to. Looks like they're maybe trying to chase him down, but the bot has been stolen once more. Yeah, he got to the mega health pack.
That's huge for Luminosity, though. That's huge for Luminosity, as they're able to kind of like live through that and not prevent have any more progress when the
He's just a YouTuber who did toxic coaching. Oh, like in a similar light to how Stylosa did it. What was that series called again? Like, I don't remember. Overcoached or overanalyzed. That's what it was. Welcome to the channel. I am Stylosa. I remember that. I used to watch that back in the day when I used to casually be more into Overwatch. I watched some Stylosa from time to time. I think I was all but done with him though after like 2019. Oh yeah, Unit Lost. That was the old name of the channel. That's right, and they changed it to Stylosa. Right.
That was a risky recall there from King as well. Takes that mini, ends up hitting the recall right in front of Icy.
I also feel like, Jack, we've seen more this week than like ever at the moment. Where
I remember when Stylosa was like all in on Owl. He'd come down to the Blizzard Arena, help make content for London. Good times.
Vision's already down. King tries to get the pulse bomb onto Chopper, didn't connect, and it wouldn't have done any damage anyway because that's Suzu. Icy is down and
Get bullied.
Just a horrible situation. That's what happens when you put him in a meat grinder there, as he gets pushed into a wall.
Oh, you're right. He was in the World Cup, wasn't he? 2016, right?
Rocket pulse bomb almost recalls into it. Trying to do Lord's work right now, but it's not going to happen. Opener and Rocket fall. Still with the meterage advantage at Timeless right now. With 1:40 to go, only 6 meters separates both teams. As Opener comes back with a sound barrier for Timeless. It's going to be a hard fight for Luminosity here, and it could be one of the last ones.
Yeah, and Icy basically like double fortify, right? Having the fortify and then also the Terror Surge to be able to kind of give that yet again. So see a disruptor shot here in the choke. This is also an area of the map where Luminosity doesn't exactly want to push into. I wonder if Timeless at the moment realizes they have like a sound barrier advantage, because it also looks like Luminosity probably just trying to take some damage to build up towards Jubies.
Yeah, exactly. 10% away. Just kind of hanging around the bot right now. They've got to know.
This is the final match, Tomo.
Vision up on the high ground, and they definitely know they got it now. 5-man sound barriers, they dive towards the back line. Chopper lands a nice railgun shot to Squid's head. The Terror Surge brings everybody in for Icy. Juby goes super low. That sound barrier for Luminosity, nowhere to be found. As time is just run them.
Where's it? United Kingdom. There it is, Stylosa. He was on the 2016 UK World Cup team. Cruz was on this team. That unlocked a core memory that I forgot about. And then the next year they were like more exciting because they had Boombox. The Boombox Zen back then went so hard, man. Everyone was so hyped. People were so psyched when he signed with Philly, and were like, "Oh, this is such a great signing. He's gonna go off."
Swiftly approaches. King just focusing down Icy. Post bomb goes wide as Chopper disappears from his screen.
I was gonna say, Luminosity probably need to win 2 fights, but no, that's it. That's the game. That is a easy 3-0 for Timeless. NA goes for the 3 Overwatch after we get 2 bangers in EU. Surprise, surprise.
Dismantle Luminosity.
I mean, Timeless takes care of business with relative ease there.
There's a lot of Forgotten Out players. Hyanu is definitely one of them. Rocket and Chopper clears Timeless, playing in the losers finals tomorrow against M80. A rematch of the groups. Winner of that will play Toronto.
It looks like they're going to be really difficult to beat for anybody.
Yeah, this is another rematch as well.
Yo, Max, thank you for the $10 super chat. The stream is the last thing I'm watching in my apartment. I'm finally moving into my first house. Hey, congratulations! That's awesome. Thank you for the great OWCS and OWL content. Thank you for the kind words, and I'm really happy to hear that you're moving into your first house. That's super cool.
Up in the winners bracket in a 3-2 fashion. This final day is going to be ridiculous, Matt. But this is another really good statement that Timeless have made. They are the top dogs in NA, and they are coming for that title.
Absolutely, and I think when you look at this team, like so well rounded across the board, seems like they kind of have answers for just about everything.
Giguri was so good. I wish he didn't have to play on Shanghai, even though I love the story.
This stream is the last thing I'm watching in my apartment. I'm finally moving into my first house. Thank you for the great OWCS and OWL content.
I appreciate you, Max, and I'm glad you're enjoying the videos. Content's been great while moving and unpacking. Figure out I owed you a couple bucks? Nah, you didn't owe me anything. I do really, really appreciate it, though. That means a lot.
We're gonna have a talk after this. Bitch, man. I'm gonna
Okay, I'm gonna just quickly. Yeah, Kaguri wasn't bad on Shanghai, but I feel bad that she had to be on the side of history where they weren't really winning that much. Just to wrap up though, chat. Tomorrow we're gonna have 2-2 again for EU and NA. If you missed it, just to give a small recap, can I put this on the screen? Yeah, there we go. A small recap of what happened. Twisted Minds ended up losing to ENCE, aka Spray Check. Got a convincing win onto the grand finals, and they'll be awaiting either Twisted Minds or Ex Oblivione. Ex Oblivione got a bit of an upset against Space Station. So tomorrow EU will be Twisted Minds and Ex Oblivione, then winner will play ENCE. I don't know if anyone's beating ENCE, to be honest with you, chat. At this point, kind of looks like a done deal. And then in North America, we just saw Timeless roll Luminosity. Toronto rolled M80. Timeless will play M80, lower bracket finals. Winner will play Toronto, where again, I question if anyone stands a chance, although maybe Timeless does, because they played them close just a couple days ago. That's kind of what we can expect tomorrow, though, chat. I'll be live again for those games. Until then, though, I think I'm probably going to get off. It's been chill. I had fun, as always, boys. Have a good rest of your night. And I will see you then. Peace.